Test. What's up, chat? Hello. I didn't talk about this yet, so I'm gonna watch this while I eat my corn dog.
Point as to why he was like, this is too much. This is no way to live your life, okay? It's not.
There's a classic piece of advice, and I would give it to everybody. What someone else is thinking is none of your business. Such a relief. Because if you resort to mind reading, you will always choose the wrong path because it's always the worst intention. It's like, Jesse doesn't like me. It's like, it's the person, you know, the most...
Well, that's true.
Yeah, the most miserable person is the person that constantly goes, are you mad at me? What did I do? Did I do something? What's wrong? It's like, I wasn't even thinking about you. I was thinking about my dinner. So when you look at the most hysterical, miserable people on the left, the lonely men...
I'm eating a corn dog. What is this? What does that have to do with incel? It's attacking the outdoor boys.
So it's the lonely and mentally unstable when, like, I think that's bipartisan, man. Like, who do you think is more mentally unstable? Like the lonely and mentally unstable leftists online or the groiper right? Like, have you, dude, here, I'll give you a great example of how the groiper right operate. Okay. There's a guy, what's his name? The guy that's been on YouTube for 10 years. He was popping on TikTok. The guy who recently quit. What's his name? The old guy that Outdoor Boys. So Outdoor Boys, I think, is a Mormon family, and he is
This was a meat. It's just it's a meat thing surrounded by some sort of outer layer of doughy goodness. Traditionally, it's like a hot dog surrounded by a honey battered, outside. This is a sausage surrounded by a pancake.
He's basically cultivated this like incredible community, right? And he has consistently made great content. He just like goes out there in Alaska, puts himself in like crazy positions, okay? He never pushed his beliefs though. No, I know. He just made straightforward. I'm going out there and I'm like living. I'm going out there and I'm like living out in the mountains of Alaska for a little bit. That type of content.
I never had any beef with Outdoor Boys. I just can't stand the TikTok algorithm. Not even TikTok, the YouTube Shorts algorithm. Sometimes you see a face too many times. You're just like, all right, I got this type of content. That's cool. If I want to see more, I can see more. Thank you, YouTube. Please show me something new and different and interesting. And it keeps serving you up the same content. That's what the Outdoor Boys became for me. No beef or whatever, but like it became too much.
I'm gonna make a.
Hey everyone,
this is going to be my last video for a little while.
Yeah, he was like 3 million or whatever, but he gained like 12 million subs in 6 months because of TikTok. He really blew up on TikTok. He's been doing this for like 10 years, but he really, really, really blew up on TikTok.
I need to post on TikTok more.
And then a lot of people started watching his videos on YouTube as well. I mean, he was a big content creator on YouTube anyway, but he became a massive content creator on YouTube after his blow up on TikTok. No outdoor boy hate.
And he's giving it up for his family, and I respect that. That's crazy though. If I'm like 15 million subs, and you just got to go out into the woods and like survive for the night and just post that video to earn like you know $60,000, that's crazy.
Tolerate Hasan? No, why would I on him? He's just he is exactly the type of content creator.
That guy, but I've been in Boy for like 20 years. This guy has really bad survival tips, kind of like Bear Grylls, because real survival tips are boring. Well, he's not trying to be like, you know what I mean? From what I've seen of him, he's not trying to be like, you should do this or whatever. He's saying, I'm out here in the, you know, Alaskan barren wasteland. Here's how I would survive. You know what I mean? That sort of thing. Not like, if you're on the Alaskan wasteland, you know, this is what you should do to survive, kind of thing. You want to use your clout to get Hasan unbanned? Hasan is unbanned, so I already did it.
Creator that.
Have you considered that? He's already back. He's already back. See? He was banned for a day. And honestly, the funniest part about Hasan's ban is that the worst people, right, that were cheering the ban on are now mad that it was only a day ban. Ethan says 12 hours. Ethan can't count. So that's not surprising.
This Theo Von Gaza backlash is absolute.
Wait. Oh, we never actually watched this. Was I watching before? Oh, this.
That is the perfect content creator.
He's probably
Okay.
enough money to live off of. I honestly wish more people were like this and didn't want to grow forever. And still, it's easy money. Also, but he enjoys it as well. So, like, I understand why he quit to like take his family out of the limelight. You've been on the grind, love you. Honestly, not really. I just got back like yesterday from vacation. So it's like the opposite of being on the grind. But thank you. I appreciate that. Which is why you should subscribe to me on Twitch with your Twitch Prime. It's free. It costs no money. You can only use it on me. You can't use it on anybody else. Don't listen to anybody else. Just only use it on me.
He is the perfect content creator. Just keeps to himself, does his own thing, doesn't actually have like an agenda where he's just trying to like tell you, you know, gay people are evil or whatever secretly. He's the reason why I love honey butter and bread. Here we go, another certified Hasan Banned.
Imagine having to be told honey butter is good. Honey butter is delicious. It's just it's the best bread for any kind of bread. It's like a southern thing. I just had some honey butters and hash puppies like 2 days ago when I was back in North Carolina.
Take what? I'm not disagreeing with him, you certified Hasan Banned take. What? I'm not disagreeing with him, you baboon. I agree with him. I'm making a larger point about how the right reacted. Can you let me cook for a second? Hey guys, he quit. Okay, he quit because parasocial weirdos were up and he wanted to maintain his privacy and he wanted to be with his family. And guess what happened in the process? Every single right winger acted like they were scorned.
That word for you? Isn't that like isn't that like a that's like it's not brown sugar butter or whatever. It's like the yeah, it's kind of sweet butterish. Honey butter, but it sounds like I wouldn't like it. Well, then you're wrong.
They started proving the point as to why he actually ended up wanting to take a long hiatus.
Awesome.
The reason why he took a long hiatus was because
it's a mess right now. You can tell. This is I just woke up and just sprayed some water on my hair.
he was getting annoyed with the additional fandom that he was experiencing. And this is how the right reacted. Don't let your ugly wife give you an ugly life. That's my black pill tweet for today. This guy just loves his wife and his children. He wanted to have a normal life. And all of a sudden, the people that actually loved everything that he was putting out turned on him and started going freak mode on him, proving why he should quit.
Actually, I'll even push back. Like, these people didn't watch Outdoor Boys, right? People who are making comments like that did not watch his content or were not fans of his content, right? They're obvious incel right wingers who are just like, oh, I can hop on this train to serve my to make my point about why women are bad. Well, let me just do that real quick, right? They didn't watch his content. There were some people who did watch his content, be like, oh, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that he's leaving. Right? I wish he would stay, or whatever. But like, that's like 99% of people. I'm sure there's some overlap. Yeah, I'm sure there's like a dozen people who watched his content who was like, oh, his wife did it to him or whatever. Right? But these people did not watch his content. I don't believe these people like watched and enjoyed his content. I just don't believe it.
Pill tweet for today. This guy just
like these are incels who, if you scroll through their page, all of their content is just finding a different woman to hate on. So what is the likelihood that they were watching this specific guy who's like leaving YouTube to like be with his family, right? And is that more likely than like them just seeing the situation about this guy leaving YouTube, seeing his wife being like, oh, I can make a political point with this.
Loves his wife and his children. He wanted to have a normal life. And all of a sudden, the people that actually loved everything that he was putting out turned on him and started going freak mode on him, proving why he should quit. That's how the right wing operates. Who do you think is more insane? Okay? Hasan Banned talks about socialism while being rich. Oh my God. I'm not attacking him, you freaks. God damn. How can you be in here for 70 months and be so goddamn stupid? Here, this is another.
Promise you protect women at all costs. You lefties are feminine gang. True.
Stupid thing from Hasan. Shut the fuck up. I dread the day you drop this version of this video. It's going to come sooner rather than later with the way that my freak ass, stupid ass, parasocial fans behave. God damn.
You know, I've been making YouTube videos for 11 years now. First with the Catfish and Carp YouTube channel, then with this.
Controversial take. You may not agree with me. This is not a shot at Hasan, but I can see why there are other streamers getting frustration at Twitch saying the moderation in the moderation saying how this streamer gets a short ban and they pull all streamers on a short ban like the VTuber hip rule while they have a hot tub category, the unfairness in Twitch. No, I think they're stupid. Like, you can't look at like freaking Tectone and see Tectone not getting banned and get mad at Hasan getting a 1-day ban. You feel me? Like, I think that's dumb. Twitch is inconsistent with his bans, but it's not like towards or specifically for Hasan or like the left or whatever. Like, it's if you pull in numbers, they will give you more leeway. That's it. That's the answer. If you make money for Twitch, they are going to give you a smaller ban so they can continue to make money off of you. Hasan being banned, Asmongold being banned, XQC being banned. Yeah, like Kai being banned would make them no money. Like that's just the case. Like, I won't disagree with that when people say that. Like, yeah, obviously. And that's not going to change. You're not going to convince Twitch to like not do that, because that's how they make their money. The people who are pulling in like 20,000, 30,000 viewers are worth more than the small streamers who collectively pull in 20,000, 30,000 viewers. You can ban somebody with, 5 average viewers. Who cares? They're more easily going to do that than somebody who makes them the money. That's just the case. That's just the case. In this specific instance, right, I don't think Hasan should have been banned. I think he was banned due to public pressure from outside organizations and entities. So Twitch banning Hasan is not them abiding by their terms of service or the community guidelines. It was instead to demonstrate distance between themselves and Hasan. Try to get the news media who are printing articles about Hasan being on Twitch off their back. as active Nazis and incel audience who constantly harass women, he should have been banned. But they're not going to, you know? I understand that. Fucking got a month for making fun of hummus. Hasan gets 1 day for supposed terrorism. Twitch 100% puts shorter bans on the moneymakers. Even then, Hasan didn't get banned for like terrorism. Hasan didn't get banned for reading the manifesto, right? And I'll stand on that, right? I think that was just what Twitch could put on Hasan to get him banned, to get the ADL and CNN and Fox News or whoever's printing articles about New York Post off of their back. That's what it was. Like it was an excuse, right? They're like, okay, Hasan is pulling in a little bit more bad press than we like from him, right? What can we give him a timeout for? You know what I mean? And they gave him a timeout for the manifesto. If there wasn't pressure on Twitch from the ADL, then they wouldn't have done anything. Or just like maybe going from the manifesto to how to 3D print Uji's ghost gun may have not been the best optics. Probably not, but that's not why he got banned for. Like he didn't get banned for anything that he did that day for that content. Like for like the day he was banned, which was yesterday or 2 days ago. 2 days ago. That nothing there got him banned. Right? It was not even the day before that where he read the manifesto. It was most likely, in my opinion, it was his take on the Israeli embassy workers that were killed. That made the ADL mad, and that pushed the Twitch into the sphere about like, oh, this Twitch streamer saying that it was a false flag operation, and there was press coming out about Twitch being involved in that, and Twitch was like, oh, that's not good press. We should, give Hasan a timeout to show that we don't agree with what's going on right now. So when there's articles when there are articles written about Hasan said this, they can say that like, oh, he was banned by Twitch on this date or whatever. So it can look like that Twitch is like taking a stand against what Hasan is saying without actually interjecting in like their profit margins. You know what I mean? It was preempted so they wouldn't get yelled at by the ADL. Yeah, even though they already were. Basic application of Occam's razor. Thank you. You're welcome, chatter. What's your opinion? Should Hasan switch to streaming on YouTube or dual streaming? He should not switch to anything. He should stay on Twitch until they drag him off. He should dual stream though. Which, that reminds me. Like, I think anybody who's saying that Hasan should like permanently leave Twitch is being silly. He should be on Twitch until they ban him. You should have a plan B though. He didn't drop a YouTube video like last time, did he? Not yet, I don't think. He might have just been chilling. I don't know why he doesn't dual stream. He doesn't hurt at all. Laziness. He's to a certain extent, to like his position as a content creator shows that he doesn't need to do anything like that. You know what I mean? He doesn't need to like bother himself with like, what specific avenues do I need to take to grow my content or whatever. He has enough name recognition where he can just go live on Twitch and he'll get articles written about him, right? He'll get profiles written about him. He doesn't need these things. When he constantly get DMCA'd at YouTube, no. I think a lot of people don't understand how YouTube live streaming works. You will get copyrighted, but you won't get like struck immediately for that unless somebody files a specific claim to you. They will pause and hold your VODs on YouTube, but he could just not publish the VODs. So there is an avenue where it can work. Sorry, I'm trying to. It's thumbnail time. Thumbnail time. Bow. Is there a liquify tool? Is there a liquify tool? I don't think it's just the smudge tool. That's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, no. Not really. Yes? Where is it at? I've seen a live stream get taken down in the middle of watching a Jubilee video. Was that the reason? It never happened to me. I've been streaming on YouTube for 5 months. I've never had that. Get taken down in the middle. Cut 2 bars from the layer and use morph. Where's morph at? Filter liquify. Is that what I'm looking for then? Oh yes, it is what I'm looking for. It's actually perfect. Size, we'll go up pretty freaking large. Not that large. Not that large either. And then I take, maybe I take this. And I do, not this. I do this. Select. Oops. Do that. Then I hide the main one. And then for this, we do this. Go here, and then we go. Oh, wait. Something like this. Wait, dang it. No, we'll do something like this actually. Here, here. Here, here, delete. Like he's broken through the bars. Just erase the middle bar. No, I want to like go like behind him, like he's sticking his head through. So I can't erase the entire thing. I can erase like this part here though. Like that. Ah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And then we go. Make his head smaller. Sure. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Like this, and then we go. Wait. Okay. Before that, we do this. Now we hide this. Now we do this. Like this. And then we take. Okay, actually, we can do this. Whoops. That's not what I want to do. Turn the effect off. This. Do this. Okay, now we can do. I just like this head. Okay. Okay, okay. Perfect. Okay, actually, I can actually move it right here. And then remove background. There we go. And now what we can do is then we can let's make a lot more time on this than I expected to do. Because Shadow kept asking for more stuff. Oh. Like that. Something like this, actually. Then I do this, make sure it's filled in. And then I go. Oh, okay. Okay, maybe instead of this, I do. Where's the stamp tool? Nah. Well, okay, maybe. So I can also go to the smudge tool and kind of smudge all this in. He has gills. Nah. Wait, okay, I have an idea. What if instead of extending his neck out, we instead extend his hold his collar out. Boom. Genius idea. Nobody's ever thought of this before. Make it go like this. Look like this. Boom. And then we paint bucket tool. Oh. Like this. And then we take the smudge tool and just kind of smooch it like this. And then we take the blur tool. We blur this. Honestly, we take this again and we actually put another line of white here. So it transitions a little bit better. Then we take the blur tool again. We blur it in. We do it again. Then we take the smudge tool. Then we do it again. Okay. And then we do it again on this side. Take this color though. We go. Boom. Then here. And then we paint bucket, bow. Perfect. And now we do this. Okay. We're getting there. We go here. Then we go here. Then we go here. Here. And then we are almost done. Oops. Oh. Oh. Good enough. And I can go back here. Do this. Oh, not that far. Honestly, it's fine. Fine, good enough for me. From far away, you can barely even tell. You can barely even tell. Oh wait. Now the bar is not. Nah, it's fine. Then we go here. We say un. Hasan Unbanned. Then we change the color to red. Graphic design is my passion. We only spent 30 minutes on this. We got 30 minutes, like 15 minutes. Oh, wait, almost done. But I almost forgot. Now we're going to put them behind the bars. Bow. Perfect. Export as PNG. Save. Don't save. I go here, here. Ow. My thumbnail getting go crazy. Here, here, start. Okay.
The Outdoor Boys YouTube channel, and believe it or not, I've made 1,110 videos. It's been a wild ride. The amount of time and energy that I've dedicated.
Have you seen he claimed that Hasan was unaligned with love of your account before Gaza rejuvenated his career off of screenshots that were after Gaza and Party Jets by Hasan back in 2024? Yes, I did see that. We'll talk about that a little bit later.
YouTube videos is hard to communicate. So many late nights editing and packing and unpacking, camping with pneumonia, building log cabins while injured. But it's been a tremendous adventure, and it's allowed me to provide for my family while making wonderful memories with my wife and kids. But even good things can be taken too far, and I think I'm starting to reach that point. But I'm not just talking about the time and energy I spend making YouTube videos. I'm also talking about the attention it brings. In just the last 18 months, this YouTube channel has gained about 12 million subscribers. And because of people stealing my content and posting it on other platforms, my family and I have been viewed about 4 billion times, in addition to the 2.8 billion views on YouTube. The sheer volume of fans trying to contact me, trying to take pictures with me, or just trying to come up and talk to me in public could be a bit overwhelming at times. And my wife and I, we both have real concerns about what this will do to our family if I keep growing my YouTube channel at this pace. And the time to stop is before this problem gets so out of hand that my family and I can't live normal lives. Now, there's more than one reason for making this decision, and I still enjoy making videos and I still enjoy going on ventures, but it's time to start focusing on other things. And that's what I'm going to be doing. For one thing, I've got 3 little boys who all want to be YouTubers, including my oldest son, Tom, who's got his own channel, the Outdoor Tom YouTube channel. But I want to spend more time helping him with his channel and preparing him to be an adult, which is going to be in less than 6 years. But I've spent so much time focusing on me and my family and growing my business. It's time to step back and focus on helping other people for a change. And I'm excited to see where that takes me. But all that being said, I have a lot of half-finished videos, including the homestead project.
Like, one of the craziest aspects of this is like when people come out with like a totally normal response like this, and then the fan base's first reaction to that is like, you owe me. You owe me. You owe me more.
He's quitting because of, you know, parasocialism, and the reaction to that is more parasocialism. That's just it. He decided to log off. This is the least bad ending without the brigading. I watched him a little bit now. I know why I couldn't find his newer videos. His channel's awesome. I'm sad. He's doing a good thing, focusing on his family. Yeah, like he doesn't need it. Like, he probably made more money the past 6 months than he has like the past 6 years, with like 12 million new subscribers. Like, or the past 10 years on YouTube. He's fine. He's chill, and he's stepping into a more advisory role to his kids, you know, being a parent, being a father, teaching them, you know, what he knows, passing on his knowledge about YouTube, things of that nature, and being with his kids instead of like during the most formative years of his kids' lives, be like, I have to grind. I have to keep grinding. I have to keep grinding. I need to keep going and keep going and keep pushing to keep pushing. I need to make more money, right? Where you have a lot of people who are resentful of their parents because they made that decision, maybe even for their kids when they're growing up in their formative years, right? And he's doing the hard thing and taking a step back and being like, I'm going to be with my kids, even if it's not beneficial to my career. I think one of the saving graces, too, was that he disabled comments on his YouTube channel. I think it could have been much worse for him. I'm glad him for stopping, to be honest. Yeah. And people are just, and it's, I don't know if it's like a new thing, because like people have always been miserable on the internet, but it feels like people have been more miserable on the internet. It feels like opening up any app, regardless of what it is, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, even Twitch to a certain extent, like it's just full of negativity, right? Even in like innocuous videos like this, not the quitting video, but like the Outdoor Boys' other videos. It just feels like people are, you know, it feels like people are like just toxic. Everywhere I go, I don't open up TikTok. I haven't opened up TikTok in freaking months. Outside of like, you know, streaming on it. I don't open up Instagram. Right? I don't even watch Twitch like that no more. Except for like a second monitor. It's just, I think I should have my primes up here now. It's not like enough though. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Chat, you know you can subscribe with Prime here completely for free. It's actually taking money out of Amazon's pocket. Yeah, I've been in that I make stuff like mods and things for games. When I stop them or do other stuff, I always a bunch of comments saying I'm obliged to keep working on them, working on it for them. Instagram keeps showing me crime videos in the UK. I don't even use Instagram. Honestly, that's pretty funny. Also, your name is Random Vector UK, so that's not necessarily surprising.
Content, like, I will kill myself if I can't watch your YouTube videos while I eat dinner alone.
Whoa, chill. Chill. Why is he calling me out like that? I need to have something
Hi Sean, hi chat.
on while I watch when I eat my food. Is that so wrong? Maybe we're devolving as a species. Chelsea, thank you for the 11-month resubscription. Much appreciated.
You know what I mean? It's just insane. Like the selfishness is insane. Let people live, man. It's so insane. And I see so many people justifying this kind of parasocial behavior too. With the fact that it's like, well, he made his money off of like developing a relationship with his fans. It's like, no, dude, you developed that relationship. And now he's saying he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to play a part of this. Crazy that Lou from the Outdoor Boys is leaving YouTube partially due to the focus on his family and their safety. And there's comments like this. He'll be back in a year, probably divorced. Typical boomer mentality right there. Classic female tactic to lower his status to her level. Women
the world and
suck Montana
because it takes effort to self-improve, maintain a healthy lifestyle.
Groiper. Women ruin everything. Some OnlyFans bunny tried to score him. Dude failed the test with flying colors. Bro doesn't flinch to wild wolves, but his wife folds like a house of cards. L. These people have so much disdain for women. It's insane. They think every problem, behind every major problem in their lives, even if the problem is not even a real...
yeah, have you considered that their mommy wouldn't let them eat chicken nuggets on Thursday? Because it's Chicken Nugget Tuesday and not Chicken Nugget Thursday. And they had to actually eat broccoli one time. And so women are the root of all their problems. So yes, of course they hate women. A woman told them they have to eat their broccoli.
Problem. They should just like...
You watched the Knicks game yesterday? No, I did not.
Find a different YouTuber to watch. Jesus.
You're laughing, baby didn't get their chicken nuggets and you're laughing? Yes.
Christ. Immediately they're like, oh, it must be a woman that's at fault here. How do you fix these people? They're such freaks. And the biggest freak ass part of this, the biggest freak part of this entire process is that they're not even ashamed of saying stuff like this.
And honestly, like even separate from all of this, like the incel part of this, I genuinely respect the fact that he realized that like, I'm good. And he took a step back and he left. Right? A lot of creators would just coast. Right? There was a little bit yesterday. A lot of creators would just coast. Not even like creating new content, not even like innovating new things. Just like, oh, I post my daily video, give me my millions of dollars. And the creators would be the entitled people alongside the viewers. And it'd be like, it's a two-way entitlement. That's what parasocial nature are, is a two-way street. Creators are entitled to the money and viewers are entitled to content. Right? And he's like, you know what? I made enough money. I'm good with this. Y'all have fun with all this YouTube stuff. I'm going to go be with my family. Right? And so what he did is so abnormal that people are going crazy. People are going crazy because you're like, whoa, we had a deal here. Right? I have a deal with all the creators that I watch. You give me content, I give you my eyeballs and you get money. You're breaking the deal instead of like the creators providing content out there and you deciding to watch it. And it's like you're not entitled to that viewership in the same way that creators are not entitled to the money that comes with being a YouTuber. He literally started posting videos less frequently because he wanted to spend more time with his family. Boo, family man, how dare you not give me my content?
Because there is no social mechanism that actually tells people to not do this. If there were third spaces, if there were more interpersonal communication, if there was more peer-to-peer communication in the real world, there would be at least some social pressure in the form of shame that would most likely cause people to be a little bit more normal. But the more time we spend online and the more things happen online that impact our lives in the real world, the worse people get. It's crazy. Freaks.
Some travel adventures, and even some extreme camping trips I've been planning for the last 6 months. But if I decide to finish those videos, or if I decide to film any other adventures after today, I'll post them at the end of the year, all in one big dump. But no matter what, this is going to be my last video for a while. Now I know there's some of you out there who've gotten more than just entertainment from my videos. If you feel my videos have helped you in some way, then go out and find someone you can help. I'll see you guys later.
No, I'd rather harass you actually. No, I'm a huge fan of you, but I'd rather harass you and your family for not giving me my content. No, I'd rather not do that. I'd rather not help people. I'd rather go harass people. Actually, thank you very much. That's how people are. People are literally like doing that. When it's so bad at this guy, I feel like I've watched a bunch of his videos on Carter and Wake's streams. Yeah, incels are mad. This is kind of old. This is like 4 days ago. But yeah, incels are mad that he's quitting, so they're harassing him and his wife.
That's it.
You were the sunrise, and I was the rain. A collision of souls. Now you're gone.
Anyway, I think the rage over this is so terrifying. We're truly entering a dark age of individualism. We need to have culture in America desperately. We cannot continue down this path. Yeah. He's just like a normal dude, man. He's just a dude who had a unique and particular interest in like being outdoors. That's it.
By the way, I knew it. Chat. I knew it. I told you. People were like, "Oh, Hasan didn't drop a video." And I said, "Yet." I told you. Literally today.
If you're watching,
Literally today. So predictable. So predictable. All right. Hasan unbanned new video. Just right, chat never listens. That's what I'm saying.
this, that means I just got banned. As in, I got a temporary 24-hour suspension. And we're back together on this deep, up-close, and personal YouTube video. Welcome back to the Hasanabi channel on YouTube. Now, some of you are probably wondering, considering that there's a lot of back and forth going on online about why I got banned once again. Well, you might have actually heard the truth. I got banned specifically because I covered the motives of the Israeli embassy.
Pause. Also, I want to point out, this is something I saw. Actually, I really posted a video or something on somewhere. But like, fine shit is the new thing that's being taken from AAVE. It's being stolen and commodified in real time. You might not have seen it yet, chat. It might not have hit your feed, but it's coming. It's coming. You're gonna start seeing what's that? You'll know. You'll see it in like 2-3 weeks. Once the starting starts saying it. It's been like 2 months on my TikTok. No, I'm old. Explain now. A new timeline has hit the news. A new timeline. I'm facilitating the cropping of fine shit. Stop. I haven't seen it for months. Don't explain. It's self-explanatory.
Staff shooter, which apparently, according to Twitch terms of service, banned specifically because I covered the motives of the Israeli embassy staff shooter, which apparently, according to Twitch terms of service, dictates a suspension, even if I critically examine the manifesto, which is precisely what I did. The reason why I read this is specifically so that you understand that, like, there is a shit ton of people that are like, no, this is the shooter's actions were directly about finding some Jewish victim to kill. Okay, it's deliberate. It's clear what his reasoning is. You don't have to agree with what he did, and I'm not urging you to. Okay, I'm not saying that at all, but it is deliberate. Ask yourself why the media is not saying that the shooter did this because they were distraught with the violence that they had seen unfolded in Gaza. And the reason why I had critically examined the manifesto of the Israeli embassy staff shooter was because there was a lot of misinformation taking place, as is the case usually online whenever there's a breaking news story. This is what I do. A big part of what I do is holding people's hands through the news media process by allowing them to think critically and helping them understand media literacy. This is precisely why I was covering the manifesto that my friend Ken Klippenstein was able to find and release. Another friend of mine, Eric Toller of the New York Times Visual Investigation Unit, had also uncovered the manifesto of the shooter around the same exact time, and he had also released it on his Twitter page. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because oftentimes when instances like this happens, the media will take bits and pieces of a manifesto to create a framework around the motive. But in this circumstance, the media actually was quite quiet about the manifesto in and of itself. And I think that's newsworthy, but that's not the story here. The story is that I got banned for it. I got temporarily suspended because this is a part of the Twitch terms of service. You are not allowed, as it dictates right here in front of me, to even show a violent extremist manifesto on stream while denouncing it. This, I think, is not good for news and press freedom. And I said on Twitter, I'll take the suspension, but I hope Twitch changes its policy in the future. And I do believe they might. Having said that, how do we get here? Especially considering that I had covered manifestos of the Cybertruck explosion. First off, I am not under duress or hostile influence or control. My first car was a 2008 Black Mustang V6 for verification. The Luigi Mangione manifesto. I do apologize for any strife or traumas, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. The Wisconsin school shooter manifesto. Some people think it's pure nothing, but because the hate they make, it ends up killing them without knowing it, which go right ahead. I don't mind, but kind of do at the same time. The literacy rates are abysmal.
Which actually, you know what? I am curious. I meant to check this before, but I'm gonna check it right now. We're gonna look at the Twitch community guidelines and make sure that is manifesto not in the community guidelines? Display or link terrorist or extremist propaganda, including graphic pictures or footage of terrorist extremist violence, even for the extent of denouncing such content. Okay, so it is here. The question I have is, going back to the archive or the web archive. I want to go back to October 8th, 2024. I want to see when it's when this was added. It didn't say manifesto though. It said you can't show the attack. It said display or link terrorist or extremist propaganda. So I guess they're describing that as like describing that as propaganda. It doesn't say manifesto. So it is vague enough that so that they can apply it to that. My question is like when, like with this, what? I just want to see how, like, at what point was this changed? Why is this so slow? But in the email, they're citing a rule that says manifesto. Yes. If it's not in the guidelines, did someone get butthurt about it and suspend him? No. It's just more likely that they're using that as pretense to suspend him for a different reason. Bro, I can't even see the. Okay, I guess we'll never know what the historical community guidelines said. Is Ben able to make a video of someone reading the manifesto or showing it? it depends. It's how Twitch interprets the rules. Anyway, let's continue with this anyway.
Country. The manifesto of Ryan Ruth. Dear world, this was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I'm so sorry I failed you. Wait, how did he know? And also the Israeli diplomat shooters manifesto. The atrocities committed by Israelis against Palestine defy description and defy quantification. Why was this different? Why was this a big deal? I'm covering all of these different manifestos on stream, and I've never been banned for it. Well, I believe the reason why this was actually a little bit different is because there was a lot of outside pressure in the immediate aftermath of this shooting. The ADL, Apartheid Defamation League's very own Jonathan Greenblatt, went on CNN only hours after the shooting had taken place to make incredibly slanderous statements about me, stating that I was responsible for this. My rhetoric was...
He was in here? Wait, son, he watched you and stole your points? It is quite literally exactly what I said.
responsible for this. Let's take a look.
All of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hasan Banned, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state.
This is slander through and through. I do not apply awful genocidal language towards Jewish people. I don't believe that even a genocide that the Israeli government is doing justifies a genocide to the Israeli government or the Israeli people. I am not the one who is defending a genocidal state here. Jonathan Greenblatt is. Having said that, this slander continued with no pushback from the CNN anchor, which I think is rather strange.
Extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not be platformed. This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly.
Here, Jonathan Greenblatt was making an implication that my rhetoric was responsible for this Israeli embassy staffer shooter.
Okay, I found it. Twitch updated its community guidelines October 5th, 2020. Wait, that's what, sorry. This is not October 5th, 2020. I can't read. What is it, October 5th, 2020? Hold on. Yeah, no, October 5th, 2020. This was 4 years, it was 4 years ago. Twitch does not allow content that depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violent extremist actors or acts. This includes threatening to or encouraging others to commit acts that would result in serious physical harm to groups of people or significant property destruction. You may not display or link terrorist or extremist propaganda, including graphic images or footage of terrorists or extreme violence, even for the purpose of denouncing such content. This has been in the community guidelines for 4 years. 4 years. Sorry, 5 years. Excuse me. 4.5 years. So for everybody who's wondering, I couldn't find the way back link, but there are articles written dating back to 2020, October 5th, 2020, showing this community guidelines change from Twitch.
Going out and finding Israeli embassy staffers
American German footage of the bombing just came out
and shooting them. This is ridiculous. There is no connection between me and the shooter. The shooter actually followed a bunch of people. I was not one of them on Twitter. He was not following me. What the do you mean? He was, however, following a bunch of, he was following Joe Weisenthal, you know what I mean? To Jonathan Greenblatt's statement, I replied with, Israel is an apartheid state doing a live stream genocide.
The guidelines back then. What's wrong with the web archive? Is it just broken?
I think it's wrong and dangerous to conflate these heinous actions with Jews and Judaism. The Apartheid Defense League doesn't because they think they can improve Israel's standing by silencing its critics. It, however, will not change the truth. And this is important to note because that's not where the story ends. During my coverage, there were a lot of people that stated that perhaps the embassy shooter was maybe a false flag operation. I do not believe that. Part of the reason why I covered the manifesto was precisely for this reason, to make sure that we understood the motives and we understood exactly what this shooter was intending to do. But that wasn't enough. There were the likes of E.L. Jacoby, a Hosborough guy on Twitter, who lies at the behest of the state of Israel quite frequently, saying, breaking, Hasan Piker, hailed by the New York Times as the future of progressivism, tells his audience that the DC attack might have been a false flag, then immediately says the guy was genuine with his actions. This is glorification of terrorism. Now, these two things, these two statements here are at odds with one another. But what's actually even crazier is that this is
like those are contradictory statements.
a 37-second video that is attached to this statement. Let's take a look at that 37-second video. But like I'm not Mr. False Flag at all, but like every single thing that he did in the aftermath of the shooting is so fucking crazy that it's like you could not have fucking designed a incident like this. You could not have designed a better false flag incident like this. I'm not saying it is a false flag incident at all. I'm not saying that. I think this is just a one dude who is genuine in his actions and maybe, you know, a little bit brain broken. Okay. Most people that retweeted this didn't even actually watch the video to see whether or not it actually matched up with what this person was saying. Now, why am I talking about this random account? It only got 6,000 likes. I retweeted. I said a fascinating phenomenon nowadays is watching people clip things in context that I'm saying and then turn around and simply claim that I'm saying the opposite of what I'm saying in the clip. This is a 37 seconds long video and this dumbass lied about everything. Why am I bringing this up? Great question. It's because the clip formulated by this account, which stated, Hasan Piker, star of Amazon's Twitch, says the attack sure looks like a perfect false flag. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. The guy was genuine with his actions. How fucking absolutely gross is it that this is currently being streamed right now to 40,000 people? Then it turned into this. Hasan Piker, hailed by the New York Times, the future of progressivism, tells his audience that the DC attack might have been a false flag. And yet, here is Jake Tapper retweeting this. So I guess Jake Tapper, one of the most important members of the media, who just came out with a book talking about how the media narratives did not match up with what the people were seeing in terms of Joe Biden's senility, is still doing ridiculous things like this. It doesn't make any sense. But of course, all of that pressure inevitably led to Twitch taking this action. I had covered manifestos in the past on my broadcast. None of those manifestos actually met the same level of scrutiny. This one did. And I don't believe this one did exclusively because it was about Israel. I think this manifesto was simply used as an opportunity to try to get me banned by gaming the terms of service. I did not think I was going to get.
I feel like this is just my take. I feel like I said this yesterday. You still are talking for an hour. My talking point.
Get suspended, but I'll take it. The real reason the ADL and numerous other organizations are actively trying to come after me, however, is because Israel is falling out of favor. Because many Americans and many people in the Western world are now finally seeing the truth that Israel is an apartheid state that is built around an ethno-supremacist ideology and that Israel is doing a live-streamed genocide. Yesterday, they killed a doctor's family.
Instead of Ludwig. It is also insane that like everybody steals my takes. This is true. But like, yeah, let's get back to important news.
Yesterday, they killed a doctor's family. 9 of this doctor's children burned, charred. Images such as this can be seen all over people's timelines and all over social media because now people have unprecedented access to the victims of a genocide, unlike ever before. This is the reason why Israel has fallen out of favor and has become a pariah state on the global stage. This is the reason why now Western leadership, who have supplied Israel with arms in order to engage in such violent acts for the past 19 months, are finally turning around and stating that perhaps Israel should allow aid in, that perhaps Israel should stop doing war crimes. A former Likud, far-right Israeli prime minister recently came out and said enough is enough. Israel is doing war crimes. Israel has fallen so out of favor that The Atlantic, that a year ago wrote to rebut Hamas's allegations by letting journalists see the war up close would be a calculated risk. Even when conducted legally, war is ugly. It is possible to kill children legally if, for example, one is being attacked by an enemy who hides behind them. This was written on The Atlantic only a year ago. And now that very same Atlantic magazine is writing articles such as this one. It should not be controversial to plead for Gaza's children. Israel's limits on aid have put the region at critical risk of famine. Help is within reach, but it's not enough and it's arriving too slowly. The reason why the tide is shifting is because the pressure valve is insurmountable. Too many people know exactly what's going on. And as fascist ideology is a suicide cult, it seems like Israel is bringing the rest of the Western leadership down with it. Israel is no longer a democracy. You cannot be a democracy while you want to maintain an ethno-supremacist state that is an apartheid state, and you certainly can't be a democracy while doing a genocide. But the Western world that seemingly was able to abide by and hope that the pressure goes away from the broader public are now being forced to listen to the demands being made by the public. So there is a interesting bargain here ahead of us. Will our politicians listen to our voices and try to maintain the presence of a democratic process, or will they go down with Israel? As I say here, every day that goes by, more and more people realize the truth. The very same institutions that spent countless hours defending and contextualizing Israel's genocide will now change their tune. Try and deplatform me all you like, but you can't change what people have seen. One day, everyone will behave as though they were always against this. I'm Hasan Piker. I hope you can keep supporting me and watching me on YouTube, because even if I get deplatformed from Twitch completely, I will still find a way. And even if I am deplatformed entirely from every single website, the truth will still come out. On that note, see you on Monday. Bye.
Today Monday? Today is Monday. Yeah, that's I got suspended again from Hasan. You didn't see. Why are there so many Coincidental Streamer University to scam videos? Is it like what, 1 day or a 2 day ban? No, he got a 24-hour ban. He got a 24-hour ban. 12-hour according to Ethan. Ethan can't count. We know this. Beautiful YouTube thumbnail, by the way. Thank you. But yeah, he's basically Hasan. Oh wait, okay. I want to see Tectone cope a little bit. All right, indulge me. Trigger warning for Tectone. I want to see Tectone cope a little bit. But I'll say Hasan didn't say anything that I haven't talked about here. He basically said what I said. And that is Twitch is using this the manifesto as pretense to ban Hasan because of outside pressure by the ADL. This is what I said literally yesterday in the morning when I first went live, and I said it consistently throughout the day. Right? It wasn't because of the manifesto. But let's see Tecton Cope. Thought Ludwig said it first. Mod ban that guy.
Twitch just really is a joke, isn't it? And in big 2025, my ass got banned for 2 weeks.
Denims also said it.
I lost all ad revenue.
Watching? I was live before Denims, so keep that in mind. Me.
For 3 weeks over calling a woman who is 150 pounds over the obesity mark, a morbidly obese woman. I called a fat woman fat in 2025 after this woman has repeatedly come after me, my family, my friends, as well as the soldiers, and made multiple 9/11 jokes without ever getting banned. I get banned for calling her fat, and Twitch DMs me and says to leave her alone if I don't want further issues.
Honestly, W Twitch. W Twitch. There's a reason why he's saying this on YouTube right now. Come on, Tech, don't push your luck. Have some conviction. Have some conviction. Say it on your Twitch. Say it on your Twitch. He just exudes gross. I mean, he's bald.
Hasan gets banned for 24 hours. Hi, guys. Twitch.tv/Tectone, YouTube.com/Tectone here. We got over 5,000 subscribers since yesterday for the support of my recent videos, and I greatly appreciate that. So whether you're new here, whether you're old here, just know that I greatly appreciate you guys. This is another breaking news video that I got out of my very comfortable $6,000 bed to be here after having a long day, 13,000 steps playing Pokemon Go, getting the Machamp, Gigantamax. It was a great fucking time. I got out of my beautiful bed, my comfortable bed after my nightly bubble bath to tell you Hasan, unironically, got banned for 24 hours after everything. I'm going to
I have to know. I have to know. They didn't make a video about Hasan getting banned. He did. Okay. I have to see.
What is that?
I have to see. Okay, chat. Hear me out. I have to see the highs of the highs and then the lows of the lows. I need to see how. Look at him. Look at how happy he is. Look at his smiling face. Look at how excited he is. I need to see how. Just look at it. Just look at how happy he is versus like. Be with Hasan gets banned. Be with Hasan gets unbanned. It's so perfect. It's so perfect. Okay. You should have known it wasn't gonna last. Yeah, because he's stupid.
What's up, guys? Something absolutely hilarious just happened. I legit got off my couch after I've done 15,000 steps today. I was exhausted. I just finished my bowl of macaroni and hot dogs, and I got off my ass, my very comfortable couch, after watching main event WWE. God damn, what a great show, and great news just happened. Holy
stream. How's it messed up? There, we can see. Let us see. No, it sounds fine to me. Let us see. No, it sounds fine to me. So wait, let's go back and see when a video plays.
woman. I called a fat woman fat.
No, it sounds fine to me.
Holy shit, Hasan finally got fucking banned. I saw
Bro,
that.
just look, this is why, chat. This is why I told you never to concern yourself about the opinion of slop tubers. I told y'all yesterday, you're like, oh, what makes me the maddest is that all these slop tubers are going to be celebrating it. I said, never concern yourself, chat. Steady your hand. Never concern yourself. Because then you have this.
Tell you what this means for now. I'm going to tell you what this means for the future.
Like, you see, like, where's all the excitement at, Tectone? You were laughing. Ha 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 ha. Where did it go? Where did it go? Oh, now he's Mr. Serious Tectone. I'm Tectone. My dad's a rapist. Like that. What happened to it? What happened? What happened? I told y'all, never concern yourself with the opinions of slop tubers. Because they'll be celebrating dancing in the street, and obviously Hasan's not going to be banned forever. And now they're like, Twitch is so compromised. Twitch is so compromised. Hasan was only banned for a day. Oh, it's so funny. Okay, we're going to go back to this one.
Shit, and I was like, man, oh man, to celebrate, why don't we go ahead and like, comment, and subscribe to the channel? Because this is not where it ends. Oh no, this is where it begins. Because now we get to see. How long is he getting banned for, Twitch? How long? How long? How long is enough? If this is a 24-hour ban, this isn't a punishment. This is a joke. This is a reward. You're giving him a spank on the ass and saying, hey, get back out there, sport. Enjoy. Hope you enjoyed your day off. What an absolute fucking joke this potentially could be. However, how long? And Twitch, I want to remind you, you all attempted to ban me for 2 weeks over calling Frogan fat, which to me, I think radicalizing viewers, calling for the death of human beings, calling for the death of a group on stream.
Well, he didn't even, that's not what he got banned for though. So like, even if Tectone was correct and like that's worse than like, you know, calling Frogan fat, still not what he got banned for. If he got banned for that, then you know, maybe it would be a different conversation. Remind him, Tectone, remind him of your father. That's true.
Putting out insanely harmful content, calling people rapist, pedophile.
Hey, I don't know what to tell you, Tectone. I don't know what to tell you, but if the shoe fits, you gotta wear it. If the shoe fits, you gotta wear it. Walk like a rapist, talk like a rapist. You might be Tectone's father. And that's not me saying that. I'm just quoting what the military said about him. I'm just quoting what was said in a congressional hearing about him. He was the poster child for sexual assault in the military. He was used as the example. Like quite literally, if you pick up the dictionary and you go to rapist, your father is there. Congressionally. It shows his picture. He's on camera being talked about. He was convicted of it. And nobody would have known if Tectone had kept his mouth shut, and now he wants to complain. And now he wants to complain about people knowing that his father is a sexual assault rapist. Maybe you should have kept your mouth shut.
Murderers of their own mother, just to name a few. So how long is it, Twitch? How long? Because I'll be real. 24 hours ain't enough. 2 weeks ain't enough. This better be a month minimum. A month minimum with ads turned off minimum for 3 months. You all banned me for
like,
2 weeks.
Who does this person think he is? I'm being genuine. Like who? If this was Asmongold, it'd be a different state. Tectone doesn't have enough viewers to tell Twitch what to do. He just doesn't. He doesn't pull enough numbers to have to sort of pull at Twitch. Right? Kai, Asmon, XQC, Hasan, like even Ludwig, like maybe. But like Tectone ain't pulling the numbers to make these calls. Does XQC still get those numbers? Yeah, I'd say so. And she's got 25K.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise again today to draw attention to the epidemic in our military of rape and sexual assault. 19,000 women and men each year are raped or sexually assaulted in the military. Shockingly, almost 1/3 of female veterans of all generations say they have been sexually assaulted or raped while in the military. And more than 70% say they experience sexual harassment while serving. In 2008, the Department of Veterans Affairs reported a total of 48,106 female veterans and 43,693 male veterans screened positively for military sexual trauma. The prosecution rate of sexual assault is alarmingly low. Only 8% of sexual assailants were referred to courts-martials or military court, compared with 40% of similar offenders in the civilian system. This travesty is not being addressed, and I will continue to speak out on this floor until it does. Survivors can email me at stopmilitaryrape@mail.house.gov if they would like to speak out. Today, I would like to tell the story of one of the 8% that were prosecuted, the story of Colonel Michael Robertson, who commanded Fort Bliss's 31st Combat Support Hospital.
That's your father, Tectone. That's Daddy. The first name she brought up. Literally the poster child. Literally the poster child. For raping the military. So
at Camp Dwyer, a military base and airfield in the Helmand River Valley in Afghanistan. Last week, Colonel Robertson was convicted by a military judge of 14 charges, including having pornography on his government computer, sexually harassing 3 women, and assaulting 5 women. 8 women that served under his command testified at great cost to their careers and their privacy. Colonel Robertson routinely touched them without permission on their breasts, thighs, and buttocks, and encouraged them to look at pornography computer. Some testified the harassment occurred daily. Sadly, the military careers of these 8 women who bravely did the right thing are almost assuredly destroyed. A major who filed a claim against Robertson said, quote, "I don't know if my career was in jeopardy for doing the right thing. Who in the Corps who supported you is going to trust you in the future," unquote. Despite repeated warnings, Colonel Robertson also emailed pornography to friends and female subordinates. A lieutenant colonel who was the chief nurse under Robertson's command said his command style split the staff and created a toxic environment. What makes the defense's answer to all these actions? That all of these jokes and the touching were attempts to boost morale. How much more outrageous must the excuse become before we do something about it? So what is the punishment for someone in the military convicted of 14 counts of assaulting and harassing his subordinates who was assigned to protect? Is he sent to prison for being a predator? Is he stripped of his standing in the military? Oh, no. Colonel Robertson was ordered to pay a $30,000 fine over 3 months and spent 3 months in prison. Colonel Robertson will retire from the Army when he finishes his sentence. His conviction won't affect his Army retirement or his federal health insurance, and he will not be required to register as a sex offender. It doesn't take a military expert or a psychologist to figure out that sexual assault and harassment hurts not only the individual victim, but undermines unit cohesion, morale, and overall effectiveness. The absolute failure to address this behavior is hurting our military. Colonel Robertson, the majority of assailants are older and of higher rank than their victims. They abuse...
Just so you remember, chat, whenever she says Colonel Robertson, she's talking about Tectone's father. Daddy Tectone. That's what she, just so you remember.
Not only their authority, but also the trust of those they are responsible for protecting. The current military structure serves as a safe haven for sexual predators. They either are never brought to justice at all, or they receive a sentence like Colonel Robertson that doesn't come close to match their crime. That's why this week I'll be introducing a bill that would fundamentally...
Just to remind you, right? They have a rate of being brought to justice in the military of 8%, right? Compared to 40% in the civilian sector. Tectone's father is a part of that 8%. What year is this? 2008.
change how sexual assaults are handled in the military. My bill will take the prosecution, the reporting, the oversight.
Or 2014? 2011. Jeez Louise, I could have just checked.
The investigation
What's the difference?
and the victim care of sexual assaults out of the hands of the normal chain of command and place the jurisdiction in the hands of an impartial office staffed by experts.
Your father is literally used as the justification for legislation. Like, wait, what are we talking about? What are we talking about?
Weeks, and you turned my ads off for 3 fucking weeks. I lost $12,000 for calling a fat bitch fat. So this shit better be long as shit. Now, I will admit, I saw this. I was pinged by one of my mods, and I saw this, and Twitch partner Hasan Banned has been banned. Let's go over a couple of comments. Hope we will find some good ones here. Obviously, me with the top voted response. It feels good. Not once. I had to do it twice. I got to show y'all both of these. Shout out to my boy Drew McIntyre. I prayed for this, and it happened. Feels very good. Once again, me doubling down on if Hasan is only banned for 24 hours. Twitch is a fucking joke, which I'm sure a bunch of very happy... Oh, you know what? Actually, great. Yeah, some very angry people are in the comments right now. A bunch of radicalized terrorists are currently in the comments right now, losing their fucking mind. You have some people who don't care, like...
I'd rather have radicalized terrorists than rapists. Hey, isn't that right, Tectone's father?
Malcolm Flex saying, what's everyone doing tonight? Raw alerts, pinging Nicholas Diorio. You have the parody account of Ethan Klein, host of the H3H3 podcast, which just looks about fucking hilarious. Dang, 6 bans. Didn't they used to perma you at 5 or 6? Interesting. I did not know he got banned that long, and perhaps that was a rule. And if it was, you have to understand that that operates within the confines of people who aren't, and I quote, a direct, truthful statement. And Dan Clancy has gone on record saying that Hasan is his favorite streamer, right up there with Extra Emily. So yeah, there are some streamers who get a massive amount of special treatment, and obviously Hasan, their golden boy, their great boy, is obviously pushing out content that everybody loves to have on Twitch. Everybody loves having that shit on Twitch, isn't it? Just great. But yeah,
jealous.
People are laughing. People are crying, and let's see how long. Absolutely. Huge W, massive W. Hell yeah, that's so it's permanent. It definitely won't be, but
I just want you to absorb this, right? Take it, chat. Take it in. He's really dunking on us. He's owning the lefties for sure. Man, he's taking his victory lap.
Maybe it is. It's very interesting because now we get to see how long is enough. And this is why I got banned. This is why other streamers should be great that I was essentially the purity test for Twitch. They were...
Does Tectone think people think about him like this? Also, he does have 8 different bottles on his desk for some reason.
Were attempting to ban me for 2 weeks for calling someone fat. So Twitch, how serious is it? Because you need to realize if he's banned for just 2 weeks, that means terrorist propaganda that was covered on the national news is apparently just as bad as calling someone fat. 24 hours, 72 hours, 2 weeks, 1 month, indefinite are the usual sentences. I'm going to keep this video very short. like, comment, and subscribe to this if you enjoyed the video and if you want to be there for the updates. And here's the other question. If Hasan got banned for this, Denims, Frogan, and the rest of them, to be honest, they're not really that important to me for me to actually remember their names. The rest of them sure as fuck better get banned too, because all of them were doing that shit. Now we know it's been acknowledged. We get to see the severity. We get to see the severity, and we get to see the length and who else will be banned for this. And also, what was the straw that broke the camel's back? This video was probably completely unedited. This was a one take. I appreciate my chat just being weird right here. And yeah, like, comment, subscribe, and hit the bell for all notifications. We are going to see how truly fucked is Hasan Piker.
Well, let's take a little bit of look at this was Tectone yesterday, 1 day ago. Let's see what he's saying today.
Streamers' reactions, more about my reactions, Asmongold, this, that, and the other. But what this means is that Twitch has their eyes on what Hasan's doing. This means that Twitch is well aware of everything it is that he has done, everything it is that he said, the negative effect it's had on this platform, as well as the negative effect it's had on the community, as well as the creators. They are fully in understanding of all the damage that he has done, the radicalization of the viewers, as well as the harm, the slanderous comments he's made towards Asmongold, calling Asmongold a murderer, a pedophile, calling me a rapist, an abuser, a pedophile.
Hey, okay. To be fair, I don't think he called Asmongold a pedophile. I haven't seen that one. But like, hey, again, you got allegations, Twin. Twin, you got allegations. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I don't know what you want me to tell you. You got allegations. You can't be mad when people talk about the allegations that you have. You got allegations.
Calling Nux a pedophile, calling Mudahar.
But okay, Nux is a pedophile. Let's be real though. Like, dog goes around his daily life showing people like lolly. Like, dog's a pedophile. That's not a question. Come on.
A pedophile, calling anybody he disagrees with a crime and attempting to ruin their lives. And people like us are going to have.
Well, I mean, you call Hasan a terrorist. Is that not the same thing?
Have to deal with this criminal shit forever due to the way that he
maybe you don't have
himself.
Allegations. Sorry, Twin.
Due to the way that he carries himself and due to the way that he carries out a stream. Hasan, the guy who called the police on his ex-girlfriend. Hasan, the guy who is
Twin. Come here. You have allegations. Does he not know he has allegations? Like, credible allegations.
Self-admittedly gone to a Diddy party asking for P. Diddy, a known sex offender, a known pedophile's sloppy seconds. Hasan.
That one doesn't feel correct to me. That feels not true.
I live like
That's
a
a strange
capitalist
one.
every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live when I believe.
You're gonna mention the brothel
Now,
next?
Dikey, just
Of the
subscribe.
Diddy stuff, just
That
reaching
is a
for
strange
straws.
one.
He's making up his own stuff now. True. That's completely wrong. He talked about it multiple times. I've just never heard of that one. That's a new one.
The guy who has said, old enough to count, old enough to mount. Hasan, the guy who has gone to a brothel with sex workers that were sex trafficked, including children. This guy, the guy who goes live and calls people criminals, tries to get them blacklisted from every...
Okay. Wait, I was mentioning the brothel. I mean, obviously. I will say that a few of these things are just not like the others. get so much smoke for Hasan until Hasan is right in front of him. Another false accusation that was proven incorrect in the court of law. This guy trying to see if Hasan will sue someone for defamation. Honestly, he's just throwing everything out, see what sticks.
Type of social situation they could ever be a part of. The guy who has attempted to ruin lives, not with facts, but the truth, not merely reporting on what.
I did not, but honestly, without seeing anything, I'm on Banned side. Just I've not even seen anything, but like I've been anti both sides Tyler's for a while. I've called out both side Tyler months ago. I've called out both sides Tyler months ago. I've had like disagreements with Banned on a few different things, but like yeah, almost a year ago at this point. We never heard of this guy until like last week. I kept seeing his clips on like Leftovers H3, and I was just like, ugh. Right? Because I feel like this is a big problem that I think the snark communities have, is that they're just like, oh, somebody who's anti-Ethan, yeah, I'm throwing my support 100% behind them. Right? And usually, like, they're not incorrect to do so. Like, there are great creators and things of that nature. But, like, some of these people suck. You don't have to support people just because they're anti-Ethan. That's also what Banned said about both sides Tyler. Exactly! His apologies are incoherent, but his roasts are awesome. Nobody really knew about him. And that's the problem. Y'all see somebody who's anti-Ethan, he's like, yeah, you get him. You get him. I love your roast. Like, no, these people suck. He sucks. He's bad politics. You should not support somebody because their roasts are good. You should support somebody because they have good, coherent politics. Like, I can have disagreements with Banned, but he has good, coherent politics. He has coherent politics, right, that lands him on the correct side of issues 9 times out of 10. Right? Both sides Tyler is a drama slop tuber who realized that he can make some money off of being anti-Ethan. Like, I just don't. Banned on. He ready to debate you in 10 minutes. That's fine. I'm not debating Banned. I don't care enough to litigate minor disagreements. And also, y'all gotta stop doing shit like that too. Right? Y'all are so quick to like, you know, throw leftists in like in a box and be like, fight it out, you know, duke it out on like minute, you know, rhetorical disagreements as opposed to like the overarching issues. Like it's my disagreements with Banned are not relevant. If they were relevant, I would have brought them out. I would have talked about them, which I don't. I was like, bro, I ain't close with Banned like that. I'm not coming after you specifically, chatter, but this is what chatters do all the time. Critical support doesn't mean constant nitpicking. Yeah. Debate isn't constructive ever. Totally pointless brain rot. It's like people who thought Banned and Hasan would engage in a bloody debate, but instead it was a polite convo. Yeah, like it's just not. I think there's usefulness in like litigating disagreements, but like I feel like oftentimes this is what it always devolves down into, right? Like pretty much every time where I acknowledge Banned as like, you know, a good like attack dog or whatever, but I say I have minor disagreements with it. People always focus on that one line of like I have minor disagreements, being like, litigate your disagreements right now. Tell me why you hate Banned. Instead of being like, okay, you understand and acknowledge Banned a role in this space. We may not agree with everything he does. That's fine. Right? And this happens every time. And we always go down to that same conversation about like, what do you think Banned does wrong? Tell me right now. Tell me why you hate him. It's just not worth to litigate that. But again, I haven't seen the both sides Tyler video, but I can surmise that Banned is going to be correct on him. Right? I can surmise that Banned is going to be correct on both sides Tyler. which we'll get to in a.
So
in a
I don't
second.
think
what is happening, but creating a false sense of reality for everybody to fall in line with. And if you don't, he will ruin you. This guy, Twitch and Twitch staff, Twitch CEO, the same people who have wished him happy birthday. Dan Clancy has gone on record
twin.
saying that
You didn't even wish me happy birthday. Okay, you can't be mad that other people are wishing other people happy birthdays. I told you it was my birthday. You didn't even say happy birthday to me. Twin. Do I gotta leak the messages? I told Tectone it was my birthday. He didn't even say happy birthday to me. Leak him? I'll leak him. I'll leak the DMs. I was like, sorry, twin, it's my birthday. I'm sorry I didn't get back to you. He just left me on red. He didn't respond. Messages. I said, hey, twin, I'm so sorry for leaving you on red. It was actually my birthday. Don't worry about forgetting me because I forgive you. Thank you for the stream shout out, by the way. I would love to collab with you next time I'm in Texas. Here, this is what the You actually called him twin? Yes. He said, you tracking that the image you linked was from a game made by Dan Salmon I was linked that I have no affiliation to, or are you just farming up dudes blatantly on Twitter with misinfo? Just wondering. I said, he cold DM'd me, by the way. I had to accept the request. I said, I never claimed you made it, but you entertaining a game called Twitter Terrorist that compares Hasan to Osama on the homepage is why people thought you were calling Hasan a literal terrorist was genuine. Me clicking the link to showcase that I thought it would be easy to differentiate. Your mindset is made in bad faith. The reason people think I said Hasan is a literal terrorist is due to being clipped out of context and posted in hostile territory and more creators feeding into the fire just for fun. Come on, man. And I said, this was November 17th. And I said, hey, twin, I'm so sorry for leaving you on red. It was actually my birthday. Don't worry about forgetting because I forgive you. Thank you for the stream shout out, by the way. Would love to collab with you next time I'm in Texas. And he didn't reply. He didn't respond. He didn't say anything else after that. So he can't be mad that people wish Hasan happy birthday. When I told him it was my birthday, he didn't say happy birthday. Just disrespectful. Mad disrespectful. Mad disrespectful.
Hasan is his favorite streamer, is once again getting preferential treatment. The past 24
Honestly,
hours
worse
have
than
been an
anything
absolute
else
joke.
he's done? Yeah. True. Honestly, worse than anything else he's done. Shout out to my fellow Scorpion King. True.
Have heard that he was only going to get banned or unbanned after 24 hours. I legitimately thought it was facetious. I thought it was a meme. I was like, oh, no way, he's gone. He's gone for at least a month. How am I supposed to feel that I got banned for 2 weeks if I didn't appeal?
Bro,
that
he's
shit?
always like, me. What about me? How am I supposed to feel? Me. How does this affect my legacy? Like, nobody cares about your legacy, Tectone. You don't pull enough numbers in for Twitch to care about you. I'm sorry. If somebody has to be the person to tell you this, all right? You don't pull enough numbers for Twitch to care about you. Hasan does. Asmon does. You need to pull bigger numbers. I'm being serious. I'm being genuine. If Tectone pulled Asmon numbers, he wouldn't have gotten banned for 3 weeks or whatever. He just doesn't pull. He doesn't pull high enough numbers.
Thankfully, it got approved. Other people like Asmon getting banned for 2 weeks.
For what?
Other VTubers.
For what? For what? I think there is a difference in, like, you know, even like showing like the Houthi music video or whatever and saying that, like, yeah, I don't care if Palestinians get genocided because they have an inferior culture.
YouTubers getting banned for months for showing too much hip. This guy who has done all of that 24 hours. Imagine that. The internet exploded. 4.9 million views, 26,000 likes, 135,000 views, 8.5 thousand likes on me. Just simply giving a thumbs up because I thought, okay, Twitch, you finally got your fucking act together. Well, lo and behold, no, you fucking didn't. Fast forward 24 hours and 6 minutes later, yes, that is the score that we're going with. He was banned for 1 day.
LOL.
Many streamers have weighed in on this. I myself have weighed in on this, but here's what I will say before getting into the reactions from other streamers. I am no longer going to hold my tongue about anything. I am going to say what I will say. Every time that I get banned from Twitch will be a constant reminder of the sheer hypocrisy of this platform.
Oh, yes. Oh, you just own Twitch. Please, Tectone, own Twitch by getting banned. Oh, please do. Oh, please do. Please do. Yo, you own all of us. The lefties would be so mad. Oh, the lefties would be so mad if you own Twitch by getting yourself banned off the platform. I personally would feel so owned. I'm sure Denims and Frogan would also feel owned. Hasan would be super owned. He would feel super owned if you got yourself banned off the platform. Please. I'm sure Twitch would feel owned too. They'd be like, oh no, Tectone, we really need you on the platform. We're gonna miss you so much. Please don't get banned. Please don't, please do it. Please do it. Please do it. Please do it. I'm begging you. I am begging you. Please do it. I'm on your side. I'm right there with you. You know, stick it to Twitch. Show them. Get banned off the platform.
The pathetic nature. And you know what's really awful? As much as I want to be angry at Hasan here for being unbanned, it's not even his fault. It's actually not. This is more so on Twitch.
Clip of why Tectone got banned last night? Wait, Tectone got banned last night? What does that even mean? He's not banned, is he? No, he's here. No, his last ban? Oh, Tectone got banned last. I added the night part. It was I have not seen it. It was about Frogan though, right?
Being so fucking stupid for obviously having such an agenda, whether that's the CEO, whether that's the moderation team. Congratulations, Twitch. You have played yourself. Nobody, and I mean nobody, is going to trust a single fucking thing you say or do. You have put bad faith in me.
This is so funny that like this same argument is litigated every time anybody's banned, actually, not even just Hasan. This is just the most, like, he's acting like he's saying something new. Like this people always say this. This is not new.
And every other creator on your platform, and you are already a sinking ship. You get less people watching your streams than YouTube or TikTok or Instagram and even fucking Twitter. You have less people watching your streams. And once again, you have the opportunity to do what's right for your platform.
When did he last stream on Twitch? Oh, he streamed yesterday. So what are we talking about? Stop streaming then. Go on strike. Go on strike. Oh, please, you would own Twitch so hard if you go on strike. Please. 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 You would own Twitch so hard.
For the creators, but the only thing that you do is what's right for your agenda.
I have too many tabs open. Should keep this one open. Hey, it's me. Creators didn't do a Twitch strike for better splits. Why does he think they will do one about Hasan of all people?
Agenda. And it's pathetic. It's embarrassing. And now getting banned based on doing what's right, a normal action, will always serve as a reminder to all of you who see this shit happening every day.
Bro thinks he's MLK. Bro thinks he's MLK. He's like, I will not hold my tongue. I will not censor myself. I will speak out and say what needs to be said so that Twitch will ban me, because it will be a reminder to all of us. To all of us that Twitch is biased and they only do things to serve their agenda. I will be the martyr. I will martyr myself to show all of you. All of you. Does he have podium and mic reverb? Wait, actually, I do have mic reverb. To show all of you that Twitch is biased. I have a stream. I have a stream that one day all the little Twitch boys and Twitch girls will hold hands with all the little gamer boys and gamer girls and stand against propaganda on the platform. I have a stream that one day Twitch will stop being biased with their bans, not ban VTubers for their hips. I have a stream. I have a stream.
Hey, and saying, wow, this guy.
Socialism or barbers, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I have a stream. I will take a stand. I will take a stand.
Guy's getting banned for this when that guy who did that got banned for a day. Insane. Hasan, in case you don't know, didn't get banned for calling Asmongold a murderer, for calling Nuxtaku a pedophile, for going live.
Did Hasan call Asmongold a murderer? He might have called Nux a pedophile, which would be true. Allegedly true. But, you know. I have a dream.
And trying to run every streamer's name to the mud, potentially radicalizing his viewers to cause violence in the streets, for promoting and actively bringing on terrorists on his stream. That is not what he got banned for. He got banned for merely talking about a terrorist document. Just talking about it. That is it. Which means merely talking.
Terrorist document is kind of funny. This document is pretty funny. Like, what does it even mean? Like, you know what else could be considered a terrorist document? The Constitution. It requires violence to enforce. You can call anything a terrorist document if you try hard enough.
About a terrorist document gets you a ban. But bringing one on stream, promoting terrorists, saying they're like Monkey D. Luffy, saying America.
I like that. It's so funny because, like, what he's implying is that everything that he says is bannable. So, like, saying that, like, a terrorist is Monkey D. Luffy is bannable in Tectone's mind.
Deserved 9/11 for saying Hamas deserves a Nobel Peace Prize. You say all of that, and it falls on deaf ears. It is pathetic. Hasan, hopefully you're happy that while you were gone in your absence, you had all of your dick suckers on full alert going, I love Hasan so much. Please, some of those residual viewers, give me a follow, please.
You think I'm ashamed? You think I'm ashamed? No, I am not ashamed at all. Fuck yes, give me your residual followers. Yes. Bro, Tectone said it best. Yes, you should give me residual followers. You think I have any you have any shame at all? No, I have zero shame. None whatsoever. Give me the residge. 100%. I do want to see what this tweet says. I have Hasan Banned, so.
Of your pathetic. Hasan, hopefully you're happy that while you were gone in your absence.
It's not gonna help his orbiters make. Could help his orbiter make so much more money if he just took some days off. But this also isn't even true. This is actually below my average viewer count for the past month. So like this isn't even like correct. Should I mention you made it? I mean, I've always made it.
Since you had all of your dick suckers on full alert going, I love Hasan so much. Please, some of those residual viewers, give me a follow, please. Please, God.
Like
I bet
hours.
they all did very long streams in your absence because you have surrounded yourself with a parade of yes men that are willing.
Also, this was my comeback stream, okay? I was on vacation. Listen, Tectone. You may have forgotten my birthday, but can you please not forget my vacation as well? Twin. Come on. This is my comeback stream.
To suck your dick for anything you say. Casey Tron said, wait,
also,
nobody fucking cares.
That's kind of funny because, like, I think I've been, like, one of the more critical voices of Hasan. I'm critical of everybody.
Sorry, bad example, guys. My bad.
S-Fan
said
the same with Sean. Based. We low key hate on everyone here. Low key. Okay, to be fair, we don't hate on everybody here. Low key. I am critical of everybody to a certain extent. No one gets unilateral support except for me. I deserve it.
They should just ban politics off of Twitch. I'm not exactly sure where they should decide the line should
also,
be on.
I will say, and this is again me being critical of like my own side as well. I think S-Fan is joking here to a certain extent. Like, I don't think he's like being serious. He might actually think Twitch should ban politics, but I feel like getting mad at this tweet is just like it's an example of like leftists don't understand jokes. You know what I mean? Like someone sent me the tweet yesterday, and I read it and I just started laughing because it's funny. Right? There's no need to like think piece S-Fan over this tweet. Is he not just farming? No, he is farming. This is why the second tweet he's like, this is why I should be made like the supreme leader of Twitch to decide what gets banned and what not gets banned. You know what I mean? He's not being serious. He's joking.
Versus what isn't politics, which is why I would like to nominate myself as the Grand Marshal of Twitch, who will go with the you know what the fuck you're doing method and never explain myself and ignore people bitching about taking sides. I will also do the title of Supreme Leader, and regardless will only respond to any correspondence addressing me as their eminence. Obviously, S-Fan, a little bit of jokester. Love that guy. I think he's great. Bring in a little bit of humor to this very serious issue. But I'd rather S-Fan address Twitch's hypocrisy, as well as call out Hasan for his hypocritical nature.
Like, Espen, why are you not addressing Twitch's hypocrisy? You can't even make jokes anymore. You can't even make jokes anymore. No jokes. I'd rather Espen call out Twitch's hypocrisy. That's so funny.
Because it seems like everybody else in this fucking town is too fucking pussy to do it themselves, because all of you fucking stupid fucking pussies in this town who think, oh, well, if I'm not really progressive, everybody's going to think that I'm far right and nobody's going to talk to me. If your friendships are really that fragile, if your career is really that fragile, do you really think you either want to have those friends, and do you really think...
I don't know if he means like town as in like Twitch as a space, or like if he actually means town as in like Austin. Like everybody in this town. He's like, you know what I mean? I don't know.
I think you deserve your career if you can't just say, hey, this guy who's too far left is a little bit too far left. And if your entire audience is going to turn on you, I really think you should look within yourself. Asmongold talks about the ban. 24-hour suspensions serve no purpose and act more often as a reward than punishment through the extra attention they create. Why ban for critiquing a terrorist manifesto propaganda, but not for endorsement? Is criticizing terrorism TOS, but promoting isn't? Make it make sense. Apologies.
They're on Hasan's side here, and they think Hasan shouldn't be banned. Interesting.
My stuttering. I am very tired right now, and I'm going on a podcast with Donut Operator, the unsubscribed podcast, in less than 24 hours, and I've been preparing myself mentally to do that. I am drained, and I'm very excited to be doing that tomorrow. Feel free to check out their podcast if you want to. Feel free to subscribe to my channel. I will also probably make a YouTube video with Donut as well. There's a very great point. So all he did was just criticize terrorism and go over the manifesto, but when he promoted it, nothing happened. It's a joke. It makes no fucking sense. Nobody knows what the fuck to do. Hasan previously also talked about how he's in the right, everybody's wrong, and Asmongold won't debate him because he's a pussy. And so this incredibly handsome, incredibly base streamer, goes by the name of Tectone, had this to say about why Asmongold does not want to critique or debate Hasan.
Yes, but
he's
he runs
playing
away
his own clip from his own YouTube video. Sure. Imagine being on the opposite side of numerous mainstream journalists, including Mehdi Hasan, who said Hasan's ban was overwarranted. I mean, that's not surprising. These people are stupid, UB. Also, what's up?
That sort of thing, because he knows he would be humiliated, because all he can do is just like chirp from his hug box, and that's it. And it is what it is.
Hasan, nobody wants to debate a fucking liar, dude. That's it. Because what you're
wasn't Tectone just calling people pussy like 2 minutes ago in this video? And now he's like, oh, well, Asmongold doesn't want to debate you because you're a liar. You're just a liar, and so he doesn't want to debate a liar. So it's not because he's scared. It's because you're bad faith and you're a liar, and that's why he doesn't want to debate you. Interesting. It's almost like y'all want to chat from your hug box instead of like actually, engaging with discourse. Going back to the debate me era of streaming.
What you're going to do is you're going to go live and you're going to do this fucking debate, and you're going to reference things with like 18 layers of fucking context and nuance that don't really have anything.
Bro, it's like you're going to go to the debate and you're going to, talk about things with layers. You're not going to have a surface level discussion about the intricacies of politics between two political streamers. Sure. Yeah, he's going to explain things. The horror.
Thing to do with what you're actually talking about, but you're going to act like it does, and if Asmongold ever disagrees, you're going to start yelling and calling him a fucking racist. And I'll be real, nobody wants to deal with that. It's not over politics. It's
Honestly,
not over who's right, who's wrong.
That sounds like what a pussy would say. I'm just saying. Sounds kind of pussy. Sounds kind of pussy. Sounds like you're afraid. Sounds like Asmongold's afraid. So opinionated on your own personal YouTube channel when you're directed to having a conversation in like face to face.
It's because you're a massive fucking bitch, Hasan. It is. You are a whiny
Hasan's
little
a bitch for wanting to debate, but Asmon's not for declining the debate.
bitch. And nobody wants to deal with that. You're like the kid on the airplane that everybody wants to shut up because you keep fucking crying. And that's the only thing it is. Asmongold is not afraid of you. He has no reason to be afraid of you.
Man,
you're just
bro is dick riding. Dick riding. You know, this is TOS. Can't show dick riding like this on Twitch.
pathetic. I hope this helps. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know who the streamer was. I believe he goes by the name of Tectone. Very based, very handsome, very charismatic as always. I wish he would have sex with me.
Father, son of the rapist.
Love that guy. Been a fan my entire life. I'm going to go like, comment, subscribe, and hit the bell for all notifications. Once again, on his channel, if I could ever find it. I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube. I think he goes live every day at 9 a.m. CST. What a great fucking guy. Glad that he has his friends back as he always does. What a stand-up individual. I cannot glaze that guy enough. He's probably the best human being I've ever seen on this planet. And as finally, we have once again Asmongold weighing in on how he feels about this ban, and I would love to know what he thought about this.
He's reading the examples of this happening, and the one thing that he does end up getting banned for is reading the manifesto of somebody else. Come on. What's going on here? You get a slap on the wrist for 24 hours, and this is after...
It's not even a slap on the wrist. It's a global announcement of the next time they're going live, and they get a day vacation. Getting banned for 24 hours is a buff. It's not a nerf. And Twitch is so fucking dumb for not realizing.
This baby Swad. Are you going to poopy in your diaper? What happened to all the bravado? What happened to the smiles, Tectone? What happened to the laughter? What happened to the laughter? And now you're just, I'm a pissy baby. I'm a pissy baby. Rapist daddy, change my diaper. Rapist daddy, change my diaper.
Realizing that yet.
You say you're 10 toes down supporting the Houthis. Like, I think that we have a huge distortion here, don't we? That reading a manifesto is bannable, but saying that you support a terrorist organization isn't? Where's the logic here? Where's the rationale? It doesn't exist. And so anyway, he doesn't usually stream on Sundays anyway. Yeah, and I found that, I mean, like, this is, again, like, this
Wait,
is
he
like
doesn't usually stream on Sundays anyway? That's just not true. Hasan streams every day. He's not Mike from PA. Streams daily now. He used to take Sundays off. Like what, 2-3 years ago?
Conspiracy thing, right? But Hasan, if he takes days off, it's often on Sundays. So he basically gets it. So let me get this straight. So he gets a suspension on his day that he was going to take off. And and now he's going to come back. This gets a lot more people talking about him. It promotes him a lot more. And this is like, they banned him on Sunday, right? Exactly. Like, again, I'm not a conspiracy Andy, but if I was, I would be very upset right now. And so anyway, it's a ban for optics. Well, what I'm saying is that it actually creates the worse optics, because when everybody starts discussing the fact that he got unbanned, and then all of these clips start circulating around again of him saying X, Y, or Z thing.
And this is the problem, is that like Asmongold thinks that he has motion like that. He has more motion than Tectone, but like Twitch didn't ban Hasan to please Asmongold. Twitch didn't ban Hasan to please Tectone. Twitch didn't ban Hasan to please Nicholas to eat the Oreo, right? Twitch banned Hasan to please mainstream outlets. Twitch banned Hasan to placate the media. Like, that's it. That's it. So it doesn't matter if, like, you all start circling around Hasan clips, right? So long as the media doesn't, you know, is like, okay, he was punished for this. Let's go back to whatever else we were doing. That's all Twitch cares about. Twitch cares about the ban for the optics of them taking a stand against what Hasan said, right? So when articles are written about Hasan now, it'll be like, oh, he was reprimanded for this. For the little footnote at the end of the article to be like, you know, Hasan said this, Twitch banned him for you know, these reasons or whatever. So that people who are reading that are like, okay, he got banned, and they move on. They don't care about the ban being 1 day ban. They don't know about the intricacies of like, oh, Tecton was banned for 3 weeks for saying this about Frogan, or Asmongold was banned for 2 weeks for saying this about you know, Palestinians deserve to be genocided or whatever. Like they don't care about that, right? They care about the optics of like, oh, people are saying like Hasan bringing us a little bit of bad press. We're gonna give him a timeout and we're gonna move on from that. The worst part about American free speech is that idiots like this believe that their opinions is just as important and valuable as a political commentator that's been doing this for over a decade.
This is just another point where Twitch,
all there is to it. They probably won't even care if he does it again, as long as he's not in the media spotlight like he is right now. Yeah. That's what I've said for the past 2 days at this point, right? I think if it wasn't like for the ADL bringing it to mainstream media attention and Jake Tapper retweeting it and things like that, I think Twitch would have never banned him at all, right? What I don't understand is like Asmongold also benefits from this luxury. You know, Asmongold says insane shit and never gets banned for it either. Right? Asmongold says bannable offenses and doesn't get banned for it either. Because Twitch is not in the business of like, you know, consistent TOS. Specifically and more, they just don't like negative press. Right? And so if they can still make money off of a streamer, but still reduce the negative press, they're going to do that.
In my opinion, I think Twitch either should have suspended him for longer, or they should have not suspended him at all.
I absolutely agree, and I'm glad he said that. We had a private conversation about this where I told him to go live and say that, and it would make him sound very intellectual. And he said, thank you, Tectone. You're so funny and handsome. You're my favorite streamer. And I said, thank you, Asmongold. You're welcome for me giving you your career. Oh my God, I can't even hold it in that time. Anyways, yes, I absolutely agree.
I just want to point out that he's laughing to himself right now. He's not even online at this point. He's talking to himself.
The situation is fucking ridiculous, and it's up to us to hold people like this accountable. We will not forget the atrocities that have happened, how fucking stupid Twitch is, and guys, I promise you, this is only the tip of the iceberg. Thank you, everybody who liked, commented, subscribed to my channel. We gained over 5,000 subs yesterday. We gained over 50,000 subs since the beginning of this month. I will be the man to hold people to this justice. I will be the man to point and laugh at the bad guys and just point out the bullshit in the world, because this world...
It would own me so hard if he gets himself banned. Chat, one's in the chat if Tectone getting himself banned would own you. One's in the chat if it would own you. Oh, look at all those ones. Look at all those ones. Oh, we would all be so owned, Tectone. Look, we would all be so owned if you got yourself banned. You are MOK. I had a dream. I have a stream that I will get myself banned on Twitch. I will be the voice. I will be the martyr. I have a stream. Her will be so sad. I would cry tears of sadness for Tectone if he got perma'd, because I would be so owned. I'd be like, oh no, not Tectone. Oh no. Yeah, what will I ever do? I'd be owned. I'd be owned. Anyway, I thought it was a funny thing to see. I thought it was a funny thing to see. Just how his attitude changed, right? He was laughing, dancing, smiling. Right? Just a day ago. Now he's like, Twitch, how could you? How could you do this to me? Anyway, someone sent me this clip. What is this clip about?
And I quote, you fucking gay retard. You need to kill yourself. Put a gun in your mouth and swallow the bullets. They're delicious. You fucking useless motherfucker. It's insane how fucking retarded you are. Jesus, god damn, you're so fucking gay.
He's got him a 1-day ban and he's reading the
My
transcript.
ban was deserved 100%. I'm not even gonna lie. Right? Like 100%, I deserve that ban.
I do think it's funny the way that the dark humor edgy boys pearl clutch about Hasan. Yeah, now he's not gonna hold back. Oh, I await to see what Tectone says tomorrow. I await to see what Tectone says tomorrow. If Tectone is not dropping the N-word, I'd be disappointed. I will be disappointed. He said he's not holding back. I will await. Put City Art Store and use AVE. I'm not surprised Tectone uses the R word. You know what I mean? But there's alleged rapist father. Well, not even alleged. Convicted. So Tectone must love the R word. Reminds him of his daddy.
Military and civilian. I've become painfully aware that if DoD continues to address this issue at its current pace, the epidemic of military assault will never end.
And that's the video about Tectone's rapist father. Anyway, that was a little bit of a break we went through. Didn't want to say alleged his dad's a rapist, just alleged sex offender. Yeah. Also, I saw this video this morning. Said YouTubers are still plagiarizing. I have it on the docket as well. But I am kind of curious about this one as well.
Think that people should be defined forever by their worst actions, statements, and opinions, provided that they now sincerely regret them, apologize for them, and have made it clear that they're doing all of that for the right reason. For example, I do not forgive Hila Klein for her participation in the IDF and her kidnapping of a random Palestinian man in the West Bank, because she clearly doesn't actually regret it. She clearly doesn't actually think that what she did was wrong. She doesn't think that it's wrong to serve in the IDF. In fact, she has openly expressed that she thinks IDF soldiers are heroes. You know, you can't really use, well, I was conscripted as an absolving excuse when you actively pursued a more direct role in that genocidal terrorist military, and it's clear that your only issue with your service is that you were conscripted into it and you maybe would have preferred to do something else, rather than you actually think that the IDF does anything wrong. And she now justifies Israeli genocide and parrots Zionist propaganda every 2 seconds, so she's clearly totally unrepentant about what she did. And I don't actually know, to be precise, what the person who I'm addressing in this video actually thinks right now. I've heard people say he has changed dramatically recently, and that may be true, but I could not find any actual evidence of that. All that I could find was him talking about other topics, many of which I do agree with him on, but then he has a bunch of unaddressed stuff from quite recently, around 6 to 8 months ago, that is just really, really heinous and disgusting, and that as far as I've been able to gather, he does not regret at all. And he has also
talked... This is, again, is a problem that people have. They just don't learn their lesson with Ethan Klein, right? They see a white boy of the month saying things that they agree with now, and they're like, oh, I'm going to support you, without any evidence that there has been any sort of shift in ideology or change in belief. Like, both sides, Tyler, as of like 8 months ago, right, was talking about how it's wrong to like take down a barricade when you're protesting for Palestine, right? Because, oh, it's property damage and you need to protest the right way. But now he's like your revolutionary, Superman or Captain America, because he's just anti-Ethan and Loner Box. Watch video, and yeah, some of the things West Side Child said from 6 months ago were pretty bad. I hope he's changed his mind, but I am doubtful.
Talked about things that he did in his past, I would guess 15, 10, maybe even 20 years ago, where he talks about...
Never heard of him?
Doing genuine...
We covered him here. Like a few months ago.
Last couple years, there's a lot of
He had a huge anti-Vosh thing, which I was like, okay, that's fair, right? A huge anti-Shadiversity thing. I was like, okay, that's fair. It was like more than 6 months ago. Okay, it might have been a year ago actually. It was a while ago. Yeah. See? Hasan Orbiter reignites slur discourse to facilitate e-begging. Anti-Frogan stuff. Hasan's Destiny coat video is a masterclass in hypocrisy. Hasan deserves all the flack he's getting for his brainless takes or brainless commentary. I'm telling you, whenever I find a new channel, and you should probably do this as well, get a video about how Hasan lost Kamala the election too, apparently. Just go to a channel that you like, oh, this person has good takes or whatever. Type in Hasan. Ethan Klein mogs Hasan. This was 8 months ago, by the way.
Not even okay.
And in to honor
Remind me what mocking is? Like owned.
Guy, that fella. Notable Turkish terror sympathizer.
Calling Hasan a terror sympathizer.
Hasan abi. We're going to be watching his content while I eat food. And we're not going to be watching his content.
This was 8 months ago. So he shifted to grab some of the audience? Yes!
On his channel. We're going to be watching it stolen.
I thought he was joking? No, this guy hates Hasan. Hasan Orbiter brings back C discourse. Hasan fails at reality check. Like, Like he was getting
Well,
mad
everyone's-
at like DNC protesters because they weren't protesting the right way. They were too violent. Have the title say Hasan Orbiter just for the algo? No, they don't. This is like he's doing. Chat, you don't understand. He's doing like Mudahar style, like Tectone style, like Hasan Orbiter talking points. No, I'm agreeing with you. Oh, okay. They meant like he said he's doing it like only for the algo. He doesn't actually mean it or something. This was 8 months ago. And again, I think people's minds can change. Right? I think people's minds can change. I think people can change their content. I can pull this guy up on Noah's stream the other day if you want to see. He seems to have changed somewhat on this. Like, I don't know if this change is genuine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think he's grifting. That's my take. I think he's grifting. And I think a problem with a lot of y'all is that a lot of y'all will see and again, this charitability is never extended to another, like to other marginalized people, right? You see the white man of the week who is like, oh, I can be anti-Ethan Klein and anti-Loner Box and get views or whatever. Let me just go do that real quick. This is 8 months ago. He was calling Hasan a terror. Hasan's rhetoric has not changed in the last 8 months. He was calling Hasan a terrorist sympathizer 8 months ago. Eight months ago. He was chastising pro-Palestinian protesters 8 months ago. They just love to hand out complete forgiveness to evil. No, not even just complete forgiveness, like, or like evil people. Like, just change and accountability are weaponized against marginalized people all the time, right? And it is charity, right, that is extended only to white people. Only to white people. That's all I love here. Thank you. I'm not saying you can't change your mind, right? But I'm saying is that you people, you like the drama blood sport people, reward bad behavior, right? And when you do shit like this, you get more Ethan Kleins. You did the same exact shit with Ethan Klein. When have I been wrong on this? When have I been wrong on this? Chat. You did the same exact shit with Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein changed his fucking mind. Fast forward to a year and a half down the line and he's doing Hasbara. He's pro-genocide. You can't just look at the aesthetics of somebody's change, especially when that change happened 8 months ago. And then you're just throwing your support behind them. Because they say mean things about Loner Box. You were right when you said it about Dean Withers too. Yes! Because this is one of my most consistent positions. One of my most consistent positions. Y'all want someone to reinforce your drama slop narratives. That's it. Because this person says mean things about Loner Box, you're like, oh yes, I love this person. I'm going to throw support behind them. That's it. No critical thinking skills. Because you don't care about these issues. You care about the fucking drama. You don't care about being effective. You care about the fucking drama. That's it. And so if somebody gives you the drama shit, you're like, yes, please. You're my new favorite content creator. Without interrogating, maybe their beliefs haven't changed. Maybe their beliefs are not fully there. This was 8 months ago. 8 months ago. We're not talking about somebody who was 14, like 6 years ago, who were saying bad words. This is 8 months ago. He was calling us on a terrorist sympathizer. And it wasn't done ironically. Lefty Fed posting is about to have serious consequences. This guy's a liberal. He's a liberal. And he realized that like going after like the Hasan orbiters doesn't get him as much views as going after Lonerbox does, so he switches his content. He's a liberal. He's a liberal. 1 year ago, Hasan's weirdo fans. He was an anti-Vosh, anti-Destiny, anti-Hasan liberal. That's what he was. Hasan's Houthi pirate interview hits insane cringe levels. Like he was doing like Ethan Klein shit. He was doing Ethan Klein shit. Like, he was. He's saying Hasan is a terrorist supporting, a terrorist sympathizer. Like,
the new seasons.
He was doing like React-gate shit, like just Ethan Klein shit. Like it was very clearly fully Ethan Klein shit. Right? And I'm not saying you have to like, he's also like anti-FD signifier, by the way. I'm pretty sure. Right? No, actually that's wrong. He's wrong. He was pro FD signifier because FD signifier had him on the stream. And I was like, or whatever, something like that. Or he had FD signifier on a video. That's what it was. So I think he deleted a lot of his videos too. Ethan Klein roasts Hasan's worst orbiter.
Communities, lefty, lib communities, getting happier and more upset with Ethan as he, a almost near perfect representation of the Overton window,
A while ago, he
shifts.
said the campaign was a cancer to the left and terrorist anti-Semites. Yeah, we talked about this.
Over top and away and to them. I'm not even fucking kidding. You can track the Americans distancing themselves from far left politics through the interactions of Ethan Klein and Hasan over the course of the Leftovers podcast. Before October 7th, pretty ostensibly left.
I was looking at his newer stuff and I see what you mean. He did a 180 and now roast Dean Atria's pretty dramatic change. Yeah, because he's grifting. He's grifting.
Talking points and exceptionally progressive movements were very, very popular in America because we had just gone through the blue wave, or not the blue wave, but the ruined red wave, so to say, the blue beachhead, so to say. And, there's a lot of positivity towards lefty talking points. However, lefty talking points weren't really solidified as part of an overall package, right? It's kind of just a series of grab bag issues, all that happened to be on the left of the middle of the aisle. Moreover, you could probably count most of them as progressive issues as opposed to lefty issues, more culture positive stuff. Most of these things are stuff that the vast majority of even the median voters have proven that they're on the side of. Things like abortion rights, female reproductive rights in general, IVF, access to contraception, Planned Parenthood, stuff like that. Workers' rights in the form of union protections, worker protections, things that I'm hyper for in that case, minimum wage, access to healthcare, things of that nature. The more extreme positions are full certainty messaging on any of the things that I've described, where it's kind of like you can throw away the world for that one specific thing. That's kind of like the hardest of the far left positions. It's not even really far leftism in the terms of like Marxist. It's really just maybe instead of a direction, I think it's more of an up and down position. I hate to do political content stuff, but I think it's really just the intensity of the focus on lefty positions from people who are ostensibly on the internet left. Now, this isn't people that even know half the time what the fuck they're talking about. They just happen to say that they're on the left because of maybe some minority disposition that they have, some specific bugbear issue that they have drags them leftward, but their actual overall disposition is at the median voter or even sometimes far right culturally. They just haven't come to grips with that with that themselves yet because of some random minority status they might have or some other thing that makes them otherized to the white power structures that kind of run America. They have thought of themselves as being left, even though culturally, if they switched power positions with white people, they would be indiscernible in the way that they executed their will over the people underneath them. So like they're fascists basically, but they're just the wrong color or the wrong religion or wrong class basically, and they can't quite access power, but they still want that fascist fucking thing with that Jews. And so there's a
he's doing horseshoe theory, which is why I call him both sides Tyler. He's saying that the far left are fascists, but just like, you know, left-wing fascists. Like he's literally doing both sides shit. He's a centrist. He's a fucking liberal. This was 8 months ago.
On the left, that kind of splits. It's kind of like a shale.
There's a reason why I call him both sides Tyler.
You're all kind of in the same position, but some people have gone up, some people have gone down. And this intensity of fervor, almost zealotry for some of these leftist positions has been extremely off-putting to your average American for a long time now. By long, I mean like a year or so, maybe 2-ish years. But it was the stuff that was very, very off-putting about lefty and progressive positions in the mid-2010s. And it's typified by a zealous focus on one's own ontological purity. Ontological just means like, never mind. Ontological is kind of like an inherent characteristic. Let me fucking look it up. God damn it. I want to look up the definition so I say it the correct way. It's one of those words where I've never actually had to say, if I don't have to say the definition of something, I because they're good. Lose their fucking minds, basically, if you don't agree with them in every way, because from an moral positions, I don't know, they lose their fucking minds, basically, if you don't agree with them in every way, because from an ontological standpoint, you have any badness in you.
Calling him one of the his problematic white boys.
And you're probably just bad.
Yeah, I know,
right?
we talked about.
Which is where Hasan comes in. Hasan is ontologically perfect to his supporters, which is why when you have an argument with a Hasan supporter, it's very rarely fact-based and very often sophistry, right? They don't want to attack the positions because the positions are inconsequential. You already fucked up by disagreeing with Hasan, so I just need to show you that you are a fuck up for disagreeing with Hasan because you're also disagreeing with me and then you're also disagreeing with my position. So you don't need to prove that you're wrong. You just need to prove that you're impure and imperfect, and then you can be discounted. This is a very, very difficult place to be if you have to talk with anyone else because that's fascism, by the way. And you will never meet another person.
He's saying Hasan supporters are fascist. He's saying Hasan supporters are doing fascism.
Is also ontologically perfect.
And this is his take.
Can't be ontologically perfect. You can just be so close to perfection that people will permit you, while things that are further from perfection have to be destroyed, right? Ethan came across that on the Leftovers podcast. It started off pretty chill, because when you agree on stuff, like workers' rights, very easy to say, hey, we all need healthcare somehow, that kind of shit. It's all good. It's all golden. But when you get to things that are actually complicated and require compromise on ontologically bad, good sides, you know what I mean? You start talking about stuff that you have to, or people try to force you to see from an ontological perspective. Genocide, bad, right? Anything that would be remotely associated with the genocide is now also bad. And you see that with these pro-Palestine, non-committed types. I don't want to call them pro-Palestine protesters. The non-committed Palestine advocates. Uncommitted Palestine advocates is fucking perfect. There we go. We see this with uncommitted Palestine advocates, where it is any deviation from what they think in their mind is the path forward is ontologically impure and therefore ontologically bad. It is slippery slope all the way out, has to go. So with Leftovers, where people coming to it from Ethan Klein's side saw was a sort of meeting between the kind of
like he's on Ethan's side right now. Like he's running defense for Ethan 8 months ago at the end of Leftovers. So you're telling me this person changed his mind within 8 months? What is different between 8 months ago and now? Ethan Klein was still doing Hasbro. Okay. I'll explain it like this. No, it's not the vibes. It's not the vibes. Do you know what the difference is, chat? I'll show you the date. I will show you the date. September 25th, 2024. Do you know what the difference is? Do you know what changed? What happened a few months after this? What happened a few months after this? The fucking election. The election. No, it wasn't Hasan calling Ethan out. No, it was the election. It was the election. The battle for access. He's a fucking liberal. Very critical of the pro-Palestinian side up until Trump won the election, and now he cares about Palestine. Now he's fighting against Hasbro. Now he's on Hasan's side and not Ethan's side. He's a fucking liberal. And I told y'all months ago to be careful about these people. And none of y'all fucking listen. None of y'all fucking listen. I told y'all to be careful about these people. I told y'all that fucking liberals are going to turn around after the election and now be pro-Palestinian. And use that as a justification for pro-Palestinian positions, and y'all throw your fucking support behind them. They were quiet, silent about Palestine 8 months ago. Because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were doing a genocide. Silent. And I told y'all this. I told y'all this. But y'all don't learn. Y'all don't listen. You see white boy flavor of the week and you're like,
for him, and I just
that's my guy. That's my guy. Have I ever been wrong? No, I haven't. But people don't want to listen to what I have to fucking say because they don't like listening to this. I give them the sauce. I give you the formula. It's an open book test and I give you the formula and you still fail. Every fucking time. Every time. You fail. You fail the test. This always happens. Consistently. Weren't you on Noah's stream instead? Honestly, I probably could have been. I was on vacation. It was a Noah fail. Not even a Noah fail. This is a fail from the snarkers. Honestly. This was a fail from the snarkers. They see somebody who's just talking bad about Ethan Klein. They're like, support. 100% right. They're gonna do we didn't know what was happening at the camps. Dude, you were driving the trains. Yeah. Like he was out here like yelling at pro-Palestinian protesters for taking out a fucking fence. 8 months ago. And now he's the spokesperson for pro-Palestinian sentiment? Now this is the person we're elevating to combat Hasbara? What happened to my Chatterino? Hold. My Chatterino broke. Expired? Why did it do that? I fixed it. People are far too quick to pull that enemy of my enemy shit when pro-Palestine accounts were posting anti-Israel stone toss comments. Log you out sometime. Not when I'm streaming usually, but it's fine. I fixed it. It's frustrating. Is this the same as your Dean Withers opinion? Yes. Whereas you can be a part of the movement, but not at the front. Literally. Yes, it is. It's the exact same, which is why I'm never fucking incorrect. It's the exact same. And then you're surprised. Right? 3 months down the line when he says some stupid shit. That's why I hate the stalkers that love Trisha, because it's not about having principles. They love the little reformed white boy. Yeah. It always happens. And the problem is that people have absolutely no like long-term memory. Right? For some reason, they don't see what Ethan Klein is doing now is a direct response to the way he acted when he was in like an anti-SJW phase. And the idea that we just have not changed. He hasn't changed. Ethan Klein being elevated to a spokesperson in the movement without having to actually do the work is why when he came to a topic that he knew nothing about, that he was emotionally invested in, he dropped the ball. And then people weaponize accountability, weaponize change. And then it always comes back to bite us. Always. Always.
Left, centrist, median voter individual talking with a actual leftist advocate, which is how Hasan used to paint himself before he lost his fucking mind and became, well, he lost his sheen, so to say. And you kind of started seeing the machinery that comes that operates him from beneath. Having those two talk to each other put
this
you
is
in a
8 months ago, but now he's on Hasan's side. Now he's on Hasan's side. Now Ethan's the person who lost his mind, and Hasan is actually on the up and up.
position where if you're on Hasan's side, all you can see is Ethan Klein failing to understand reason again and again and again and again, because you are not a person that thinks critically. You're a Hasan fan.
So if you think, like, so, this is his words. If you look at Ethan Klein 8 months ago, if you look at Ethan Klein and you think that Ethan Klein is incorrect, you are not thinking critically. That is him 8 months ago. That is him 8 months ago. That's a year after Leftovers ended. Ethan has been doing Hasbara for over a year at this point. For almost a year at this point. In his Noah interview, he truly made it seem like his only critique of Hasan was that he is kind of unprofessional sometimes. This dude people, because they're fucking stupid. I'm sorry. They're dumb. They're dumb. They're dumb. Because their mind is blinded by him saying anti-Ethan Klein stuff now. It's still on his channel. He's not trying to hide this. I wouldn't say they're all stupid if this was their first impression of him. I can't blame them. No, I can, and I will blame them. I can and will blame them. They're fucking stupid. They're dumb. They're dumb. Because that is how we got to Ethan Klein in the first place. If you don't learn from Ethan Klein, if you don't learn from what happened with Ethan Klein, I'm going to call you stupid. I'm going to call you dumb. You're just redoing Ethan Klein shit again and again and again, and then you're surprised when there are so many different Ethan Kleins. I don't even think he was knowingly being inopportunistic at the time. I think he was being stupid and talking out of his ass and assuming he's right. One of those guys who talks about something, talks somewhat articulately and assumes that they're capable of talking about shit they don't know. No, that's giving him too much credit. Just giving him too much credit. He knows what he's doing here. He knows what he's doing here. He knows exactly what he's doing here.
Like, you are literally there just to have him agree with you. That's the only thing. And for you to agree with the rest of his chat, which is really why Hasan can fucking stream just watching nothing, because all the people there are basically there to take communion and fucking go. They want to hear Hasan say the thing that they want to hear Hasan say, which is what they want to hear from him. If they don't hear that, they'll either lie to themselves or they'll freak the fuck out and run up to him and say, no Diet Coke, you know? They want to hear that. And so when you have to mix that audience up with anybody else, it can cause a lot of conflict. Vosh is much the same way. Vosh is very much the same way. His audience is exactly the same in just a different overall compass to direction, right? Not a left or right thing, just what they're most focused on, their highest level, highest tier bugbear issues. Which is why when you see people go into their chats, you'll see people freaking the fuck out and calling people that are even agreeable with the individuals slurs, horrible, horrible words, calling them the worst possible people ever, insulting them, deriding them, and then he's like, dude, what's wrong with your chat? Like, what the fuck is going on here? And he's like, oh, I don't know, I just kind of can't keep control of them. It's kind of like a lot for anyone to ask me is to keep any control whatsoever of my community, which is where we're going with Hasan. Now that you guys have seen this in a bunch of different directions, and I've explained this, with Hasan, his entire political ethos and his way of delivering content precludes him from having any positive relations with anybody who is not perfectly in lockstep with him on every issue that he is going to talk about with them in front of his audience. Because if in any other case, they're just going to start getting flack. If it's an ongoing thing, there's going to be even less forgiveness from Hasan's audience, and Hasan's audience is geared up to go harass people. They are horrible harassers of other communities. Is it every Hasan fan? No, but if it's 1% of Hasan fans, it's hundreds of thousands of fucking people. You know what I mean? It's like a literal city's worth of harassers that are basically driven on through Hasan's stochastic terrorism style of fucking discourse. Hasan is about ontological purity. He's about this is good, that's bad. He's about being absolutely mind blown about it. He's about saying someone's gotta fucking do something about this. I guess the world's gonna fucking end if no one does anything about this. He does the exact same shit that other people on the right do when they're trying to whip their audiences into a frenzy. And the thing is if you don't do that for a long time, right, like a month or two, it doesn't go away because the fire is raging, right? And if it's a large community, the fire will also do the side effect of removing non-psychopathic people from your community, which increases the overall fire size. Basically, you turn good trees into fucking kindling as it goes on, and then you have to other people just fucking leave, to overextend the metaphor. So Hasan's basically experiencing what I think Destiny calls this audience capture. I just call this emergent cult status, right? Where you have a specific single interlocutor, a single individual, not interlocutor, I don't know, a single individual at the top of a pyramid of descending individuals. So at the top you have Hasan, then you have Hasan's orbiters immediately underneath him, and some of his like high profile friends, his lower orbiters who orbit his orbiters, highly placed chatters, and the gigantic mass of chatters beneath. And so all the information going up to him has to be clarified through everyone agreeing with him. It's yes man shit up, and then he says shit back down that's basically just as agreeable. The whole like meme of Hasan always looks at his chat to make sure that he's saying the right thing may or may not be true, but it's definitely something that you can kind of interpret, even if it's not happening live while you're watching. It's definitely the disposition of how he interacts with his community. He has to really be in lockstep with them about everything. I mean, how many times have you actually heard of Hasan actually pissing off his audience in such a significant way that like they all fucking leave? Usually it's just him breaking off fucking relations with other creators, you know what I mean? And it's just like literally him doing a fucking like a fire barricade, blowing up a small chunk and letting that float off so that he can kind of keep his own audience static and steady and like focused the fuck on him, and he can keep himself static and steady and focused on them, which is why he does not like criticism and doesn't entertain it at all. Like he's not a guy that will take anybody onto his show to really have like any strict disagreements with him over hostile issues. He did it like a couple of times, but even then, you know, it's really like easy to win situations. You know, you have to beat Andrew Tate in a Andrew Tate is not gay debate. not exactly a high level fucking difficulty attempt. You know, when he actually has to talk to people who have a pretty solid grounding in rhetoric and research, even if it's not like, you know, a fucking Harvard level debate scholar, it's fucking like Willie Mack. Willie Mack fucking mopped the goddamn floor with Hasan. Because he was just like mildly prepared, and Hasan is so rarely exposed to criticism intentionally and like has to deal with it in a way that actually like entertains the criticism enough to counteract it on its own terms that he can't fucking deal. Which is why when you see Hasan on debate programs, he just devolves into raw fucking insults off rip. His audience eats it the fuck up. When he was on Piers Morgan, and it was in that thing just making fun of that random British guy for being like irrelevant and British. It's like, okay, but you didn't add anything onto it. You know, I mean, if you want to do blood sports, it's blood sports, but like you don't even want to do blood sports because you won't hang out with the blood sports people. You brought blood sports to a fucking Piers Morgan debate, and no one was prepared for it, and then you ran the fuck away, and you won't entertain that from motherfuckers that can actually like roll in the blood sports arena. You know what I mean? Like Hasan's not gonna bring a fuck Medicare, you know, or even just like some low level shit. I guess like Queeman does that stuff. I don't know too much about Queeman. I won't even mention him because Nick Duero talked about him. But you know, even anyone from that sphere, Chud Logic or somebody, fucking actual justice warrior, that fucking dipshit. I don't think like honestly Hasan could hang with Hake Report, and Hake Report is like a literal special needs child. Like every time I actually see him, I'm surprised that he's fucking like in his 40s. He talks like an 18-year-old or a 16-year-old on a short bus with a helmet on. With all due respect to the guy, he sounds like he fucking accidentally ate his own shit out of his pants because he thought it was fudge one time. Like legitimately, Hake Report sounds like so many extra chromosomes. I don't know why no one else talks about it, but I digress. This all comes to head with the fallout in the Leftovers podcast. These are all my interpretations of situations. Tyler, you're gonna play clips for this? Like, no, fucking just go watch the shit. Remember what I said, and if you feel like I'm wrong, play the fucking clips back to me. Fucking got a goddamn reference every fucking like interpretation of a months-long conflict with a clip. The Ralph mail. Oh my god, like the Ralph retort. I think the Ralph retort. Dude, get some fucking Tonka saw. The next hippy dippy debate, we have Hasan representing the leftists. Another right, Tonka saw. Moderated by Sam Hyde. Unironically, I think that might be one of the most psychotic. That would be honestly the best. You're like, why don't you have somebody that's like way more in the middle and that hasn't threatened to kill him? I was like, I think because even Hasan would like it to just be so clearly unfair from the start that he has an excuse for his imminent poor fucking behavior. All he could do, like, dude, oh my god, could you imagine him on a fucking blood sports? What are you gonna do? Attack the other people for being poorer than you? Fucking, like, they already know, bro. They're fucking ready for that one. God damn. They're like the Beyonce stands. Barb's and Beyonce stands in the fight, getting ready to fight here. But either way, this is there's a massive amount of fallout. JF Garepi. Isn't he dead? No, his wife's dead. JF Garepi killed his wife. Is that what happened? I can't remember. JF Garepi killed his wife. I don't know if any of those people are still alive. With all that said, this kind of came to a head, obviously, and Leftovers podcast fell apart. Hasan refuses to take responsibility for it. Mostly, he just says that Ethan was completely unreasonable. Ethan Klein is, if anything, one of the most weirdly reasonable people on the internet.
I have never, ever judged a character incorrectly. Never. Never. Has not happened. Has not happened. Has not happened. Never been incorrect about this. Never been incorrect about this. This was 8 months ago. 8 months ago. Are people saying this guy was good or something? Yes. 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 Yeah. Yes. 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 A lot of people were saying this guy was good. And that's the problem. That's the problem. You see a white guy of the day say Ethan Klein bad. You don't even attempt to look at what he said yesterday. Zero object permanence. You hear someone today say Ethan Klein bad, you're like, that's my guy. That's my guy. Yourself out for being pissed that this shit happens too often. Every fucking time. Every time. Every time. I have never once been wrong about this. Not once. Not once. Not once. Has not happened. Adding to my list of creators who call bad characters on a heartbeat. I called him out 8 months ago. 8 months ago. Literally 8 months ago. There's probably a VOD of me talking about this somewhere on my VOD channel floating around. You could probably find a VOD of me recently where somebody was like, hey, have you seen West Side Tyler? I was like, don't bring up both sides Tyler here. Like last month, essentially. Because y'all are so worried, not about actually addressing concerns, but instead about the drama, the blood sport. You want to see this guy take down this guy. This guy say mean words about this guy. That you will elevate shitty people who are taking advantage of the fact that they know you're not going to look into their past. And I've not been wrong about this. I just have not. I haven't. And I'm not even saying that he can't change. I'm not even saying that he can't grow from his past thought process or shift his rhetoric or content or behavior. I'm not even saying that. But what I am saying is that at least have a little bit of a spine to force them to demonstrate that growth and change before you throw support at them. Just a little bit of reflection, just a tiny bit. Don't look at somebody who was like, oh, they're saying mean words about loaner box. I'm on their side now. Yeah, so can Nazis. Nazis can say mean words about loaner box too. You don't want to support Nazis? It's not about the words they say, right? But it's about who these people are, the things that they advocate for. I was here 8 months ago. I didn't know you were on Twitch or on YouTube then. I wasn't subscribed to Shauna Black with notifications on YouTube turned on. The most devious part is when they get hooked into the spokesperson role. Then they, when they do show themselves, their words are far more damaging to the left of reputation coming from someone who is on the inside from Norton's perspective. Yeah, I would say as somebody who was a fan of H3 around this time, I can see how he could have this 8 months ago. I had a coworker who was H3 fan on both Hasan and Ethan are childish. And I've explained to him that Hasan only defeated him and Ethan made all this shit up. But you don't get to speak on behalf of the left. I'm fine with people changing their mind. You don't get to speak on behalf of the left. You don't become a spokesperson. You're not elevated. If yesterday you were like, you know, saying the N-word and tomorrow you're like the N-word is bad, you're not then the spokesperson for anti-racism. Right? If he genuinely thought Ethan Klein was reasonable 8 months ago, I don't think you guys understand what Ethan Klein was saying 8 months ago. Ethan Klein was doing Hasbro 8 months ago. He was pro-genocide 8 months ago. He was getting all of my friends deplatformed 8 months ago. And if you thought all of that was totally fine, right? I don't trust you. I do not trust you. And y'all are too trustworthy. You cannot have thought Ethan Klein was reasonable 8 months ago, and somehow it's different now. What would have changed from 8 months ago to 1 month ago? What could have possibly changed to make both sides Tyler so much more pro-Palestinian? Maybe the election happened, right? Trump won, and now he felt justified in being pro-Palestinian now that a Republican was doing the genocide and aiding and abetting the genocide. When it stopped being a Democrat aiding and abetting the genocide, he felt more comfortable speaking out against it, right? When Trump was in office and now he can be, anti-genocide by being anti-Trump, he felt more comfortable joining Hasan's side as opposed to being on Ethan's pro-Israel side. And y'all are too trusting. Too trusting. Because again, I have to point out, marginalized people never get this. Marginalized people never get this level of, charitability. Ever. And I hate weaponized charitability shit. Because it's always weaponized against me. You fuckers come in here to me and tell me to give people like this a pass. You come in here to me and tell people like me to give Ethan Klein a pass. That's it. That's the most consistent thing. It has happened consistently. Consistently. People rather give both sides trust both sides Tyler than a liberal. People would rather trust both sides Tyler than like FD Signifier. Because both sides Tyler is like, loader box is bad. The same people who are calling FD Signifier a liberal are like, yeah, go ahead, both sides Tyler. Yeah, dunk on Ethan Klein there. Because this gets no charitability. It doesn't. It doesn't. People in Noah's chat were hating on FD Signifier. People are really calling FD Signifier a lib. Yes. 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 Consistently. Consistently. Wasn't even the election results because from what I've seen, he was upset with the pro-Palestinian post-elections for having lost it. It was likely around the time Trump was talking about displacing Gazans that he felt comfortable showing support because the Republicans, his enemy, is now the aggressor Palestinians. Yeah, it's the same time frame. It's like after the election, things shifted, which I told you November 6th, November 7th of last year, I told you, and I said, liberals in 6 months, when Trump starts to aid and abet the genocide, are going to turn around, and when Trump starts doing genocidal shit, they'll be like, now they're going to be against it. He's not upset with pro-Palestinians at all. No, he's talking about both sides, Tyler. So FD Signifier, he's a bit of a look no closer than his post-election video. FD Signifier is like leagues more leftist than this person. I have my critiques of FD Signifier. I have my critiques of everybody. I critique everybody. Every single person. There's not anybody who I'm like, I'm not going to critique because I agree with them 100%. But I understand what they do for the movement. Right? I don't just throw my support behind somebody because they are rhetorically saying what I agree with for one specific topic. Not even like on like their identity or their ideology as a whole. Right? People were supporting both sides Tyler just because he was mean to Loner Box. Literally, that's it. I was getting replies under my tweets. People be like, oh, well, he said mean things in Loner Box, so like he's good in my book. They're being mean to Loner Box is generally a good thing. If that's your barometer for politics, then honestly, fuck off. If that's all you were looking for politics, then we're not on the same goal. You are too invested in the drama. You're too invested in the blood sport. That's it. This is the same problem with fucking Vosh. The same thing with Ethan Klein. You will see Ethan Klein say mean things about Vosh and say, that's my guy now. Ethan Klein said mean thing about Vosh, that's my guy. Yeah, go off, Ethan Klein. And now look at it. Now look at what happened. Ethan Klein spent 19 months doing Hasbro. That's the problem. That is the issue. Is you throw your support behind people for just being mean to people you don't like, as opposed to like actually holding ideologically consistent positions, to believing the right things in politics. And you're doing a disservice not just to the space, but to these creators themselves. As I said with Ethan Klein, y'all letting Ethan Klein get away with the shit he got away with because he's being mean to the right people is how Ethan Klein got to the position on Israel. Y'all didn't hold Ethan Klein to account before October 7th, and then you're surprised when he does doing Hasbro after October 7th. That's the problem. That's the issue.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Chank. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live when I believe.
Right Side News just subscribed. Are you having fun yet?
Bryce, thank you for the 6-month resubscription. Also, thank you for the raid. Much appreciated.
He's an idiot. Sometimes he's a clout shark. Sometimes he's a clown. Sometimes he oversells his position. But like, I've never really seen very many situations where Ethan Klein has been like met with business proposition level interaction with somebody and not been perfectly reasonable. Obviously, there's probably going to be one or two instances where that didn't happen. But like most of the time, the Ethan Klein issue, the issue that people have with him is that he's either A, like not hard enough on guests, old version of the H3H3 podcast, or B, goes way too hard on people with like a minimum amount of like evidence and just clowns up. But it's also like not even that big of a deal because Ethan Klein, like what, Ethan Klein called you a pedophile? Like, all right. Are you? No? Okay, well, ignore it. Fucking Ethan Klein, man. Here we go. This is addressing the recent...
That's his criticism of Ethan Klein 8 months ago. 8 months ago. That's how far his criticism of Ethan Klein goes.
Hasan and Frogan situation. Frogan is a no account Hasan orbiter. I hope you watch this. Frogan, hi. I don't know. You don't have fucking anything going on. What's up? You should do a response video to me. I know you ain't got fucking anything going on. Let's see if we can get a bigger. Let's see if we can get closer to 10K in the responses, Frogan. Me or you. But yeah, Ethan is a guy on the internet. Let's hop into this.
Well, it's already 4:06. We started a little late.
I want to talk about my beef with Bin Laden.
Okay. Okay.
Now, I've made the brave assertion on Instagram, and again, this stems from these TikTok people who are like being like simping for Bin Laden because he was anti-American and failed.
Do you think he got that fly?
To read the rest of his manifesto, in which he said specifically, the reason I did this attack is because you're all gay Jews who aren't Muslim, it's doing Sharia law, and also you give loans. You loan with interest.
There's a surprising amount of usury talk in that letter.
They really don't. They really not down with the usury.
Yeah.
So they can get.
And Christianity is supposed to be against it too, but they've just kind of
they don't care.
They don't take it that seriously anymore.
So you're supposed to lend money without interest?
Yeah, you're not supposed to charge interest.
Well, how are you gonna do that? Who's gonna do that?
It's like a memory TV clip. Fucking Israeli anti-Palestine fucking. You say the Jew does not understand you can lend money without interest. It is emboldened into him. He cannot understand that you can lend money without interest. How can you do that? It's fucking awesome. They still lend it with interest. They just do it in a different way, basically. But like, it's kind of impossible. I think the thing that you really do is you forgive the interest in a general sense, like if you pay it back. There's a whole way, because like honestly, yeah, lending money without a risk of collateral or without an incentive on the loaner's part to lend the money, some sort of like reciprocity, some sort of earn, you know, that's the kind of the point of lending money is that you get like another % of it back when they pay you kind of deal, unless it's like your parents or something. Without that, it's kind of like, well, what the fuck would you lend money for, right? It kind of falls out of the purview of business and goes into the purview of...
Anyway, we're not going to sit here and litigate this entire interaction where he just watches Ethan and Hila and potentially agrees with them. Actually, we don't know. I am actually like curious. Let's get the random part.
Like, you know, college lefty versions of communism and stuff kind of fall apart in their econ arguments because once you get to, hey, how do you exist further past the day and when you live? Fucking like college level commies are like, what do you mean? Like, so if I want to build a building, how do I get all the materials? Well, society will provide it. Yeah, but where do they come from? Well, like here and there and blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, well, who transports them and how do you get them to transport them? If they have to go through an area where they don't have anything on them, like, are they allowed to bank resources while they travel through a place? Like, won't there be people there to give them the resources? Like, no, if you have to cross a desert in a truck, who's going to give you food on the way? Like, well, yeah, I guess then they can bank resources. Like, how much resources can they bank? Where do you hold on to the resources? How do you do this? And then so you start getting into like, you have to bank resources to some degree. It's a whole thing. This is like, can I have conversations with economists, please? Can I stop talking about fucking, I'm not that smart. I know this is getting out in the weeds, but I'm literally not that fucking smart. But is anybody else in my fucking immediate like peer group talking about any of this shit? God damn it. I just realized like who else is like having a conversation about economics that's even like this slightly above journeyman? God damn it. Like we're really clapping yourself on the back. I am not. I said like 16 times to go talk to an actual economist about this shit. Either way, I'm sick of talking about fucking pedophile stuff. Can we get rid of the pedophiles so I can talk about dry ass economics and maybe relate it to fantasy worlds and shit so that we can all have a good time?
You know who wrote? You know what?
I'm not going to say.
You are totally right. It's you. Oh my goodness. Oh, you are so correct. It is literally the man carrying things clip. You are so right. That's crazy. That's crazy. Which one? We watched it yesterday. We literally watched it yesterday.
So you're reading that Dune book, huh? Yeah. Wasn't that stupid worm?
This is why there's 90% of political content on YouTube. Also, Anonymous, thank you for the 25 months at tier 2. Much appreciated.
I hate talking about this stuff. Politics is boring. Politics is stupid as hell. I actually try to keep out of politics. I think both sides are stupid. I think both sides have some good points. I'm actually apolitical. I'd call myself a centrist. I have no real opinion on politics, and I don't consider myself educated enough to discuss the topic. Here's why people should stop criticizing Israel.
Yeah, anyway, so let's continue. I think we're gonna skip ahead just a little bit as well.
You know what I mean? Oh man, like literally.
What's the Frogan part? What's up with what's up about Frogan? Frogan's entitled.
Imagine having a 5.5 hour tipathon. Yeah, she's Hasan got away.
Actually, Osama bin Laden bad, and her response was, "This motherfucker never shuts up. Oh my god."
I mean, you could shut up yourself. Just saying, but like.
Well, every time I've gotten into it with her, she has started and to put herself in the middle of a charged conversation that I'm having. And then every time I say, "Okay, let's engage," then she's like, "I can't believe he would focus on a smaller creator." It's like, listen, just stop talking shit. You know, this is the girl who's on in Hasan's Discord saying Ethan hates Arabs because I unfollow.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to even find. I guess she doesn't have any content on YouTube, is why. Maybe she's different on Twitch.tv. On YouTube, she doesn't have any content, but she has 5.62 thousand subscribers, I guess. Why I left Twitch. Frogan, shut up. On Twitch, she's got 58.6K followers, but like, look at this. Look at these numbers. They're fucking like pitiful. I mean, she's doing better than me on Twitch, but I don't focus on Twitch at all. I'm on YouTube. 3.2K views 6 days ago. 290 views from 6 days ago. 4.3K views. I guess this is like an accidental, but I mean, this is a 5.5 hour podcast or a 5.5 hour show, right? With only 3.2K. I got 3.2K yesterday just talking shit, you know? And I don't have anywhere near this amount of 58.6K followers. Nobody's watching her. Like, it's very, very weird. 4.3, 2.290, 696, 1.1, 1.4, 4.3, 290. Like, how in the fuck are you a rising star and I can't find you? Like, you get what I'm saying when I'm like, it's suspicious? It has nothing to do with her ethnicity, her disposition, nothing. It's just literally like, how in the fuck? What is happening that you got a rising star award? Why are you appearing on other people's shows and you're a fucking nobody? You're like a fucking Hasan reply guy that no one is actually genuinely interested in watching. Like, you don't see react videos to her unless someone else is like talking about her Twitter shit.
Audience,
because nobody watches
anti-Hasan people. Until he realized that he could make money off of being anti-Ethan, and that's what he was doing, and y'all fell for it. You fell for it. Yeah, these are direct Ethan Klein talking points. He's watching Ethan, agreeing with Ethan 8 months ago. 8 months ago. And just because as of a month ago, he switched his content to be anti-Ethan, now you're like, oh yeah, let's throw this guy a bag. Let's throw this guy a bag.
They're fucking, no one watches her streams. These numbers are crazy. Like, they're crazy low. And she doesn't even fucking stream that much, it seems. Like, it's wild. How do you have fucking 56,000 fucking followers? You know what I mean? Imagine having a 5.5 hour tipathon. Yeah, she's... Hasan got away with saying cracker the N-word of whites. Oh, man. Yeah, did Destiny get kicked out? Well, Destiny's fucking Cuban, right? He's Latino, so you can't say that's our word, all right? He's got to fucking Spanish it up or something. Call it like fucking El Dorito or whatever the fuck. How do you say cracker in Spanish? The food. Thank you.
Followed her on Twitter. And just remember where this all started. I quietly unfollowed her on Twitter because I did not want any issues. She was posting stuff about October 7th that I thought was distasteful and was upsetting to me. So I silently unfollowed her.
Hasan's best friend was QC Cinderella, who runs the
and
Twitch
from that,
Awards.
she started, shitting and pissing and saying that I'm Islamophobic, that I hate Arabs, and that all this kinds of stuff. And it's like, okay, well, Let me say something about that.
What's up, Bernie Scholar? Explosive Beavers. Also good to see you after your break.
So of course I had to respond here, and I said, "Oh, here's what I said. I said tankies falling over themselves to defend Hasan Banned and tell you all you need to know about their movement." And you really do. It's like you can make.
What a fucking Ethan Klein, fucking special ed motherfucker. Spelled tankies with a Y. Why? Why does that? Why does that get me? Why is that funny? That TANKYS, this motherfucker, dude. I swear to God.
Like give historical analysis, but this guy's literally saying like, "Wow, are you dumb that he hated us for our freedoms?" And it's like, well, he did, and other things.
Yeah,
So
you
what the
never
fuck
heard
do
of
you
it.
mean?
Historical
Anyway,
analysis. Like, just analyze the history. Like, motherfucker just said that shit. It's kind of crazy.
here is Rogan telling me to shut up when hey, don't shut your mouth when you're criticizing Osama bin Laden. I said, this is a Hasan mod telling me, a Jewish man, to shut the fuck up because I dare to say Osama bin Laden was bad and hated Jews. Please understand this is why leftovers and
Is it? Fuck, dude. Okay, I know. Gringo would be the like word for me. I actually legitimately want to know what the word for a cracker, like a saltine.
Okay. Anyway.
Yeah, this thing happened, and I just don't know how I feel about it. And then all of a sudden, you're getting fucking obliterated, like hardcore as lefty as he was. Imagine that time or anything. I just legitimately forget. Squid Tips. Goddamn, Squid Tips. If you're like a guy like Squid Tips, right? And this isn't me like giving him career advice, but if say that you didn't make mostly motorcycle content with some politics like thrown in, and you weren't anywhere near as lefty as he was. Imagine that kind of content, and you were like a little bit more center left lib, and you hung out with Hasan. Hasan says you're fucking cool as shit. All right, cool. And then you get like a big boost, like 20 or 30K people, a now sizable chunk of a like 250K audience. You know, you get up to, we'll just say 300K. So you have this gigantic chunk. Oh fuck, cool. I got this new boost of people, but then that comes with the expectations of a level of pretty fucking extreme loyalty to Hasan and Hasan's positions, and you may not even realize it until months or so down the road that like, oh, you know, well, yeah, this thing happened, and I just don't know how I feel about it. And then all of a sudden you're getting fucking obliterated, like hardcore harassed over a political take you haven't even just thought through, and people are treating it like a massive moral failing, and they're a part of your community, and now they're talking to your community as community members, and all of a sudden like you don't get to talk about like motorcycle shit anymore. Or if you're like a book creator, you know, you don't get to talk about book stuff, music. All of a sudden now you're like, why the fuck am I making like 3 goddamn apology videos about fucking Israel Palestine? I don't even talk about Israel Palestine. What did I even say? You know what I mean? But it's like, oh shit, I don't know if you know this, but this person was like connected to this guy, and that's kind of the danger of dealing with Hasan, and why kind of like Hasan's style of content needs to be pushed back against, because if you like the politics that he's putting out, okay, but imagine it's not perfectly that kind of politics, and we start supporting that kind of creator getting better, where you have these hypermassive individual creators that can kind of like make and destroy careers, and then they have a entire ecosystem of sycophants that exist literally just to reply guy harass you on Twitter and drum up controversy to get love from him. That's like one of the things. Rogan will start a fight just so that Hasan will come out, support her, and then she can suck up fucking like, I need to afford my apartment donos. You know what I mean? Like they'll start fights to get fucking attention on them, positive attention from their creator. They don't give a fuck about the careers of other people. And basically, if you're within the massive target environment of anybody that's not perfectly aligned with me ideologically, they can either hard attack you, or if you're just slightly making a mistake, soft attack you in a way to force you to make a mea culpa, right? This is really what people are talking about when they talk about cancel culture. It's really more of the moral extortion culture. Moral extortion of celebrities, you know what I mean? Even niche internet micro celebrities. That's the point of it. And the thing is that's the entire focus and onus of Hasan's community, which was born from semi-respectable ends. You know, people were really concerned about Donald Trump. People were really concerned about the election, and the non-progressive aspects of the Democratic Party. And like people wanted to see more AOC shit. They wanted to see more Bernie shit. And they wanted to see more political action from young people. And they wanted to see more young people desires in the political space. And you know, there's a lot of different directions that desire went, and was knocked down, was received well, was successful, was unsuccessful, what have you. Some of that went in the direction of like Hasan style content, which you see to a
But he's straight making up shit. I've seen you shit on Hasan for talking to a reformed racist white leftist, and Hasan gave you the Hasan boost or whatever he was saying. I mean, he's just doing anti-Hasan talking points, honestly. It doesn't have to make any sense. My hair is a mess. I'll be right back. Here, enjoy this content, chat. Be right back.
Likely the smaller degree with like Voosh and some of those orbiter types, you know what I mean? People that kind of fell off in 2022 is right around where that is. And then Hasan's kind of keeping it up by saying way too hot about everything that he can stay hot about, which keeps his audience engaged in between the dry spells of there's nothing politically exciting going on, so we're going to watch JCPS criminal psychology for fucking 2 hours, you know? JCP, whatever the fuck. JCPS is Jefferson County Public Schools, from where I used to live. And cough, anti-piker cough, what is that? The user made it where no civil discussion on IP could happen, is they would go full Hasan talking points. Yeah, that's the issue, is also like the lack of ability to see people with any like level of grace, you know, or entertain the possibility that you could be wrong, or that you might not understand everything that's going on as well as you do, and that you're not helping, you know, which is the biggest issue with the uncommitted Palestine movement. That's why I call these people Hasan fans, even if a bunch of them have never heard of Hasan. It's such an interconnected sub-community of American politics. At first time, I kind of wouldn't believe that they've never heard of Hasan, but also more than likely they're spurred on by people whose politics are so similar to him. It doesn't really matter, because you're kind of attacking the same issues when you get to it, and you never have enough words to actually describe everything accurately. or they're inspired by people who are inspired by Hasan or inspired by down the line. You know what I mean? It kind of spreads out sideways and then trickles down onto them. And I think that this is a bad content site. I think it's trash content, which you can kind of see because not only is it just uninteresting, it's boring. It's the most boring drama I talked about today. Recounting off memory, Bo Blacks v. fucking Nick Diorio, which is supposed to be Lyrics v. Nick Diorio, just off the top of my head is way more fucking interesting than watching these guys talk about their massive multi-100,000, multi-million member communities fucking going to war over like extremely fucking immediate political issues of the day. It's fucking dull. And it's why? It's because nobody really like, if either people don't believe in what they think they believe in or they don't understand what they believe in enough to really actually believe in it. I think there's tons of people that are in the uncommitted Palestine supporter caucus kind of spread out throughout America that don't even realize that they don't understand any of the
Happy belated birthday, little bird.
issues or how to change them. Like, and they think that just knowing that like Palestine is getting the shaft by Israel is like sufficient. And that's just not the case. And it's not knowing like the entirety of the history, it's just understanding the mechanics of all of what's happening around you in order to actually achieve change through, you know, motivated action or action motivated by your intense political dislike of the current climate. And it's bad. And so like that, all of that failure that we're going to see, October's coming up. And once October comes up, one of my little I'm going to start making some mini docs, some mini essays, really quick ones, to try to highlight stuff so I don't have to do it on here. I can make it bite-sized because you never know when I'm going to burst into fucking song. But basically that's what we're going to find out if a bunch of these protests that made people went to jail for and made them look like assholes actually achieved the specific goals that they set out to achieve. Because I'm not giving anybody credit for raised awareness in the era of the internet. I'm just not. I'm just like, I literally can't give you any credit for raised awareness of anything in any direction if it's something that's already on the internet and people are literally talking about every fucking day.
He's talking about pro-Palestinian protests, by the way. In case you're wondering what protest he's talking about pro-Palestinian protests. You know, the clause that he claims he cares about now. He's saying he's not going to give pro-Palestinian protesters any credit because there's no raising awareness in the age of the internet. That's what his take is. 8 months ago. 8 months ago.
You know what I mean? So like, I want to see actual like change. I said fucking 4 months ago, 3 months ago, whatever the fuck it was, I think it started in March, that these people that said that they're going to get fucking people to convene in October, I'm actually going to double check. I go a little bit deeper than reading just the headlines, guys. So don't send me any headlines where you're like, look, this has proved it, and then not read the story. You'll actually fucking irritate the shit out of me, and I will mock you by name. We're going to see how effective that was. And the biggest issue is if they're not effective, what you're going to see is an unnecessary sense of disenfranchisement because these people that are getting upset, they're going to be disappointed that all of that sacrifice that they made, their time, their effort, their anger, their energy, the money that they could have been making working, the time that they could have been spending doing anything else, all of that kind of stuff. When they see the loss of that turn into nothing, it's going to turn into what I call unnecessary political disenfranchisement, like an unnecessary sense of political disenfranchisement. You're going to start believing, this is the issue. This is why I tell people to be cautious of overextending yourself on middling emotional political action that doesn't directly cause change. Like,
he's talking about protesting a genocide, by the way. He's talking about protesting a genocide. That's what he's talking about when he says middling like political action. 8 months ago. Almost a year into Israel's genocide. Let's continue.
Protests can be good. Protest can achieve stuff, but just having a protest does not mean you will achieve your goals at all. It just literally, you have to like, that's just an aspect of the entire equation. If it doesn't equal change, then you can probably fucking remove it or some other aspect of it to actually achieve the end result. The problem is when you put a lot of effort into something that you've convinced yourself is the only way to do something, you will now feel disenfranchised by the system because the system in your mind told you that protest specifically, or if it's even some other thing, that voting specifically will cause this actual change. And you don't understand enough about the system. You just thought that specifically doing this one thing will cause the change. When you don't see that change immediately happen, you will experience unnecessary disenfranchisement. There is necessary disenfranchisement. Like, oh, okay, yeah, literally, I have been disenfranchised. Somebody took my ability to make change away from me. I've lost my vote. I've lost my right to protest. I've lost my right to own guns. Some people will consider that necessary disenfranchisement. But in this other case, that unnecessary disenfranchisement that is it's avoidable by understanding the limitations of the effort you can put into the system. That is very politically negative overall. It is really what a lot of foreign actors want to achieve in the American government, making people feel that the systems don't represent them, that they will never represent them, that they could never, that no good change has ever occurred.
In case you don't know about the vitriol that is spitting out of his mouth, he's saying that, or he's criticizing pro-Palestinian protests because it will cause what he calls unnecessary disenfranchisement, right? You protesting Palestine is, you know, bad or not good or whatever, because once, you know, you realize that nothing changes after your protest, you're gonna feel as though your system doesn't represent you, which it doesn't, because your protest didn't work because they didn't listen to you. So you would be correct. But he's saying that it's bad and it's your fault and you shouldn't do it because it will make that known to you. So just don't do anything.
Because of the intervention of the American government in the lives of the people who exist inside of its service district, which is just simply not the fucking case. You just don't see the good things happening because most of the time when government works, you don't notice it. Like when government is functioning, it's a thing that you don't pay attention to. It's like the motor in your refrigerator. You haven't thought about it until I mentioned it right now. But if the motor in your refrigerator went out and it stopped being a refrigerator, it's all you would think about. You know what I'm saying? It's the same sort of thing. And so getting people to hyper focus on ineffectual political action so that they expend.
And when he says ineffectual political action, he's talking about protesting genocide. Let's be very clear. Let's be very clear what he's talking about, since we want to promote this guy. Since this is the guy we're elevating to the front of the movement. When he talks about ineffective political action, he's talking about protesting genocide. That's what he's talking about.
End all of their effort in that direction and give up basically on the system itself, they'll become hostile to the system going forward, which is how you generate terrorists. That's the whole point of it, right? It's one of the aspects of fifth columning a government. Now, these kind of issues can happen naturally. Sometimes literally just the government does disenfranchise you. And then like terrorism is actually a legitimate fucking reaction to the situation at hand. You know what I mean? It's a tool to create political change. It should be the last one you use because it's just basically flipping the chessboard and then trying to stack as many pieces on your side as possible while someone's stabbing you in the side of the fucking head with an ice pick. Not always the best decision, but if it's the only decision you make, it's the only decision you can make. If you get convinced that the one other thing you thought would change everything was the only way and it was truly the only way, then when that's taken away from you, the ice pick to the side of the head chess match is going to actually seem like the only thing that you can do, whether or not it's great, because you'll feel actually unnecessarily disenfranchised. That's kind of the point of all of this stuff. And it's why Hasan's content's trash content. It is about getting yourself way too fucking fired up about things you cannot immediately change and trying to convince you that certain minor actions that are occurring are the only way to change things. Like Hasan's entire content cycle is consistently about trying to defeat Americans' confidence in America while providing no way forward. Like Hasan does not teach his fucking audience how to effectively change anything because he doesn't understand how to effectively change anything in the first place. His entire method of political action, even when it comes to interviewing people, is just purity testing. It's just, if we can't find a pure candidate to be elected, and then the pure candidate can't beat the impure system, then the system is bad and the system has to go, and you should feel defeated. You should feel broken. And then on the few occasions where we get a win, we can all celebrate for all of 5 days, and then we have to feel bad again. So no matter what, you're always taking 6 steps down, even when you take 1 step back up. It's a spiral to the bottom because it's all vibes based. It doesn't have anything to do with reality. So even when the vibes are on or off, there's no recurrent system to make you re-experience the vibes that actually exists outside of his subculture he's created on the internet. So you get lost in the sauce, so to say. And you're like, damn, I just want those good feels again, or I want the comfortable bad feels back. I like the porcupine that stabs me the right way when I hug it. And trash content. This is why you see fucking Hasan fans delving into terroristic action, into performative cruelty. Like literally, Frogan is a moderator in his community. If I had any of my moderators acting the way she would, I would fire you and I would fucking harass you from my position for acting like that. I would be shocked. I would be shocked. That's why don't defend me, but also like, don't be a fucking psycho like that. Like, goddamn. To tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, as a notable member of my community, when he supports her, he shows you that her performative cruelty, her flirting with and sometimes engaging in like anti-Semitism, her flirting with and engaging in pro-terrorist fucking talking points, like literally coming out. There is no argument. His entire community is becoming more and more pro-terrorism. Like coming out in favor of Osama bin Laden isn't a standpoint where you can take multiple interpretations of it. That's just being literally pro-terrorism. You're pro the guy who did the biggest terrorism on American soil in American history. Like, unless you want to get crazy, actually it was, us killing all the Native Americans, I guess, if you want to consider that terrorism. I consider it a genocide, but it is what it is. That's kind of where you end up. And so like, you shouldn't be surprised that people feel like the only way to achieve any sort of political change is to be performatively cruel and to be threatening on occasion, to engage in self-justified anti-Semitism as, non-Semitic peoples, you know what I mean? Like literally just, or even as Semitic peoples, to engage in that kind of racist rhetoric and stuff. Hasan, in trying to combat the forces of fascism in his own mind, I think, has taken all of the toolbook or all of the toolkit, the playbook of fascism and put it into play in his community without any regard to the ultimate ends that it's going to achieve. Like, he is a person that has threatened a sitting U.S. senator with a picture of a gun, which he didn't apologize for or say was wrong in any way in front of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. He supports a person who is pro-terrorism, not just Frogan, who's come out in favor of Osama bin fucking Laden, and has come out in favor of Hamas. Frogan said that it was fucking based as shit that Hamas murdered random innocent civilians during October 7th. She's like, oh yeah, I think it was what you guys talk about. You want to see a revolution in action, and then when you see a revolution, you're like, oh, I don't want it anymore. That's not a revolution. Killing random workers is not a revolution from a leftist perspective. I guess if you're just a Islamo-fascist, probably, yeah, as a Muslim supremacist, then that's probably kind of fucking slaps. Seeing all those Jews get fucking slaughtered at a fucking festival and then, justifying it for months after the fact. But like, that's a major player in his community. That's a person he's come out and supported. It's also a person that Twitch has supported twice, which is fucking real weird. Like, very, very strange. And then also, like, you've platformed Houthi. Houthis are terrorists. He's like, you promoted a fucking actual pirate, uncritically, of crimes that the guy might commit against legitimately non-combatants. You can make a weird fucking fascist argument for whether or not somebody's innocent, but once you find yourself,
everything is fascism to this guy. Like, not even like, I'm not even like joking or memeing. Like, quite literally, everything is fascism. He's called Frogan fascist. He's called Hasan fascist, saying Hasan is doing the fascist playbook to his audience. He calls Hasan's audience fascist. Like, he's called everything fascist so far. He's repeat everything that he said, chat. Everything that he said so far has been Ethan Klein. Shit. Verbatim. He's regurgitated Ethan Klein talking points. But no, now that he says mean things about loaner box, it's fine. Right? No, we can just forget him shitting on Frogan, stoking the harassment campaign, being on Ethan's side to shit on Frogan. Right? Shitting on Hasan, doing Ethan Klein talking points against Hasan. Right? Denims, Mike, because he said mean things about loaner box one time. We must elevate him to the position. We must give him an audience. Is she talking to Yemeni teen? But he said mean things about Ethan one time. So it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. He says mean things about Ethan one time. And this is the problem. This is the problem. This is the problem with Drama Slob. This is the problem with Drama Slob. Which is why I don't like engaging with Drama Slob. Right? Y'all want to feel good. You want to feel good. You want somebody to say super mean things about Ethan Klein. Right? Loaner box. And that's the extent of their political action. That's it. Not about actually, doing effective change. It's about rhetoric.
Arguing like, how innocent or not are these non-combatants? You are engaging in pre-genocide rhetoric, which is something that Hasan's community has done. Pre-genocidal rhetoric, literally some of that people can say from the river to the sea is not a hate crime, hate chant, but there's plenty of people that fucking hate Jews and hate Israelis that consider it a fucking genocide chant. They're like, no, that's what it is. Maybe not everybody, but like literally some of the people are like, no. This is we're talking about putting everybody that's in Israel that's not.
Why are we elevating this person? Why are we elevating this person? Why are we elevating this person? Y'all never learn. Y'all never learn. Noah didn't know, I guarantee. I'm not blaming Noah. I'm not blaming Noah. I'm blaming the audience. I'm blaming the audience. Why not blame Noah? Noah doesn't know the intricacies of like West Side Tyler's opinions 8 months ago. Right? Noah wanted to put on a charity stream, a very successful charity stream for Palestine. Right? I don't think Noah sourced the talent. Right? I'm sure the community was like, hey, you should have this guy on. Noah was like, okay. That's it.
That's an Israeli to the sword that doesn't leave. Some people do, some people don't. And that's pre-genocidal rhetoric. That's pro-terrorist rhetoric. It's basically throwing out the law of land warfare and throwing out the possibility of diplomacy in favor of terrorism, in favor of threats, in favor of harassment, in favor of basically untoward actions, which are never going to accomplish what you want because you don't have enough of a majority, period, to ever accomplish the political ends that you want to. Like, you were literally rejected by the political party that's closest in line to you. Like, it kicked you out, like literally kicked you out of their fucking clubhouse during the most important night of the year, which is a very big statement that the uncommitted Palestine movement.
Did a week long, so you want to get anyone that was pro-Palestine.
Is,
yeah, like, I'm not blaming Noah. I like Noah. Noah's great.
Politically non-functional.
My critique is specific on the audience and how the audience cares more about the in-the-moment drama slop as opposed to, like, you know, people who hold good politics, right? They, as the chatter was saying, there's this one chatter in Hasan's chat who was spamming, right? I haven't heard much about this West Side Tyler guy, but I've seen some of his clips. Hasan, do you know him? Hasan, do you know him? Do you know the West Side Tyler guy? Hasan, have you seen the West Side Tyler guy? Spamming, right? And I get it. I understand, right? Ethan Klein sucks. Ethan Klein sucks. He sucks. His story just dropped. About what? Gaming? Does this guy kind of looks like Power Software? A little bit.
They're cancerous. They're literally like an infectious fucking disease that will damage communities that they're invited into. They will damage political programs and political actions that they are attached to. They will do anything that they want in the moment because they think it's correct, because they have switched from fucking non-vibes based materialist action to vibes based materialist or vibes based ideological action, to literally there's what ontologically is good, which is my goal, and then anything that gets in the way of it or that tries to supersede it or tries to slow it down is not, which is one of the best reasons to not let any of those people or anyone that's aligned to them speak at one of your functions, because you know they're going to use that to their own political ends, as most people will, but you already know what those political ends will be in their case, which is doing whatever the fuck comes to their mind in the moment, and nothing that is ever going to give one single iota of a second thought to what you're trying to accomplish, which is antithetical to allyship. That's what an ally is. You reach hands. So I'm not going to ally with your political project because you people are fucking psychopaths. And you're pro-violence, you're pro-terrorism, a lot of you guys are anti-Semitic.
That's interesting. Going on Noah Sampson's fundraiser at 4 p.m. Hasan records record loss to Ethan Klein records record loss to Hasan Piker. HVH endless cope death run. Ethan Klein joined Bad Abnada support group. Lunabot says Hasan smeared him on the video. It sounds like he's shaking hands. With what he called the pro-terror side. That's interesting. That's weird. I'm not using hyperbole when I say half of Tyler's interview was him obsessing over lawsuits and being psyched about people going out the window with lawsuits. He might have changed sides after the lawsuit started. He just blabbed on and on. He was on Noah's stream. That'll give him a boost. The boost is not going to come from Noah's stream. The boost, him going on Noah's stream is the boost, right? It's him, like his clips being featured heavily on like the Snark subreddit, H3 leftovers, or leftovers H3 or whatever. That's where the boost is.
And you're also not, you don't have any majority status anywhere. So like There's literally nothing to gain with allying with you, and you can only lose because of how fucking
really there's nothing to gain. There's nothing to gain here from allying with like the pro-terror side, as you call it. Then why the shift? Why the difference in content? Why the difference in content? Ethan Klein teaches Noah Samson the internet is serious business. I think he's trolling, right? Yeah, Ethan Klein being cyberbullied. Ethan Klein sued by housekeeper. Hasan calls out Ethan Klein. Main problem is him going on Noah, and people finally go like, well, Noah's a good guy, so he must be too. Yeah. Hasan not be selling AI merch 6 months ago. Like legitimately, this guy's just a drama slapper. That's it. This guy picks a target and is like, I'm gonna farm for the day. Never about anything productive. Never about like moving the left forward as a project or a movement. It's just, who can I shit on for today? And that's it. That's all. Was Ethan's was starting to fall off from the BT Switch side, so it's as easy as that? Yeah. You might have not always correctly clock the person's vibe is crazy. Like, you don't even have to like clock the vibe. Just like look at their previous content. All you have to do is look at their previous content. Interviewing Dylan Burns about Ukraine. Okay, let's look at this video. Not this one. I care about this one. This one. Hasan fails reality check. Yeah, this is the one I saw. About him like being like, not the fence, not the DNC fence.
Again and again and again and again and again, they partake in. It is not loose rhetoric at all. Yeah. So there is definitely.
But if you come across a political YouTube, just search Hasan's name on the channel and tell you all you need to know about them. Yes, it's that simple. Whenever you come across a new channel, you're like, oh, this person does politics. Let me see what they're about. Just name search Hasan. Green leaf conditioner. No, it's just a spray bottle of water. It's a spray bottle of water. And it's in my hands.
People are being insanely violent to black people. That is psychotic. There's a very important thing that's a part of that, and it's showing that the response.
Yeah. This is the take I was talking about. Here, we're gonna watch this take. Watch this. About protesters in general.
It's just weird as fuck. They're oh, it's not that bad for a guy to do that. Say that like it. All right. Oh, my absolute shit show as far as pro-Palestine sentiment was concerned. For those of you who don't know, the DNC, the Democratic National Convention, is specifically and only a glaze fest for everybody to support and suck the dick of whoever is about to become the Democratic national candidate for president. That's it. That's pretty much it. You say, I can't wait till this person's president, and I have no reservations about that. They'll be the best president of all time. This is a time-honored tradition. There is no reason to ever change it because it is literally just to show party solidarity with a single person. That's it. That's literally the point of these conventions. It's for the Democratic Party to spend several days doing speeches about who's going to be president and why they should be president, how supportive they are of the presidency.
I wonder if he's going to talk about why that's it's a bad thing, especially as the genocide's going on. I wonder if he's going to talk about that. I wonder if he's going to get into like, and that's a bad thing because there's a genocide currently ongoing, and it should not be a glaze fest, right? This one should be different than the others because there is a genocide going on, being aided and abetted by the head of the Democratic Party, the president at the time, Joe Biden. I wonder if he's going to go and say that instead of just like describing this is how things always were. So if you expected it to be different, you're dumb and wrong. So you might as well not protest it because like it's never been anything else.
But they were at the presidency last time. How bad the other side is at the presidency again and again and again. It is not a place where you have dissenting or diminishing ideas at all. It's just not.
Both sides, Tyler says, hang it up. He's saying you shut your mouth and you go along with what everybody else is doing. This is not a place for you to voice dissent against genocide. This is not the place. This is not the place. The DNC, not the place to voice dissent against genocide. Back to brunch we go. Back to brunch we go. This is a good lesson for people who are newly getting into leftist politics, that people like to flirt with things you hold dear to exploit you into thinking that they're on your side. The problem is, like, in this case, people are swayed by a creator team sports instead of exploiting ideology you hold dear. Yeah.
Not, because you don't need it. It's not valuable. Because you're literally just there to say, we are all 110 million, billion, trillion, quadrillion % behind the Democratic person who's running for office. That's literally it. There's a bunch of other reasons and places and times for political speeches, literally thousands of them, right? The DNC picks who gets to talk at the DNC, and the DNC picks people who are going to support the DNC. It is a propaganda event for propagandists and politicians. That is all it has ever been.
That is a bad thing, which is why you should protest it. That's kind of the entire point. He's just describing, he's doing the liberal thing, describing things as they are and implying that it's good. He's doing the time-honored liberal tradition to just describing this is how things always worked. No need to fight back against it.
And all it need ever be. If there's anyone that gets up there and gets to complain about something, it's usually the other party. As a matter of fact, it's always the other party. And that's all the only value they have. So during this event, people were ass mad, is the only way to describe it, that for some reason the DNC didn't pick a Palestinian person to speak at the event about the ongoing war, genocide in Israel, Palestine, right? In Gaza. This is the most unsurprising development in the history of developments. It is actually kind of weird that anyone thought that there would be a Palestinian speaker. I don't understand why you thought that would be the case.
He's literally doing lib shit. He's literally doing, why are you mad? Of course they weren't going to do that. You shouldn't be surprised at all. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. Why be mad at the way things are, actually? Just accept it. That's how things are. Don't protest. Right? Don't disrupt. But don't be disobedient. It was never going to happen anyway. Lip shit.
Literally, historically, why? Why? What? Is it ostensibly pro-Palestine position part of the DNC's current like playbook? Not really.
And it should be, which is why people protested it. Like, what are we talking about here? He's literally running defense for the Democratic Party. He's running defense for the Democratic Party. He is running defense for the Democratic Party. That is what he's doing. But because he said he doesn't like Ethan Klein, you know, this is our guy.
To roll stuff down, but it's still like highly supportive of Israel, who is, regardless of how you feel about them, an American ally. So you being upset about it doesn't change that. This is their glaze fest, and anybody that would be a buzzkill during the glaze fest is probably not going to get a chance to speak. Pretty fucking straightforward. For some reason, the uncommitted pack or uncommitted crew, whatever the fuck, they call them the uncommitted people, right? That we're not committed to vote yet, i.e., until Democrats say that they are going to do every little tiny fucking thing that they think of, and I don't even think it's a collective, it's just any of the...
Like, this is the pro-Palestinian guy. This is the pro-Palestinian guy that we are promoting. He's a grifter. He's a grifter. He's a disingenuous grifter, and you all are fools. You're fools. You can't say that, Cheddar. And ironically, grifting to the left? Yes.
Any of them individual. Until the Democrats have done everything that they want, they are not going to commit to voting for the Democrats. Right? And so these people were protesting outside the DNC, ostensibly to get someone to speak at the DNC, which is, you have to understand, the stupidest way to go about that. For the most obvious reason possible. If anybody that has an issue with the DNC can protest outside of it, and then that will result in their protester getting a speaking spot, then the DNC has opened up a pathway to always be protested every fucking time that they try to do anything. So why would they do that? On top of it, the protests outside the DNC were disorganized, dangerous, psychotic, and run at times by like literal fucking maroons. We're going to look at some of these videos ahead of time because I want to fucking buffer Hasan getting kicked out of the DNC by showing you the people he was saying were being completely reasonable and completely above board and all of this shit. It is fucking madness. We'll hop in here real quick. So, a lot of this stuff is from Scootercaster New York, who's a person I think knows. They know.
I like expecting things from our politicians in the same demand because that's what he believes. This is his real beliefs. Whatever he says now, which is why I didn't click on any of the things that he says now, right? Whatever he says now, I know he doesn't believe. It doesn't matter to him. This is what he believes. This is his beliefs. Whatever he says now is a pure grift.
Birds. They are also a journalist, so go and support Scootercaster NY. This is from their Twitters. I am going to be showing you not their entire videos, but just a few because they're the only people that are on the ground that I think have captured some of this shit. And they just had cameras on pointing at people. One of the biggest arguments I've heard again and again and again and again by people that don't understand how fucking history works or life in general is that the point.
Also, this gets good, chat. I want you to buckle up. Sit down and buckle up. This gets insanely good.
Punch of these Israel protests or pro-Palestine protests were basically to show how violent the cops get toward protesters, which is how it worked in the civil rights era. So like in the civil rights era, they did protests and got beat up. And so these people at the Palestinian protests that are getting their ass kicked by cops are exactly the same if they get their ass kicked as civil rights protesters. The reason the civil rights protesters getting their asses kicked had such an impact was because they were polite, non-confrontational, well-dressed, well-spoken church people, like literally saying like, we deserve our place here. And then the cops would psychotically come in and just beat the fuck out of them off rip. They would just literally start beating the shit out of black people right away. If you watch the old videos of the civil rights or the civil rights era, you would see they go around. These people are literally like, I just want to be served, blah, 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 like hanging out, like very quiet. And that just makes you go, okay, yeah. So there is definitely white people are being insanely violent to black people. That is psychotic. there's a very important thing that's a part of that, and it's showing that the response is excessive due to what is happening, right? So the pro-Palestine protests outside of the DNC were insane, to the point where I don't blame Palestinian people or a lot of pro-Palestine activists in America for it, because I can only assume that these people were either ops or just so divorced from reality that they beggar the imagination. However, the worst examples of the pro-Palestine protesters that were at the DNC are the best examples of your average Hasan fan. Like literally stuff he has advocated for, behavior he has said was okay, and that he has condoned again and again and again and again, and has lionized again and again and again and again and again. They partake in. It is not loose rhetoric at all. And he has been excessively forgiving of these people, even though they are completely politically inefficacious. They seem like literally unhinged. And I'm going to show you videos. So I'm prefacing this with you're like, I don't know, I saw some. The chill parts are not as important as the not chill parts, okay? You got to have a chill fucking protest in order for it to be one of those things where everyone goes, oh, the cops desperately overreacted. In this case,
my favorite both sides Tyler quote, you got to have a chill protest.
would beat up some of these people because they are actively trying to fight motherfuckers. One of those things where everyone
listen to what he says here.
Goes, oh, the cops desperately overreacted. In this case, I would beat up some of these people because they are actively trying to fight motherfuckers on the ground. So we're going to hop into this.
This is the guy. Bro said I would join the fucking cops. This is the guy. This is the guy. This is the guy. Guy gets heavy officer school vibes. I went to college into the military, and I always thought he was better than the peons beneath him and was revered a genius and not for being able to read. So now he carries his hubris with him everywhere. Yeah. Do you understand why I am perpetually frustrated? Do you understand why this is one of the most consistent things that I am upset about? And people had the audacity in Hasan's Reddit to look at me like I am crazy for demanding better of people like this. Supposed leftists saying that I'm the problem for demanding more of people like this as opposed to these people themselves. This, I must remind you, was 8 months ago. 8 months ago. All I am saying is having a little bit, a tiny bit more just critical lens. When you see somebody criticizing somebody you also hate. Just a slight critical lens. This has happened time after time after time again. They didn't take Hasan's rhetoric about extending charitability and run it too broadly, like out with it. Like, yes, you can be charitable, but use discretion. No, they don't hear that. They don't hear that. Right? As you know, they do that. They do use discretion against the freaking black people. White guys, no discretion, ever. You're a white guy who had said things in the past, you know, you've changed. You know, that was yesterday. This is today. That was yesterday. But when it comes to like marginalized people in general, no charitability. You think a black liberal was extended to charitability? No, never, never. Never. Because they see themselves in this person. They project their own growth onto people like this. This is why they excuse Ethan Klein for his behavior. And look at where they got us. If Hakeem Jeffries tomorrow was full bore leftist, he'd be called a grifter lib immediately. Yeah. Without fail. The people who are actually leftists, who get called libs and grifters, who are black. Which he would be within dudes like I believed immediately. Yeah. Yeah.
Chicago had a riot at the 1968 DNC too. True. Why not protest before literally any Israeli representative? I mean, you could go almost anywhere and protest anything. This is why I'm confused. It seems like a fucking op. Like, is this Hasbara or whatever the fuck? Like, are the Israelis paying for this? Because it just makes no sense that anyone thought this shit would be efficacious. So we're gonna check out some of this shit. Jesus Christ, Tyler, hit the fucking button. Hey, look at this. Liar, get in here, bucko. Oh shit, this is actually wrong. This is the old one. Whoops. Why did I just bring down one? Hold on. You guys go here.
You can go anywhere, proceeds, list all the places and times he considers invalid. Yeah.
There we go. So, like I said, this is a lot from Olia Scootercaster, Scootercaster, New York. Video by Olgafe Images and Freedom NTV. So this is them breaking down, using tools to topple the perimeter fence outside of the DNC and storm into a protected area.
Like, do you know what I always say about priorities, chat? If while a genocide is going on, you are so hyper-focused. So I'm just funny the idea of multi-streaming. He's a Sean watcher. I've never been incorrect. Like, you decide to focus on a fence. Like, come on. We're at a protest. Cameras are cops. I mean, this guy is basically a cop. It was they're doing this for a reason. They're publishing this to show how dangerous and scary pro-Palestinian protesters are. Tyler is so ready to be a concern troll in the middle of an atrocity. Yeah. He calls a genocide.
So they knocked off the ratchet strap. And now they're breaking into this area. If I had to guess, this big open street with these fences like this, more than likely this is the ingress egress route to the DNC, right? So if you have a convention that lasts a very long time and is also full of VIPs, like literal VIPs that have to have Secret Service protection, i.e. multiple former presidents and the current president and the president-elect, you have to have an area for people to get in and out for a lot of different reasons.
Yes, you must not. You can't protest this because I'm sorry. Have you considered that both sides, Tyler has considered your protest invalid? It's Socialism or Barbarism. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. The VIPs won't be able to make it to their speeches on time.
If there's an emergency, any of that happens, you have to keep these pathways open, which is more than likely why this fucking road is open to get.
Again, I just have to remind you, I watched this 8 months ago. We watched this 8 months ago. Like, we did. We covered this guy. Which I'm curious. I'm gonna check. Well, I'll play this.
To and from the DNC or from some staging area or the like, and probably to keep a nice big buffer between the protesters and everywhere else. There's
You'll be checking for the 5 gifted subs as well. And Hercule Satan, thank you for the 3-month subscription. That's true.
There's no reason as a protester to break into this area to do anything other than make shit more dangerous for everyone. If there's
disruption. Oh no, sorry, you can't disrupt this protester. You must be quiet and civil and to the side, right? You must not cause a disruption for the event. You must be holding up your signs across the street from the venue that people drive by. Fences live matter, exactly.
There's a fence. As a protester, you should respect the fence. Otherwise,
this is now my new favorite both sides Tyler line. If there's a fence as a protester, you must respect the fence. You must respect the fence. Hashtag respect the fence. They didn't respect the fence. You're not helping your cause by not respecting the fence. It's the same vibe as if you pulled up your pants, people respect you, would think you're a human. Yes, it's respectability politics. Yes. He's doing respectability politics.
you're a rioter, really. Once you start breaking down barriers, yeah, I know it feels cute, and then entering places you're not supposed to be, you do transition from peaceful protest to riot, kind of instantaneously, because you're
like he's a cop. Come on, he's doing cop shit. He's a lib. Why are we elevating this person to the spokesperson of like the pro-Palestinian movement? Because he's anti-Ethan Klein. Hey, abide by the fence. Abide by the fence. You won't get shot. You know, won't be harassed or accosted by the police. He literally was like, "Hey, I would go down. I would beat you up too. If I was there, I would also beat you up." This is the guy.
Somebody go get that.
This is the guy. One of those Hutch types? Yes, literally, like, it's basically essentially Hutch. Monty TJ for the 10 gifted subs. Much appreciated.
Entering secure areas. If you're mad about Jan 6 and you think the Jan 6 people did the wrong thing, this is Jan 6 shit. This is the same deal. You broke down a fence that they put up to keep people out of
the fence.
A certain area.
Not
There's
the fence.
nothing going on in here. There's not like a giant pile of buttons and stuff. Every time you press a button in here, something, or if you stand in here long enough and a little noise goes off, Palestine gets ungenocided. Like that's not going to happen. This area is being
must not protest anyway. No protesting.
secured for reasons completely unrelated to
When did this come out? August 26th.
Your cause or the causes that are against you. This is nothing to do with you at all. Aside from the fact that they knew people would be here and do stupid shit like this. This is supposed to stay clear. When you
I'm sorry, Tyler. I'm so sorry. You're totally right. I didn't think about that. It's supposed to stay. Chad, did you hear him? Did you hear him? He said it's supposed to stay clear. Can't protest genocide in this street because it's supposed to stay clear. It's supposed to stay clear.
Areas like this, you are potentially putting people's lives at risk by moving crowds into areas that are designed to keep crowds out so that other things can move through. It's not a good idea. I'm just going to say that. I know I'm walking onto it.
Wait, when was this again? August 26th, thank you.
You also can see now there's another issue. This is a gigantic crowd of people that have said, we're all going to go in one direction. Now, they got through this fence because this fence has no one on the other side of it because it's a vacuum. This fence has the egress route probably on the other side of it. The other fence, as you saw a second ago, has cops, right? This has police. So if you go far enough, you're going to create a situation where you have pressure here getting relieved into this area, and they are not going to go, you are not getting through this fence. This fence has sticks and pepper balls and motherfuckers that really just want to beat the shit out of you on the other side of it. Okay? So
it was a credible way to improperly frame January 6th. It wasn't bad because people were trespassing. It was bad because they bought lies wholesale and assaulted people on the foundation of those lies. Like, it was bad because they wanted to overturn, right, the, like, results of the election to institute their own fascist dictatorship. That was why January 6th was bad. Not because, like, property destruction. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. He's like, hey, you guys hate January 6th. They destroyed property. You're destroying property. Therefore, you're bad. Well, yeah, I found it. Okay, here, look at this. September 3rd, 2024. Look at this.
In order for it to be one of those things where everyone goes, oh, the cops desperately overreacted. In this case, I would beat up some of these people because
like you're not an ally. You're not on our side, right? That's what you deserve. If you're like, yeah, no, I would beat up these protesters for sure. But I'm on your side, no, I promise. But I would kill you too. Sure. For sure. Yeah. 100%. 100%.
They are actively trying in order.
But no one listens to me. No one listens to me. Right? I'm just jealous. I'm just jealous of the opportunities that Bow Ties Tyler is getting. Right? It's pure envy. But it's almost like I was correct. Here, I'll show you. Where's it at? Let me see if I can find it. Let's see if I can find it. Let's go. Maybe Twitter's not broken anymore. And of course, Westside Tyler is an Iraq War veteran, right? Start boosting these people just because they said negative things about Ethan Klein and are slightly less right-wing than Lonerbox. I said he has piss poor takes about protests as well. I don't even know why he was floated around, to be honest. He told Lonerbox that he's an awful fucking person. He lives with the guilt of what he's done while he was a Marine every day of his life. And he went on a rant on his own stream and said that he hopes Loner hears the sounds of kids in Gaza in his own private hell for eternity. I don't give a shit what he used to be like. If anyone who's willing to take a stance to get at least a high five in my book, it's that simple. Others it takes to be dog shit. I don't have to watch Simple As. Like, this is fucking stupid. Like, I'm sorry. You are a fool. You are a fool. You're a fool. Pretty words and dangling keychains attract your attention. Dangling keys. We're supposed to be smarter than this. We are supposed to be better than this. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Just have a little bit of critical thinking skills. A little bit of critical thinking skills. A tiny bit. Again, I'm not saying he can't change his mind, but you can't within like 2 months, 3 months, go from this to this without any acknowledgement of this. As I said previously, right? If we're going to offer people up into the space, we're allowing them to walk into the space, they gotta be pat down first. All right, you've gotten rid of all those previous takes you've had. Welcome in. You know, enjoy the champagne. We're not like, oh, hello, here's a microphone, go speak on the stage to the entire world. He's being a disgusting freak right now, reacting to the Bad Up and Out video. I'm slightly curious.
You pop, bye. What the fuck? Oh my god. Drone wars are dumb as fuck. Drone wars are fucking ass, bro. It was a good kill. Creep. I don't give a fuck. I say it again. Look, it was a good kill. Yeah, absolutely. Otherwise, we would have gone to jail. We would go to prison. I would go to prison. I would go to jail. You can't just have like, you can't just do that randomly because you're fucking bored. We're not Israel, which I was finding out about Israel day in and day out. No, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. Fuck you. You got, if you're mad about it, you had your chance. I was on post for a little while over there. Go fucking try to take a crack at me and kill me. And you managed. You try to do it in real life. Dude, I'm going to take your fucking skin off your head. Okay?
Oh, yeah. This sounds like somebody who regrets his service immensely. Yeah. Yeah.
So, like, no one should defend themselves is an absurdity. Like, that's weird.
Yes. This sounds like someone who regrets his service immensely. Do you see why I'm fucking frustrated? Do you see why I'm frustrated? Why this fucking frustrates me? Why this makes me upset and how I'm mad? About being told constantly, oh no, they don't believe that anymore. They're different. They believe different things now. Do you see why that frustrates me? Because I am told this continually. Continually. Every fucking time. Every fucking time. Every single person. I'm told how they're so different. They believe different things. Ogre's trying to give Westside Tyler credit in a single isolated instance of chasing loading box, but giving him a pass in general. That's awful. This gives Westside Tyler a chance to harm the pro-Palestinian movement overall because he's always have a problem with the incivility of modern protests. Yeah. Like, you can acknowledge that, like, yeah, go ahead and go out of the loading box. Good thing. Cool. Awesome. Amazing. Right? You can acknowledge that without being like, I don't care about his other takes. Who cares? No, I do care. Yes, I care. This is the problem. Why white leftists get away with this all too often. You can excuse the bigotry that somebody espouses. You can get away with that. It's fine with you because you're not harmed by their rhetoric. You look at the superficial. You look at the superficial of him being like, yo, fuck loaner box. You're like, yeah, that's my guy. But if he's out here dropping the N-word, I don't want that to be my guy. This is why I'm anti-Vosh. This is my critique of Vosh. Vosh may say the correct thing in certain instances sometimes, but if he's out here dropping the N-word, fuck him. Fuck him. I don't want him to be a part of the movement. But y'all are so fine letting these bad people be elevated to the voices of the movement because they have one take that you agree with, as opposed to an overarching ideology. And that is never extended to marginalized people. Ever. That is never extended to marginalized people. Never extended to marginalized people. Because purely rhetorical. Purely rhetorical. Purely rhetorical. Purely rhetorical. It's, hey, if you have very strong rhetoric against the people I don't like, right? You don't even have to agree with me politically. I'm on your side. You know, you're on my side. We agree. Like, I can't overlook this. He spent more time criticizing the pro-Palestinian protests than the DNC, the Democratic Party that is doing the genocide. And we're supposed to be looking at this guy as like he's on our side, like he's one of us. Adams is different from these guys because he decided that he needs to not be the spokesperson for these issues. He needs to actually learn and grow. Whereas these guys, like, since I used to say the N-word, let me tell you about what MLK really was talking about. Literally. Literally. iDubbbz is different. It's because iDubbbz took time away from the internet came to his own conclusions, and he's fine with not being the person. The person, the guy. But with Ethan Klein, he's like, I used to say the N-word, now I'm the... This is what people always told me, and people were arguing with me about this, about like Dean Withers. They're like, we know formerly racist people are the best people to talk about other racist people about racism. Not the black people themselves, right? They could never do it. That could never be a job for a black person, right? No, we need a white guy who was saying the N-word 2 years ago to talk to other white people who are saying the N-word now. That is necessary. We need that.
They are creating situations again and again and again throughout these where you're creating pressure situations.
Actually, I want to go back to this.
Think he's got a soft underbelly. Like, did any of you think you were gonna get your fucking ass beat coming to this comment section today? She's gonna be called a series of names and insulted. You're a fucking idiot. Grow up. Don't be my fan, but stop doing this weak shit. You're a fucking cuck. You're a loser. You're a loser. God damn.
Who is he beefing with?
Just lose in order to make a fucking point. Like, and here's the thing, like, the guys that don't go to jail, they get out because a lot of them, they just didn't do those things. Interact rules of engagement theater 10,000 fucking times and get all of the fucking rules of engagement. I had to know what the crimes were. I sent him like a did you try some spiritual de-escalation? Did you send him like a tea or something? Like, no, obviously not. The fuck? Crime is killing an made up in your fucking head. This is why you guys keep fucking taking L's. This is why you need fucking people like me to smack you in your fucking dumb fucking head.
Okay. I need to hear more. I need to hear more, please.
A second.
Any reasonable standard, whether it is actually the law in the USA, obviously, is a criminal. He's admitting to a crime there. He criminally invaded another country.
I didn't criminally invade it. I occupied. You have to at least use the right word, you fucking idiot. What crime? Read it. Read it. What crime did I fucking do that, like, specifically I'm in trouble? Is there a warrant out for my arrest? It's been 20 years. I'm actually probably past the statute of limitations. Fucking Jesus Christ. What crime? This is made up in your fucking head. This is why you guys keep fucking taking L's. This is why you need fucking people like me to smack you in your fucking dumb fucking head. Wake the fuck up, idiot. What are you talking about? What crime? What fucking crime is killing an enemy combatant during a fucking time of war? Like, the Hague's gonna be like, oh shit, well, the guy was fighting? Yes, he's burying fucking gigantic bombs on the side of the fucking road. Like,
on the side of the road. On the side of what road? Where's the road at, Tyler? Where's the road at, Tyler? Where's the road? Which road? Which road?
Kill us. Like, okay, so did you try some spiritual de-escalation? Did you send him like a tea or something? Like, no, obviously not. The fuck? This is so stupid. Name the crime. I had to know what the crimes were. I had to go to a million fucking little shitty goddamn education things. Sit in a fucking theater, shout out Camp Lejeune Base Theater 10,000 fucking times and get all of the fucking rules of engagement, step downs, ROEs, do's and don'ts.
But tell me again. Tell me again how he said he lives with the guilt of what he did when he was a Marine every day of his life. Tell me again. I have not once been wrong about this. I have not a single time been wrong about this. I am the greatest judge of character that has ever graced this platform. And it just seems like everybody else is wrong. I was calling him out in September of last year. September 2024. So when I make a super cut, here, let's take a look at this.
Fucking how to interact with the populace and not be a stupid
It's your fault for being too right too early and not Caucasian enough, Sean. Do better. You're right. My bad.
cunt, so that I didn't do it. And then I just didn't do those things because I would have gone to jail. I would have gone to prison. Like, and here's the thing, like the guys that don't go to jail, they get out because a lot of you fucking idiots just oversell your fucking cards. You fuck it up. You fucking morons just like jerk off in your own fucking mouth and think that's sufficient in order to make a fucking point. You're so desperate for a fucking win because you just lose that you latch on to anything. You're like, I think he's got a soft underbelly. Like, did any of you think you were gonna get your fucking ass beat coming to this comment section today? She's gonna be called a series of names and insulted. You're a fucking idiot. Grow up. Don't be my fan, but stop doing this weak shit. You're a fucking cuck. You're a loser. You're a loser. God damn it.
Honestly, none of this would be an issue if he actually did what people say that he did. Like, if he actually lives with the guilt of his service every day of his life, he wouldn't be doing this. This is defensiveness. Chat. This is defensive. This is somebody who is not living with the guilt of his service every day. It's somebody who's justifying it. We needed to be there. Our enemies were there. We were at a time of war. Right? I had to kill them or they would kill me.
$5. I don't know. That's tanky shit. $5. Banned but not is speaking of a crime from the standpoint of alienated colonial international law, which has been reduced to an entirely bourgeois idea.
The real conceit of Westside Tyler is his utter lack of humility and rejection of people, rejection of the need for meaningful change. It's what divided him from people like Greg Stoker and Mike Prinsner. Yeah.
What? Okay, I don't know. Sure. This next one. Have you heard of Joe Glenton? Signed up willingly, then went to prison for desertion instead of carrying on taking part in the occupation. You could learn a thing or two from him. No, I can't. You fucking idiot. I got my honorable discharge in 2009. I can't desert. You fucking moron. What the fuck are you talking about?
Like, he's like very obviously misunderstanding the point. He's saying that you should have deserted at the time, right? And the funniest part is that, like, even like the beginning of this Bad Empanada video, the first minute of this Bad Empanada video is more charitability than I've seen Bad Empanada give anybody, by the way. The beginning of this Bad Empanada video is more charitability than I've seen Bad Empanada give a single person ever. I'll play it again. But I've never seen Bad Empanada extend this level of charitability to anybody.
So I don't think that people should be defined forever by their worst actions, statements, and opinions, provided that they now sincerely regret them, apologize for them, and have made it clear that they're doing all of that for the right reason. For example, I do not forgive...
I've never seen him say this before. He may have said this before. He probably does believe this. I've never seen him say this before. Bad Empanada is very hard line, black and white, like, you know, you're a war criminal, terrorist person, or you're like a civilian, right? Like that's like the hard line Bad Empanada position, right? This is a level of nuance that like is newer that I've seen, and even then, Westside Tyler is squandering it. He's not even saying that like Westside Tyler is a bad person unilaterally for serving the military. Right, he's saying that like if you grow and you've changed and you've the title of his video changed to his more hardline ways. Yeah, I did see that.
So I don't think that
change. What's a terrorist? A terrorist? And he's back. And he's back. He's back. This is the Bad Empanada I know. This is the bad empanada I know. Westside Tyler is a terrorist murderer who fantasizes about murdering more Arabs. He tried the Hasan approach for the first 45 minutes and was like, all right, I've done enough of that. Yeah. And you know what? And I will give Bad Empanada credit. He attempted. He attempted, right, to offer a level of charitability to both sides, Tyler. Right? He attempted to offer a level of charitability. He had a very surface level understanding of what Westside Tyler believed. And I think when both sides Tyler started to respond to him and he started doubling down on his service, that's when old Bad Empanada came out. He's like, that's enough civility for me today. We're done with that. He tried being nice and Tyler made him regret it. Yeah, so he's back. And that's my point, right? If both sides Tyler actually did regret his service in the way that I'm being told that he claimed to do so, he wouldn't have got defensive at this. This is entirely fair. Be wary of Westside Tyler and troops in general. That's entirely fair. That is an entirely fair critique to have. That's fair. And if you are a service member and you were engaged as a part of the American enterprise, you have to understand that. You should be the first person to understand and acknowledge that. People are going to be wary of you, right? Until it's proven otherwise. Be wary is extremely soft coming from George, yeah. The debate with Hasan changed him? Honestly, maybe a little bit. Obviously, it didn't last because, like, both sides Tyler sucks. You know what I mean? But like he was able to pull charitability out of Bad Empanada. And then he squandered it. Obviously, because he's a liberal, right? Obviously, because he's a liberal. Of course he squandered it. I'm not surprised that he squandered it.
What? Yeah, you deserve to go to jail if you desert from the United... It's a volunteer military. Just don't join. What the fuck are you talking about?
He's also stupid. Like, you would think somebody who was in the military would understand the things of, like, the inherent coercion that exists for young military members. He's like, yeah, if you desert the military, you deserve to go to jail. That's the laws. That's how it's written. And not like, hey, which is kind of crazy because, like, he's more reactionary than, like, the normal military member. The normal military member would understand that they were lied to when they were recruited. You ask, right? You ask our, like, a normal, like, literally on the street, you're like, hey, did your recruiter lie to you? Yep, they lied to me. All right, thank you. That's the normal thing. And so if you acknowledge that, like, the recruitment process in the military is inherently coercive, right? You wouldn't have this, yep, if you gotta take, you go to jail. You got the pin comment on the Bad Empanada video. I was too nice to this guy in this video. He's absolutely irredeemable. This guy's YouTube era should be done. He just doubled down on all of this. Another clip of him fantasizing about murdering Rashid because he's our enemy is way worse than the one I included in this video. I didn't find it until later. Clip of I missed of him saying that he would not care if Palestinians died in the Holocaust. Jeez. Not only did he kill someone, but he did it in the most cowardly fashion possible. Really?
You're just emotional? I'm not emotional at all. I don't give a fuck. Do you know what I would if we just stopped funding Israel tomorrow and, like, you guys got off the map? I wouldn't care. If we started quadruple funding you guys tomorrow and you actually finally finished your mass slaughter of the Palestinians, I wouldn't care. I don't have a real dog in this fight. I'm just very upset by the constant lies and the fucking justifications for barbarism that both sides for some reason continuously engage in, and then just lose track of their entire lose track of any sense of, like,
I'm gonna say this, and I want you to hear me, right? I want you to hear me. Let this be a lesson. Let this be a lesson. I will say this as somebody who talked about him September of last year, calling out this bullshit. Let this be a lesson. Not everybody is your ally. This is not a situation where the enemy of my enemy is my friend. This person should not be in our space. This person should have never been in my space. It would take 2 seconds. It took me 2 seconds after opening up his channel in September to find out he was full of shit. It's deeper than just, oh, he was mean to Loner Box, so he gets a high five in my book. It's deeper than that. It's deeper than that. You don't need people. We don't need people who are mean to Loner Box on our side. We don't need people who are mean to Ethan Klein on our side. We don't need them. They are not voices of the left. We have enough principled people who actually believes in the humanity of Palestinians speaking for us that we don't need people like this. Let this be a lesson. 10 seconds. Take 10 seconds whenever you find your new token white boy of the week to interrogate his beliefs. And once you find out that it's somebody like this, move on. It's infinitely frustrating to me. It's infinitely frustrating to me. Spent 1 minute in his live when I got the gist of his views. Yeah, it's frustrating. I have been saying this. I have been saying this forever. I've been saying this forever. Charitability is nice. Charitability is sick. Charitability is cool. But don't just take somebody's grift as though it's genuine. We have to have a little bit of self-respect for ourselves. He was getting praised in Leftovers last week, and I was like, why? When I saw this video today, I didn't even realize how deep his shit was. And honestly, like, the issue is people don't listen to me. That's what the issue is. Right? Bada Banana's gonna get credit for taking this guy down. But again, it upsets me. I don't want to be like vain. I called this. I called this. If more people listened to me when I said these things, this wouldn't be a problem in the first place. It wouldn't. It wouldn't. This is how I felt with Ethan too. This is how I felt with Ethan as well. Like, it's consistent. It's consistent. All too often, you give a lot of leeway to somebody who is like changed and is different with no demonstration that he's better. If somebody can find me where he has demonstrated that he's better and not just meaner to different people, right? I would be nice. I would love to see it. It's just like Ethan. Ethan did the same thing. Ethan was an anti-SJW. He was saying slurs towards black people. He was yelling at SJWs. And then he just switched his targets. Now his targets were different people. No interrogation about why those were bad targets, right? No internal review about like, hey, why is going after SJWs, you know, and like liberals or whatever? Why was that bad? And why is it better to like criticize Republicans? None of that. It was just, yeah, SJWs are so crazy and wild and stuff like that. Well, that's not getting me many more views. The manosphere, Andrew Tate is bad. No interrogation about why, right? progressives believe progressive things. None. And then when October 7th happens, and he's now emotionally invested in the state of Israel, and he picks that side, he has not built the muscles. He has not built the muscles to actually determine, like, oppressor-oppressed dynamics. He's not built the muscles to actually determine, right, like, who's being genocided dynamics. Right and wrong dynamics. He hasn't built those muscles. So he falls back on what he knew. And this happened again with both sides, Tyler. Because we're not forcing them to interrogate their beliefs. We're not forcing them to understand why they believe the things that they believe. We're just like, oh, you're saying the right words? I'm on your side. Oh, you're saying the good things? You're our new voice. We gotta do better than this. We gotta do better than this. So I want to continue playing this one.
Like, how to end this thing just so that you guys can piss and shit and fart at each other over fucking 6 square feet of fucking gravel because your dad robbed someone else's dad in the 19th. I don't care. I have no respect for it. I refuse to. I find the death of children disgusting. And you are all contributing to it equally in my eyes. I don't.
I was so justified to call on both sides, Tyler. I was so justified to call him both sides, Tyler. I cooked with that name. I cooked with that name. Because what are we talking about here? What are we talking about here?
Care about your countries. I don't respect them. I don't give a fuck about.
Why is this person speaking on behalf of the Palestinian movement, bro? It doesn't make sense. 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 Bro, 8 months ago, you're saying, I don't care. You both can die for all I care. Why? It doesn't make sense to me. So I don't think I have the
about their
vibe.
continued existence, but because I know a little bit about military tactics, and for some reason I'm the only person a quarter inch to the left that seems to have ever looked up any of the law of land warfare fucking documents or has any understanding of how military operations are supposed to fucking work. And I'm not even a fucking genius on the matter. I'm going to comment on it. And that's pretty much it. And if you're an Israeli, you're going to sit down, shut the fuck up, and take it. Because an American is speaking. Know your place. Sit down on your fucking hands and listen. So you can actually fight a war successfully for maybe once in your fucking lives. God damn it. Pet country. Literally, you are a pet.
Travel is pretty disgusting.
You are a pet country with way too many needs. Israel is a fucking 18-year-old rat dog, shivering, shaking, half of its fucking fur is gone, it's blind in 2 eyes, sprinting at children to bite them on the face, only held back by a leash that is sometimes long and sometimes short, depending on how sociopathic our current fucking administration is. And that's it. That's it. I don't consider you guys allies. As an American former member of the military, I think that you're dog shit friends. I think you start shit and then we have to fucking clean it up for you. And we have to pay more money because you can't stop starting shit. You're fucking bedwetting, fucking pants shitting dogs that we have to fucking pay the vet bill for every goddamn year. And I'm fucking sick of it. And you're really on a timer. Understand that. It's really starting to kick off because when my generation starts taking over, you guys are going to be on a fucking limit. There's going to be a limit to how much more money you're going to get. And it's going to run out. So you better learn how to do diplomacy real fucking soon. Because I would not be surprised if in 10 or 15 years, that fucking well runs dry. I hope it does earlier. If it was up to me, I would tell you assholes, you have exactly 5 fucking years to figure out a two-state solution or we're ending the Patriot missiles. That's it. I don't give a fuck what it is. I don't care how hard it is or what you have to sacrifice or lose. Just you get no more missiles in 5 years. That's it. That's what I want to see. Oh shit, people, I don't give a fuck. They're not my people. They're not my, Israelis are not my people. Neither are the Palestinians. And I'm really quite sick of my country paying for you to continue this charade of a fucking war you have that is just you fucking murdering people. It is pathetic and it's disgusting, and I despise your country as a whole for engaging in it. I don't care that much about your people. I like Jewish people. I think they're pretty based in general. But people that are highly supportive of the state of Israel, regardless of what's going on, okay, fine, do that. I don't care. Morally, I'm
essentially, right? He's just, his take is he has the American enterprise take, right? He doesn't have the pro-humanity take. He does not think that Palestinians should stop being genocided because it's like, you know, again, it's unconscionable and against all, you know, human rights bases, right? He's just like, I'm an American and American dollars should go to American people. That's it. Got the same opinions as a CIA. Basically, yes. He has CIA positions, opinions.
Concerned. However, I want to fucking rip up the next check like as soon as it can happen.
It's literally his basis is from the American enterprise basis. It's like, I want to give them less money. That's it. It's not like, hey, genocide is bad and wrong and unconscionable and you should not do it. It's just, hey, you should not be doing genocide with our dollars, okay? Those dollars should not go to you anymore. That's it. Anyway, I am curious about like this as well. Not this one. 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 Which one was this live one? Oh, it was this one.
I had guys.
So here's the classic guy who wants to be seen above it all, aloof and jaded, no firm morals. Yeah.
For our first deployment, they became conscientious objectors. They didn't want to fight no more, and they just got relegated to fucking back rolls, like background like roles, right? And then they didn't have to fucking fight no more. But you signed a contract, you idiot. What are you, fucking 3 years old? For a volunteer military. They tell you if you fucking desert, you're gonna go to jail. Like, he's standing on his principles. No, he wasn't. He broke a contract. What a fucking.
He broke a contract. Sorry, I had to commit atrocities and war crimes overseas because I signed a contract to do so. Sure.
Moron. What, you didn't fucking look
Yeah, it sounds
into
like he regrets his service, by the way. It sounds like a person who regrets his service.
any of this shit before you joined up? God damn. What, you didn't fucking look into any of this shit before you joined up?
No, a lot of people don't because they're children. Wait, isn't he like, okay, this person's 37. He got out in 2009. I want to know how old was he when he joined? Because there's a very high likelihood he was also a child. You know, I think somebody who was like coerced into joining at 17 years old, right, by American propaganda and committing atrocities and getting out 4 years later and being like, man, that was bad. I shouldn't have done that. Right? That's a good thing. That they should say that. Not like, I signed a contract. I was never going to desert anyway. It's against the law to desert against the military. I had to be court-martialed. Yeah, I don't see that person as somebody who like regrets their service or whatever.
God damn it. I'm out. I'm done. I'm deserting. Like, why did you desert? What the fuck?
You say why? Because it's unconscionable and you commit war crimes and things of that nature.
Accomplished when? Where? Oh my God. Oh, fuck. That's fucking stupid. Oh. What the fuck?
And he clearly admitted to murdering someone who was defending their own country from that invasion. He's a criminal.
I killed him, and I didn't even do it. It's a fucking good kill. You're fighting. He woke up that day and then fucking put bombs in his fucking little whatever, and then he went out to go fucking plant them, and he had them, and we were like looking at it forever, which sets you up to get fucking cracked. Like, you have Destiny's understanding of war crimes. Unironically, this is like listening to Lonerbox or Destiny talk about this shit.
That's okay.
Destiny's like, so if I just cut off an entire area, why can't we make an entire area that's a no-go zone and anyone that goes into it gets killed? Like, because it's a fucking war crime. It's just a literal. How do you not know this? How do you talk about this all the time? You don't have any of these things off the top of your head. Cite the fucking
Does not
something.
realize that morality
You know what I
isn't
mean?
just legality. No, because he's a puppet. He's a puppet. This guy is a puppet. That's it. He's a stooge. He's a fool. Literally a dog of the state. Literally. That's what he is. He's just like, well, in my contract, it said I had to serve for at least 4 to 6 years. And so I served for at least 4 to 6 years because that's what my contract said. And it is illegal to leave the military before the length of your contract. You are deserting and you will be court-martialed and thrown in jail. And that is bad because illegal things are bad. That's it. That is it. That's where his politics start and stop. Not that the American enterprise is an inherently unjust and terroristic institution committing war crimes overseas with millions of dollars siphoned from American taxpayers. No, it's just the American military is an institution that protects the freedoms of the American populace. And that's the problem. That's the problem.
I mean, we're not even to the good part of the argument. That's actually argument, where we can talk about how worthless international law is and how cucked you are for fucking talking about the fucking international criminal courts and shit all the time. Oh, you fucking international criminal? Who gives a fuck? No one does, because there's no way to fucking enforce those things. It's a bunch of fucking dildos get together at The Hague and they're like, man, one day we're not going to be completely militarily impotent and our laws will actually have the ability to do a single fucking thing in this world. And you guys fucking celebrate all of it. I gotta fucking hear you talk.
Oh, so now it's okay. So now it's not, laws matter, right? Now it's might makes right, right? Now it's not. So now it's the international criminal courts, right? Are just they don't mean anything because they don't have any power to enforce the laws. But America has the power to enforce the laws. So therefore, those laws are the ones that matter. Like, unironically, that's fascism. If we're being entirely real, that's fascism. Mr. Everything fascism, that is fascism. It's might makes right mentality. This guy joined approximately 2006, 2007. Well into the war, he knew it was built on bullshit. We're nearly the same age. At those times, I was making fake band album covers with George Bush standing in front of burning White House. Like, I was a fucking oblivious moron, but I knew the war was BS. So this guy was talking about, did you not know, implies that he wanted to go overseas and kill brown folks. Honestly, he might have. The way he talks about, Palestinians, he genuinely might have.
Netanyahu's an international criminal court's got a warrant out for him. Like, okay, then let's see it fucking served. Who gives a shit then? It's not a win. It's not a win. It's lib shit. You guys engage in the, I don't know if you know this, but Donald Trump's real name should be Donald Trump. I don't know if you know this, but his real name should be Donald Trump.
He doesn't understand that, calling out that Israel is committing war crimes and it's violating international law is not to be like, well, the sanctity of the rule of law needs to be respected. Right? It's to describe the resistance to that as being legal and, justified legally and morally. It's not like, well, we have to listen to what the ICJ says. Being against war crimes is lib shit. Yeah, according to him. But he's saying it's not for him. It's not lib shit for him to be pro-American laws, right? Because he can't desert. That's court-martialable, right? He'll be thrown in jail for it. right? But like everybody else is expecting countries to abide by international law. Oh, that's lip shit, you know? Who cares? It doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? Also, I was looking for the VOD. I don't have the VOD. There was 2 months, a 3-month period. I didn't save any of my VODs, and this is during the 3-month period. A shame. But I do have one clip that shows that I did talk about this. The VODs lost the time, though. This is why I'm streaming on YouTube now. So I save my VODs automatically.
You're little kids. Learn shit. You can fucking take me out, right? You can fuck my whole fucking world up. But you brought this shit? You got fucking Ico rules clips in Sunday? I'm so upset about the Iraq rule that I just got clips from Ico in Sunday and brought them to him. What the fuck, bro? What in the
Does this guy
fuck,
not get how
bro?
ridiculous he sounds? Because
You
he's...
don't understand.
Honestly, he has white man hubris. That's why. He has white man hubris. He has the hubris of a white man. He thinks himself untouchable. As we saw before, right? He was like, I'm the only person that's correct. This is why you need people like me in the movement. He thinks himself untouchable. He thinks himself necessary. Right? And so people like posting him on like the leftovers H3 subreddit fed his ego. Like him thinking to go toe to toe with Banned is silly in my opinion. It's silly. I think it's silly. You're not like, he's not winning this. Even if I was on his side, he's not winning this. I would tell him don't do it. He's not winning it. He thinks that like he's dunking on Banned. He's not winning it. He's not.
Understand, you have to have never done anything morally gray. You're either good and based or evil and deserve to be murked. Sarcastic, yeah.
This guy.
Or you could be like, if you do bad things, you have to say those bad things are bad. You know what I mean? It's very simple. There's this idea that like, wow, you have to be perfect. He like, this is like saying like, oh, you didn't pass their purity test. No, you gotta understand that the bad things you did were bad. Not defend them like he's doing here. He's doing how he just laughed at the horrible shit he's saying.
Guy is a criminal. He's an unrepenting criminal. He clearly does not think that what he did was wrong at all. At least whenever this was made, he clearly doesn't think it was
I
wrong.
found an interview that he only flipped things for passing after debating Loner Box.
Do same to you, you know what I mean? And like I was like Loner Box, Destiny, whatever. I don't know anything about them. So if you were like, you should have known, dude. I just have a life outside of it, so I didn't know until I knew. And it wasn't really until
like, also one pet peeve that I have is when somebody goes on someone else's stream and starts to address chat specifically. I hate it. That's what old dude said. We came on my stream and started addressing chat as well, right? Like you're having a conversation with this one person here. Stop reading and addressing chat. It's stupid. It's gross. It's lame. Like talk to Noah. Right? Number one. Number two, yes, he knows exactly who Loner Box and Destiny are. He talks about them consistently and constantly. That's his content.
Box debate. And I was actually rewatching a chunk of it where I was like, I think that really flipped me on the Israel-Palestine thing, was talking to him. Because people were like, why are you still on that afterwards? Like, I legitimately didn't think the guy was a sociopath, clout hog, until I talked to him. Because I was like, well, you guys are just fucking stupid.
Yeah.
And you don't understand how dumb the thing is that you're saying. Because, like, I'm not a general fucking high level guy. Dumb fuck, E3 fucking terminal fucking Lance Corporal in the United States Marine Corps. Out. You know what I mean? But there's fundamental basics of like counterinsurgency and like what you do and don't do in warfare that you have to know when you make.
Also, this is also an appeal to authority, Chad. Not to pull a, and this is a I don't remember. E3, yeah, it's a rank in the military. I forgot what I was saying though. Oh, like appeals to authority. Like not to pull like, oh, this is a logical fallacy or whatever. But like, thank you. Yeah, logical fallacy. But like that's what he's doing. He's appealing to his authority, saying like, well, none of you lefties are in the military. I was in the military, so I can talk about rules of engagement, and I can talk about what our war crimes are and are not, and things like that. And you can't because you weren't in the military like I was. That's what he's doing.
What you see if you can just start all of a sudden becoming much more diplomatic.
Oh,
to
you were
the people
saying like, oh, you expected it to be higher
in the region.
Okay.
If we stop
Like, you
giving
just asking that you didn't know what E3 was.
you the ability to fucking kill them incessantly.
Wait, sorry, not this. This one.
Actually, you didn't even check. You didn't even
She's
check.
talking like he was my rank. I'm embarrassed.
You're a cuck. Oh my god, you got fucking cucked by the goddamn Groomer Defense League. Loser. Oh my, 10 million years. I sentenced you to 10 million years of back.
And this clip is from, it's clearly real, but unfortunately the person who's showing it here does not actually have where she's playing this on the screen. The video on the screen is a different video, so I would assume this is probably like a year old or something. And other stuff that this guy has said is very much similar to that sort of thing. Probably the worst thing that I've seen from him is that he said that Hasan literally engaged in terrorism. You know, this is just one of his great little...
He did, idiot. He did, you fucking moron. Did you watch the fucking video? I didn't say it was bad necessarily. I mean, it's bad when fucking Hasan does it because he's too much of a cuck. He's a half-dicker. Okay? But like, he did. That's what terrorism is. It's resorting to terror to fucking freak people out. I actually have the fucking whole definition. I looked it up. Are you going to use the American definition? Of course. But like, yes, I am, because I live in fucking the United States of America. So yeah, the actual U.S. law.
But like, you do realize how that's stupid, right? Like, listening to the U.S. State Department decide what is and is not terror is dumb. You know, E1 through 4 is basically a given. I don't know how he did a full terror not pass even 3. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he screwed up somewhere. Got hit with Article 15. Got demoted.
You refuse fucking pirate, just legitimately terrorism. And if you're going to start doing that, you have to go all in, because no one's going to let you step back from it. We live in a democratic society to some fucking degree, but no matter where you exist, public opinion of you is crucial for all.
Got a minor combat injury or something. Got out a year early. Maybe. I don't know.
Political goings on you'll ever involve yourself in.
I mean, everybody gets discharged from the military. It depends on how he gets discharged. That's the question. Like, you can be medically discharged, or you can be like just discharged, you know, at the end of your contract. Like, you know, everybody gets discharged. Like, that's just like leaving the military.
At the time, dipshit was actually going into the fucking
2020. You can be Dexton's dad discharged. True.
Cycle and starting to be pretty high ranked, and it was a fucking very good way to say, oh, Hasan is a fucking terrorist, his supporters are probably terrorists, let's cut anyone that's got good things to say about him out of the movement, and anyone that supports him out of the movement, and put that fucking heat on him. Now, is it always optics shit? Sure, but you're half dicking it. There's no reason to do this piss baby bullshit and get yourself fucking maligned as a terrorist like a fucking idiot, and then not get anything about it. No one's going to be intimidated, and no one's going to be actually be fucking harmed. But you set yourself up as a guy who's all talk and no walk, but that's all that fucking matters in the public spectacle, like in the public stage. It was a stupid fucking move. Yes, that's what terrorism is. Tyler, haven't you done terrorism? Yes! It's a fucking tactic, not a description of, I don't know, what is it? You're Banned Up and Out is fucking fans, I swear to God. They think terrorism means like when a white person says anything about like a non-white person, it's a terrorism or something. It's like some sort of racial thing, or I don't know, if you just describe anybody fighting someone else, it's terrorism. You guys like live.
Why is he going to rhetoric? Why is he talking about rhetoric when describing terrorism? I'm confused. Like rhetoric, rhetoric is not terrorism. And especially in America, there are certain things that you can and can't say, but for like by and large, that box of what you can't say is very small because of the First Amendment. Right? And even if you say those things, it is even smaller box in that box of things you can't say that it's like a terrorism. You know what I mean? Like rhetoric is different than like terrorism. He's trying to like malign the two or align the two, not malign.
Hucked eternally by State Department talking points, and you're so fucking navel-gazy and self-sucking. Your fucking own dicks are so fucking deep down your goddamn throats. They're popping out of your fucking eyeballs after the third spin through. It's like actually fucking insane.
And
It's like,
honestly,
no.
I just don't like his hubris. I don't like how like highly he thinks of himself. I don't think it's anything. That's true and fair. But again, no, y'all liked him when he was saying this about Lonerbox. Let's not get it confused. Him saying this about Lonerbox, y'all love it. Y'all, y'all eat it up. Y'all eat it up. That's a wide y'all. I know who I'm talking about. Hey, if the shoe don't fit, you don't gotta wear it. I'm just saying that there was a subsection of y'all who saw him saying this about Lonerbox, and y'all were like, yeah, y'all, you get him. He's being crass about Lonerbox. Start definitely rode him hard.
Oh, terrorism is scaring people to get them to do what you want when you can't do anything else. Or specifically because you want to do that. It's a very effective tactic. My own country, I've said this a million times, has used it throughout the places where even fucking Band of Adana now lives in order to quell local populaces. Sometimes you false flag terrorism in order to get people to fucking think that this is the thing why they. If you're all just like, no, Tyler, it's all about the political, like how people appear, and if you say this, you're gonna make him look bad. Then fucking he shouldn't have said it. If he's setting himself up for me to make him look bad, everyone else is gonna hammer home on it like a fucking thousand.
Like, this is what I'll say. Terrorist and terrorism is a political designation, right? If you call somebody a terrorist, if you use that verbiage and phrasing, right, without establishing what you mean by it, people are going to assume that you are aligning with the designation done by the American military. And so that's why people feel some type of way about him saying that Hasan is a terrorist for posting a meme on Twitter or whatever, right? Like, that's what the beef is. Like, you can't say, I didn't say it was bad. Well, then say that it's not bad. Right? I saw him was being a terrorist when he did this, but I'm not saying that it was a bad thing. But you are kind of saying it was a bad thing. You know what I mean? Like, he's trying to play this game that, like, he's trying to maneuver and finagle it so that he's not, like, you know, gonna lose the audience that he just crafted. It's not a legal designation. It's a political designation to justify bypassing due process. Yeah. He won't just plainly state what his beliefs are because he's a grifter.
1,000 times harder. So you got to get over it. Learn how to fucking have these goddamn conversations literally directly with the fucking people. Like, learn what the fucking words mean. God, that's loud. What is it? It's Leninism as a cargo cult. Marx but no terror. Ooh. I don't know what to tell you. Fucking like, what do you think the Bolsheviks were? The Bolsheviks were based.
So like his constant attitude, like he knows
terrorized
more
the
than any of
shit out
us.
of
That's exactly what I said, Cheddar, and you're not alone. I agree with you. I agree with you. Jesus, there's just so much freaking stuff here. I'm not gonna be honest for so much longer, but I think I've made my point.
Fucking Tsar Nicholas's family or whatever the fuck, man. Fuck Anastasia. I don't give a fuck. You gotta, that's fucking monarchy. It's all gotta fucking go. All right, put them on a fucking boat, send that boat somewhere that they can't ever come back from. If it's a tactic, If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Currently, it's maligned in the public sphere to the point where you shouldn't fuck around with it. It's nuclear. It's radioactive. So if you half dick around it, you're going to get it on you, and people are going to be like, you're a fucking terrorist. And then they're going to be justified in saying that because you did something that a terrorist would do. Threaten the assassination of a sitting U.S. senator. Do I like Tom Cotton? No, he's a fucking cunt, but he's not my senator. I don't give a shit about him because I'm an adult. And I focus on the politics that are in the sphere around me because I don't live in a different fucking continent and hyperfixate on fucking elections I have no vote in and then participate in them like a moron, accomplishing nothing other than doomering a bunch of fucking morons out of voting down ballot, which we'll be getting into as well. Hate crimes are terrorism. Yes.
Talking like the most generic right-wing American anti-communist dumbass you could ever imagine. I found it particularly bad.
What the fuck?
Right-wing American anti-communist dumbass you could ever imagine. I found it particularly bad that he was on Noah's stream a day or two after Rashid Al-Haddad was on, because there is actually a comment from Westside Tyler where he openly called for Rashid's death. He said,
openly called for, stated, like, what is this? This is like Marjorie Taylor Greene levels of massaging. We see the fucking comment.
that he was
We're gonna have to probably rewatch this whole fucking video.
Like, celebrate and laugh when he died. Someone said, I love how Hasan interviewing some random Yemeni kid made you people so mad. And Tyler responded saying, I am just stoked to see how Hasan will try to spin it as a war crime when that kid gets his head unzipped by some merc with a sniper rifle while trying to approach a cruise ship. LMAO. Mad LMAO.
Yeah, other people deleted their comments, so that's what it's fucking in response to. Obviously, like, I don't know if he's got to be a 2-year-old if he thinks that this is like actually convincing, because obviously, for comments are.
What does he mean? People deleted their comments? Like, what is that? Is there extra context that changes this? Like, that's your response? Sure.
They're right around. Hasan fucked that up. We got to bring up that fucking video. I think I have it here. Hasan completely fucked up everything with the Hadid guy, because I didn't even know his fucking name. And everyone was platforming as Timothy Chalamet. Do you remember that? Like, I don't know why anyone thinks he's a Houthi. It's because fucking Hasan said he was, or intimated it in such a way that I couldn't fucking keep up with it. This is my fucking actual.
Wait, so was you just saying that he's
Why
stupid?
Why is that a dumb question after all of these other ones? Like, bro, you ever had?
You're just saying Hasan, he's doing the Ethan. Okay, come on. He's doing the Ethan Klein shit of like, Hasan groomed me into believing that this kid was a Houthi. Hasan groomed me into thinking this kid was a Houthi. It's not on me, a supposed political commentator, to get down to the root of the story. Hasan groomed me to believing this is the case. We're done. We're done. Well, there's nothing else to say about this. Which I will be talking about this more tomorrow, because like, this is content, right? This is content. Let it be known. I called out both sides, Tyler, before anybody else did. Let it be known. And I'll keep this open. I'll keep this open. Right? If you want to know. September 3rd, 2024. Never not once been wrong. Never not once been wrong.
Women who are like alienated, isolated, and alone. Well, you're just a cat lady. You should have.
Also, wait, before I get to this, I want to say, no Shimuru stuff. Some tomorrow, probably. I would never forget this Memorial Day. What I'll say is that I critique Hasan. I critique Ben Empanada. I critique, Mike, Denims, Brett, all of my friends, the people who are on my side. I'll critique FT Signifier or Noah or things of that nature, right? But when you watch and you see my critique, it very clearly comes from a space of wanting the left to be better. When you see both side Tyler's critique, it comes from a space of drama slop. And there's a difference in that. Right? Like this, like, Bad Up Not a Community furious with me. Lol, Lamau even. Like, doing it from a place of good faith and calling in versus calling out, and that's so important. Yeah. In his interview, Tyler basically said that he wants Hasan to become the Young Turks, like a news outlet. Can't turn off the haters. I think Tyler was just appealing to like a wider audience there. I don't think he cares what Hasan does. Right? If Hasan can provide him content, he's totally fine with it. Right? Like he doesn't care. He doesn't care. I don't think both sides Tyler has the best of the left top of mind. I don't. Right? Even to like Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada is very critical of like my friends and my side over here. Right? But even then, I think Bad Empanada has, we have an agreement on like the humanity of Palestinians. Right? And that like aligns all of us here. Both sides Tyler does not have that. Right? It's fully drama slop. Like he's a unique case where like he's not even like on a side. Right? It's not like he's a Destiny orbiter or a Vosh orbiter or Ethan Klein orbiter. No, he's just like he's a drama slopper. This is a unique instance of like somebody who is full drama slopper. Right? There's like a dartboard full of names. She throws a dart at a dartboard to pick who he drama slaps on next. You feel me? And that's it. For them, politics is just a grift. For you, it's a survival thing because we're not a part of the status quo. I'm curious about the popular. Let's see. Okay. I see. But yeah, that's my take. And we'll end it with this grandma video. This one.
Who are like alienated.
His own critique of Hasan is that he's unprofessional and doesn't give jobs clout to more leftists. I think he wants him to give other creators his money. No, he wants the clout himself. That's what his issue is. His issue, it is also kind of funny because there are a lot of people who hate Hasan but want access to his clout. I've seen it. People who like are fully critical of Hasan, but Hasan watches one TikTok of theirs and they're like, oh yeah, Hasan, you're my best friend. You're my greatest friend or whatever. Right? He wants the clout. He's a clout chaser. He doesn't care about any of this. He was like, who will give me the most clout? And then he just attaches himself to that.
Isolated and alone. Well, you're just a cat lady. You should have babies. When men are alone, it's, oh, poor baby. Do you need a state-mandated girlfriend? Would that make you happy? You want some McDonald's? Want to go get some ice cream? Yeah? You want to watch Joe Rogan? Okay. All right, we can do that. We'll carve out fucking legislation to make sure that happens. Like...
Men, loneliness, epidemic. More like I am. loser and a bitch.
Women who are like alienated, isolated, and alone. Well, you're just a cat lady. You should have babies. When men are alone, it's, oh, poor baby. Do you need a state-mandated girlfriend? Would that make you happy? You want some McDonald's? Want to go get some ice cream? Yeah? You want to watch Joe Rogan? Okay. All right, we can do that. We'll carve out fucking legislation to make sure that happens. Like,
Men loneliness epidemic. More like I am a loser and a bitch.
women who are like alienated, isolated, and alone. Well, you're just a cat lady. You should have babies. When men are alone, it's, oh, poor baby. Do you need a state-mandated girlfriend? Would that make you happy? You want some McDonald's? Want to go get some ice cream? Yeah? You want to watch Joe Rogan? Okay. All right, we can do that. We'll carve out fucking legislation to make sure that happens. Like,
Men loneliness epidemic. More like I am a loser and a bitch.
women who are like alienated, isolated, and alone.
I started making my lunch because I realized I've eaten out too much. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, look at my hair. It's wild. My hair is wild. Boom. Boom. It's chicken and broccoli and roasted sweet potatoes and roasted corn, this one, on a bed of wild rice and quinoa. I'm in my healthy boy arc. A bit bougie? That's crazy. I made it myself. That'd be a Hasan type dish. Does Hasan have a monopoly on eating good food? Good healthy food? I need to warm it up first. But I am going to end stream though. Oh, so you're Hasan's maid? Yeah, I am Hasan's maid. Anyway, in conclusion, I'm literally always correct and I don't get enough love for being correct. All right, I'll say it. I am always right and never wrong. And I don't get enough love for being right. Also, shout out YouTube chat for watching. What not having object permanence does to people. True. And yeah, shout out you all. I am I was saying this the other day. Ma's been that guy. Bye YouTube chat. Adios. I don't get enough love. I'll stand by it 10 toes down. I do not get enough love. I am correct too often. They need to start botting views like TikTok. Sorry, that was not nice. I have no evidence that TikTok is botting views. But I will. His man some loves that? True. Collab with that about on Tyler's vid part 2. Maybe he won't call me a Zionist anymore. Who do these spells worse, Asmund or Deshay? That's crazy. It's a crazy post. Is there another state-mandated girlfriend's dad? I'm not Ethan Klein. Look at my hair, chat. It's so wild. Wild and cool. It's great, not gonna lie. I'll do something else with it. It's just it's so unwieldy. You know how I sleep, chat? This is how I sleep. I pull all the hair down. I have a hair tie somewhere. It's fine. I pull this down like this. Right? See face down and pray you don't move. Like this. I actually probably could twist it. And I put it in between my arms so it doesn't move. Like this. Then I take this. Ugh. Too much work, just go bald. Full head tutorial win. Finance fighting for his life. Yeah, it's struggling. Anyway, thanks for watching, chat. Just know that I'm totally right on both sides, Tyler. And people need to give me more support because I am tired of being correct too early. And I'm the best judge of character to ever exist. All right. If that's it and nothing else, I'm going to warm my food up, eat lunch, and enjoy the rest of the day. Rate Hasan's alt account? No. Rate Hasan? Yeah, I can send my 100 people to Hasan. Sure, why not? I'm sure he needs this 100 people. What is he even talking about? Oh, he's talking about news here. Oh, also, okay, last thing while the raid's going through. I have to see. New is. He's still going? He's still going? Is he good? Is he good? What is even happening? Bro is okay. I can't. Bro, talking about Ethan is so it's just like. Have you seen the Peyton Joe stuff like TikTok? Peyton, I saw it briefly. We just haven't had time to talk about it yet. We'll put it on the docket for tomorrow if we get to it. I did see a little bit of it though. Bye, chat.